With the BBC News on 5 Live at midday, I'm Stuart Clark. Some football clubs and players across the world have sent messages of support to Christian Eriksen. He's in a stable condition in hospital after being given life-saving heart massage on the pitch when he collapsed during Denmark's match against Finland. Here's our sports news correspondent John Watson.
Huge relief, as you can imagine, last night as news came through from UEFA, firstly, that Christian Eriksen was stable and responsive in hospital. So much so that his Danish teammates were able to communicate with him, and that led to the request from the Danish team for that match to resume, as it did so last night against Finland in their opening Group B encounter in Copenhagen.
Boris Johnson is expected to finalise a decision tonight over whether to proceed with the lifting of all coronavirus restrictions in England from the 21st of June. The Prime Minister says the rise of the new Delta variant is of serious concern, but some in the entertainment and hospitality industries have warned of mass job losses with any further delay. There'll be an announcement tomorrow. Professor Andrew Hayward is a government scientific advisor.
If we're driving down a road and you're coming up to a bend and you're not quite sure what's around that bend, but you think there might be something bad, you don't put your foot on the accelerator. If anything, you slow down, not speed up. And I think it's analogous to that. I think we've got to be really cautious because there is still a substantial chance that we could have a wave of hospitalisations that could put very substantial pressure on the NHS.
The Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab has accused the EU of trying to undermine the status of Northern Ireland as part of the UK. Talks between Boris Johnson and some EU leaders at the G7 summit in Cornwall have failed to resolve a dispute over the implementation of the Brexit withdrawal agreement in Northern Ireland. And Sir David Attenborough will warn the G7 leaders that the choices they make on climate change will be some of the most important in human history. In the last few minutes, a communiqué from the G7 says the leaders have committed to ambitious efforts to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions as soon as possible and by 2050 at the latest.
BBC 5 Live.
The voice of the UK. Stacey Dooley. Fresh starts.
I'm Stacey Dooley. Join me as we get ready to shake off the last year and start afresh. I'm talking to people who have swapped beauty salons for shellfish and traded in the 9 to 5 to fight crime. I don't know anyone who hasn't had a fresh start. I just think it's really important to celebrate the victories, however big or small they are. I'll be chatting to some really incredible people. My new podcast, Stacey Dooley Fresh Starts. Listen now, only on BBC Sounds.
Euro 2020.
With Mark Chapman on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Wembley, a Wembley Stadium that is bathing in the sunshine at the moment. All the sprinklers around the pitch are on as they try to water the surface, and we are 2 hours away from England's opening 2020 match against Croatia. A 2 o'clock kickoff, then it's Austria against North Macedonia, and then we'll round the day off with the Netherlands against Ukraine. All of them here in full on 5 Live. On Sports Extra this afternoon from 2 o'clock, you can listen to the men's French Open final, which is Novak Djokovic against Stefanos Tsitsipas. That will be on Sports Extra because the cricket most definitely won't. What a miserable second test for England, Eleanor Oldroyd.
I'm afraid it is, chappers, in beautiful sunshine. What a gorgeous Sunday it is in Birmingham to be watching cricket, but there is no more cricket to watch because New Zealand have won by 8 wickets, 41 for 2. England, well, basically they had 1 wicket left this morning and they lost it with the very first ball of the day before we'd even reached the scheduled start time of 11 o'clock because they started slightly early. So England have lost to New Zealand at Edgbaston for the first time. New Zealand have won a test series here for the first time since 1999. It's the first time England have lost a home test series since 2014. But yeah, it's been abject. Let's not make any bones about this. 2 wickets taken by England this morning. Devon Conway caught behind off the bowling of Stuart Broad for 3, and then Ollie Stone snaffling Will Young for 8. But yeah, it's all over within an hour. The only positive note is that we only had 11 overs bowled in total today, so all the fans who've come down here will get all their money back, and they get the chance of watching the football on the big screens here if they want to stay.
Good stuff, Ellie. Thank you very much. Reaction to that defeat throughout the afternoon here on 5 Live, and obviously on the TMS pod, which you'll be able to get via BBC Sounds a little bit later on. So as part of our build-up to England and Croatia, we have former England internationals wherever you look later on. Jermaine Genus, Jack Wilshere and Micah Richards will all join us. To start with, we have Chris Waddle and Karen Carney pitchside, alongside our correspondent John Murray. we will build up a lot to England against Croatia, obviously, but everything is happening at Euro 2020 in the shadow of what happened last night to Christian Eriksen. I wonder how you would describe the atmosphere coming here, John, maybe both outside and with, amongst the media that you've spoken to. It is understandably, I feel, downbeat at the moment.
Yeah, I would agree with that entirely. And, it's a mixture of emotions, really, because coming here today on what is a glorious day, the weather in London today is fantastic. I'm looking up above us now, I can see the White Arch, and beyond that, just blue skies. And when we travelled here on the Underground today, got a first sight of Wembley, and immediately I'm thinking, this is quite a rarity here, to turn up to see England play at Wembley at a major tournament. This has only happened, the start of a tournament, England at Wembley, twice before, 1966 and Euro 96. But at the same time, it is all tempered by what we witnessed over in Copenhagen last night. And that feeling is still here, and that feeling is definitely still with us, even though the outcome, as far as we know, seems to be very positive for Christian Eriksen.
Yeah, we assume a positive outcome for Christian Eriksen, but that in many ways, Chris Waddle, doesn't lessen the shock of what we all witnessed last night.
No, I would never seen anything like that in my life. It really, I was just sitting down watching. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. From point of view of the cameras staying on, it was ridiculous. For family, friends, close friends to him, and people even who don't really know the lad must have been sitting there thinking, what's going on here? And it was horrendous to watch. And you saw the reaction of the Denmark players when they got round him. They were crying, and how they got back on the field within the space of time they did. And I know some went off or didn't feel but about it, but how they got through that football match, I just wouldn't know.
Karen, what are your overall emotions this lunchtime?
I'm just thankful that he's okay, and what a tremendous job the whole medical department did. It was like a miracle, but then thank goodness they're so heavily trained, the protocols, everything. I can only echo what you've all said, and the players I thought were fantastic. The captain in particular, I don't know how he did it really. He rallied round, he got round Christian Eriksen, he managed the team, he went to Christian Eriksen's wife, and then they all went on and played. I don't know how they did it, and I personally don't think I could have done. But all I can say is that well done to the medical, everyone that was involved in that, because that was probably one of the worst things I've ever witnessed. And we were in Manchester yesterday, and we were just all in complete shock. But thankfully, he seems to be positive news, and that's a really good thing. And hopefully that continues as news goes on.
Let me read out the statement from the Danish Football Association earlier today. Latest news, this morning we have spoken to Christian Eriksen, who has sent his greetings to his teammates. His condition is stable and he continues to be hospitalised for further examination. The team and staff of the national team has received crisis assistance and will continue to be there for each other after yesterday's incident. We would like to thank everyone for the heartfelt greetings to Christian Eriksen from fans, players, the royal families from both Denmark and England, international associations, clubs, etc. We encourage everyone to send their greetings to the Danish FA, where we will make sure they are all passed on to Christian and his family. Peter Schmeichel was on 5 Live Breakfast this morning. Obviously, son Kasper on the pitch last night. This is what Peter had to say.
That would be the worst 2 hours in my time in football. Absolutely no information we could see. It was very, very serious. You look at the reaction of the players. It happened not very far from where all the wives of the players were situated. and of course Christian's wife would have seen that. She came onto the pitch, and you could see from the reaction of I saw my son Casper running over to her, and I've obviously spoken to him last night. He ran over to say that Christian is breathing, and she actually thought that he'd passed away, and just to confirm that, he ran back to be absolutely sure he wasn't saying anything that was out of order, and by then Christian was talking to the doctor, and for some reason we could see that was a little bit of calm there, but we had nothing confirmed, and it really was not. It was really terrible to watch all this and to see that, and to understand why a fit 29-year-old player at this level, that it can happen to someone like that. And of course, having a son there, you straight away you relate that to
What did you say to Casper? What did Casper say about the fact that the match was restarted? Because obviously the players agreed to that. They were given the option to play the game today instead, weren't they, Peter? But they agreed to finish the game. But that must have been impossible for so many of them.
I think it's only fair that we wait for Casper to say that himself. I'm not going to put any words into that. But I think I want to put on record that I think it is absolutely ridiculous that UEFA can come up with a solution like that. First of all, we had people in the stadium yesterday. We've built this up over 7 years now as one of the biggest sporting events ever. I was on TV from 1 o'clock, the game kicked off at 6. We built it up as, the biggest thing, the long-awaited final of the Euros. Our small country can take so much pride in being named as one of the host countries. This will never happen. We're simply too small to host a major tournament. So we built this up, and the importance for the Danish people, there are no words for that. And then something terrible like that happens, and UEFA gives the players an option to go out and play the game, the last 55 minutes or wherever it was, or come back at 12 o'clock today. I mean, what kind of option is that? So you go back to your hotel, which is in case of the Danes, 45 minutes away. You go back, you cannot sleep. You might not even sleep, because watching drama like that has a massive effect on you, of course. And then what? Wake up, or get back to the team bus at 8 o'clock to go and play the rest of the game. So it wasn't an option. It was a ridiculous decision by UEFA, and they should have, tried to work out a different scenario and shown a little bit of compassion, and they didn't.
Peter Schmeichel speaking to Chris Warburton on 5 Live Breakfast. Kasper Hjulmand, who is the Denmark head coach, said after the game last night, "We have a group of players that I cannot praise enough. I couldn't be prouder of those people who took such good care of each other. He's one of my very dear friends. The way the players talked in the dressing room to decide not to do anything before we knew Christian was conscious and okay. We had 2 options, as Peter Schmeichel was saying there, to play the game. Today or tomorrow at 12. Everyone agreed to play today. You can't play a game with such feelings. We tried to win. It was incredible they managed to go out and try to play the second half. Honestly, there were players out there that were completely done, emotionally done, and emotionally exhausted. It was a tough evening on which we've all been reminded what the most important things in life are. It's meaningful relationships. It's those people who are close to us. It's family and friends." John Murray, Peter Schmeichel's anger, as came through there, is understandable, and I think is shared by an awful lot of people.
Yes, and I think people who hear that the players have been offered crisis assistance will perhaps wonder how we're in a situation whereby they're then offered crisis assistance, having agreed to play the match. And, you know, my feeling was the same as Chris's yesterday when we saw the players, saw their reaction. And I think actually Pat Nevin said it during the commentary yesterday afternoon when the players came out. You know, he remarked on how they appeared. He particularly picked up on Andreas Christensen, who he said was you know, so pale-faced after what had happened. And the DBU did say that the decision came after the players spoke to Christian Eriksen. So I presume that was on some sort of Zoom setup to the hospital. And so, you know, we can only go along with that. So there was, according to the DBU, a conversation between the players and Christian Eriksen, and the decision has come. But as you suggested there, it looked like it was effectively a fait accompli. Either play it tomorrow or play it on the day.
But yeah. Exactly, you know, you know, get it finished tonight, or play at lunchtime. And I keep hearing people go, "Oh, it's shown us really where the importance of football is," which obviously it has. But then at the same time, they've gone, "Well, it has shown us how important, you know, where football is in the importance scale." But actually, just try and finish this game either this evening or tomorrow, will you?
No, for me, Mike, it was pathetic to say. Can you go back out and finish this game, or you're going to have to kick off at 12 o'clock? That is absolutely disgusting. You've got a player there, let's be honest, who was in a race. I mean, he was nearly, you know, the worst scenario you can think of.
Well, as Peter Schmeichel said there to Chris Warburton, you know, Kasper Schmeichel at one point thought that Christian Eriksen had died.
Yeah, and then that's going to play football 45 minutes later, or whatever it was. It's absolutely ridiculous. Now they're going to say, well, we've got a tournament in progress, we've got to keep it out scheduled, but we're talking about life and death here. It was so close. So, you know, they should have just said, abandon it. We'll think of something. Or how many players were playing on there last night, just playing on memory? They weren't playing with the enthusiasm when you come out the tunnel. This is the start of the Euros. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really got my boots on, ready to go. After that, it's basically you think, I don't want to play. And it feels like they've been pushed into a decision which they didn't want to play.
And just to underline, the Denmark team doctor, Martin Boesen, who spoke after the match last night, he said that when he arrived on the scene with Christian Eriksen, he said at that point he was breathing. He said, I could feel a pulse, but suddenly that changed. And that's the situation we're dealing with.
Absolutely. And I don't tend to talk about this, but I do believe, after everything that you know I've dealt with over the last 2 or 3 years, that everybody deals with grief and trauma and shock in their own individual way, and there's not a right way to deal with it, and there's not a wrong way to deal with it. But what you need when you go through it is the full support of the people you work with, bosses, management, whatever it may be. You need the support of people who are around you, and I do worry, rightly or wrongly, whether the support was really there for some of these players and the Finland players, John, in all of this. And then I would go further and go the players that knew Romelu Lukaku last night, you know, a teammate at Inter Milan, Christian Eriksen's former teammates at Tottenham who are in this England team. You know, for them to witness their friend go through that, they are still going to be affected by that today. Whether he's stable in hospital or not, the shock for us, and we don't really know Christian Eriksen, they're his friends who are going to be playing in this tournament over the next few days.
Yeah. When I heard last night that it had been an agreement from the players, I was like you. My thought was, well, that's a squad. 25 players have had to agree to that. And clearly not everyone is going to be feeling the same way. You'll have a whole range of emotions going on amongst a group of that size. And you're right. I know that the England players followed this very closely, watching the game last night. And, it's been described to me, their position is that they felt it was a terrible situation. Croatia as well. Marcelo Brozovic, who plays for Inter, will probably begin this game today against England, a teammate of Christian Eriksen. So it touches all parts of this Euros.
And you would have thought, Karen, I mean, I've just received a message that says there are provisions within this tournament because of COVID, actually, for 48-hour windows for games to be replayed or postponed and then take place. So there is a little bit of flexibility there.
Yeah, there is, and I don't think the players should have had to make that decision. I think the decision should have been taken out of their hands. It's not going ahead. You saw players going onto the pitch for the re-warm-up crying. You know, I'm trying to figure out how they did it. And for me, it should never have been in their hands. You know, football, yes, it's a sport, but they're human beings. And as Chris said, you know, Christian Eriksen was receiving CPR on the pitch. And that's not a teammate in that moment, that's a friend, that's a family. That's your guy. And it should never, in my opinion, have gone ahead. And the welfare of the players then wasn't taken into consideration. And I think that's what makes me feel a bit physically sick in that situation. As a former player, I think the decision should have been taken out of their hands and they should have looked after their welfare. And I personally don't think that was.
And we've touched on it, Chris and John, that the leadership shown by Simon Kjær, the Denmark captain, and also Kasper Schmeichel in not only how they protected Eriksen in organising their teammates to make sure they were around him, to try and give him as much privacy as they possibly could, how they went over to try and keep Christian Eriksen's partner informed as well through all of this. The leadership of the two of them, and I'm sure they don't want praise for this, but was remarkable in the circumstances.
No, they came forward and they led by example, didn't they? They were absolutely brilliant. And to get the players to stand around Christian Eriksen when he was lying on the floor, and then obviously go to sort his wife out to talk to her about, you know, and try and explain what's going on. And they were first class, yeah. They need a lot of praise. And as you say, they'll probably say, we're only doing what we should do. So, but yeah, I mean, it's just, when you think about it, Mark, we've never seen anything like that before, really. So it's the first really thing where you saw, you know, something like that. I have anyway, and I thought, what, you know, you can never actually think it because footballers are fit, you know, and whatever. And when you actually see it, and the reaction of the crowd, the other players, the players who were playing with it was just, as I said before, I don't know how them players went back on that park. I just cannot believe it.
Certainly it did jump out. We remarked on it last night. Kasper Schmeichel, everything he went through with the Leicester City helicopter tragedy, as many people will remember. You know, I think of him as well after the cup final here at Wembley on a different sort of level. What type of leadership he demonstrated there. Just the way that he carried himself in a moment of euphoria, which was a different kind of thing when the chairman Top came down, and it was Kasper Schmeichel who was at the heart of all that, wanting him to enjoy the moment here with Leicester City after what he had gone through. And then actually to see the scenes last night, I mean, we heard from Peter Schmeichel there, who must be very proud, I would think, of Kasper Schmeichel and the way that he's carried himself. Even though he didn't have the captain's armband on yesterday, Kasper Schmeichel, and yes, absolutely, Simon Kjær has, you know, also demonstrated great leadership there. But you know, that's the sort of thing you need at moments like that.
Jermaine Genius has joined as well, part of the TV commentary team this afternoon for England against Croatia, which we will build up to shortly on 5 Live. You were at Tottenham when Fabrice Muamba collapsed that day. You carry it. When you witness it, you carry it.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. It's that instant kind of shock that kind of hits your system. You know, I think just hearing Chris say something similar on the lines of it's not something that you see very often in top level sport anyway. I know kind of through getting more information on it, this is something that is continually happening, you know, down from grassroots level right up to, you know, top level football as we've seen yesterday. But there is something that just hits you immediately, and you know, then you start thinking about his family and so on and so forth. And you know, I was really shaken up yesterday, I have to say. I was frantically kind of searching for information to find out if he was okay, or a signal or some kind of sign that told me that Christian was going to be okay. And I mean, thankfully we got one in the end, and just hopefully it just continues.
But the shock is still there today, and it will still be there for some of these England players this afternoon, won't it, Jermaine? You would imagine who are his friends.
Yeah, look, the shock, the way I'd explain it is this, is yesterday, how any games took place, I don't know, if I'm totally honest. I was looking at the Belgian game as well, initially, and thinking that can't go ahead. Not only there are so many players that are very close to Christian in that team, but even just as a footballer, as an athlete, as a human being, watching something as tragic as that was at that particular time, you can't just switch your mind off and on in that way, emotionally, and that affects you physically when you're trying to go into elite tournaments. So I don't know how that happened with regards to them playing that game yesterday, and it should have been taken out of their hands, in my opinion. I don't think it should have been any type of discussion between federations or captains and so on and so forth. UEFA should have just said, this is not right, we'll play the game tomorrow or another day. Now, I know I personally felt lifted and a bit lighter the minute I started to get good news and things started to seem that actually Christian's in recovery, he's happy, and the Danish FA have been brilliant in giving the information with regards to kind of how he's doing. So as much as it's still kind of there, I think today would be there is that feeling of, okay, let's get things going again, and I think the players knowing that Christian is feeling better and recovering would be in a place that they are focused and ready to play these games today.
And we spent a lot of time, just a final one on this, really, and if we hear any more news on Christian Eriksen throughout the afternoon, we will let you know here on 5 Live. On everybody else that we mentioned, that would have been incredibly hard for the opposition. That would have been incredibly hard, Jermaine, for Finland yesterday.
Yeah, it's like I said, I think first and foremost, it's a human thing, isn't it? When you see something as tragic as that, your instinct is just panic and worry. I think the Finnish players were, as well as the fans as well, were brilliant throughout. The way they handled themselves, the level of support that they shown. I think going into the game would have been very weird, would have been very strange. Just the ability to focus, knowing kind of what was going through the opposition's mind, the feeling in the stadium, I'm guessing, would have been very different as well. It would have just been a very, very tough evening and afternoon for everybody involved. Unfortunately, they were put in that position to have to deal with that. That is the issue there, and as players, all you can do is commend them on the fact that they dealt with it professionally and to the best of their ability at that given time. But as I said before, it shouldn't really been a situation that the players or the staff or anybody really should have been put in. The game should have been replayed at a different time.
We do have a game this afternoon, and we will now focus on that in the sunshine here at Wembley. England against Croatia. Jermaine, we've got you for a few more minutes. So how do you view this afternoon?
I think it's going to be a tough afternoon. I really do. I don't think England are any kind of rhythm as a starting 11 to be sat here thinking, well, we can go out there with the players that we got, because individually everybody looks at us and goes, you know what, we can take any team apart, but they've hardly kind of played together. We're very unsure as to kind of not so much the system, but the players that are going to fit into that system. And you know, an area of the pitch that I keep looking at in the heat of today, that midfield of Brozovic, Kovacic and Modric. I mean, one's got 120 odd caps, one's got 50 odd, one's got 60 plus. Probably been playing together for the best part of 5 to 8 years. They know each other's game inside out, and this Croatia team hasn't changed much over the years either, and continuously been going to major tournaments in doing so. Flip side to that, we're a bit brand new, we're a bit fresh, which has pros and cons to it all. I think if we're going to win this game, it'll be the depth that we have in our ranks. It'll be Gareth Southgate turning to the bench and going, well, I mean, we haven't got the starting lineups yet, so I'm assuming, but if he turning to the bench and going, Marcus Rashford, Jack Grealish, Jadon Sancho, can you come on and have an impact on the game? I'm not sure that's what those Croatian defenders are going to want to see in the 75th minute in this type of heat today, so that would be something that I think as an England side and Gareth Southgate will lean on.
I feel like, Chris, what I've learned from doing so many tournaments is that you can spin a squad any which way you want. too settled, not enough options on the bench, too many options. Oh, you don't know what your regular starting 11. I mean, that's the way it goes. I've read, Jonathan Northcroft, who's fantastic in the Sunday Times this morning, wrote his column pointing out that whichever way you look at the permutations for a starting 11, I don't know if he's done this for every single player, but however you set your starting 11 up, they'll have never started an England game together before. However you flip it. So that's one narrative I've read this morning.
I think with England, listen, I think we all cry out for players should be playing, whatever team he names. There'll be players who you think, why is he on the bench, why is he not starting? But some people who think, well, he's relied on these for a few years and give them a chance. With England, we don't know. Listen, Croatia are an aging team. Yes, the midfield has got a lot of quality. Well, the three lads in there are top-class players. The problem scoring goals. They're not the best. They're not the best against defending set pieces, which we're normally strong at. So there is a lot of advantage which sway to England. But I think the biggest problem for England today is going to be the heat. I don't think England like it. They like to play a good tempo. They let you go and get the ball back. And as if you watched in the last few games England have played, they've run out of legs after 30-35 minutes, and then they come again for a bit in the second half, then they run out of legs again. So that would suit Croatia if they can stay in the game. I think the first goal, I know it's a little cliche where people say first goal is important. I think if England get it, I think they'll go on and win, because I don't think Croatia want to come out and press. I think they want to play the tempo, keep the ball. They don't want to go chasing England. So if England score the first goal, I can see them going on and winning it quite well. But if Croatia score first, it's going to be a long afternoon.
Karen, I mean, Jermaine talks about what's on the bench. Eddie Jones, the England Rugby Union coach, not long after he took over, refused to call them his bench or his subs or his reserves. Under Eddie Jones, they became the finishers. The idea being that they have as much effect on a game as this starting 15, and that they come on when players are tired and then do their job and pulverise the opposition. Is that how we need to look at this England squad, do you think, as Jermaine mentioned? Because whoever doesn't get picked, they'll be, I can't believe you haven't picked. I can't believe you haven't picked. And yet, if you look on them as the finishers, then they'll be as relevant as the first 11 names on the team sheet.
Well, I'm sure Gareth Southgate will tap into their mindset in that aspect, where sometimes as a player someone will go to me, would you rather play 60 minutes and kind of see out the game where it's quite tentative in a chess match, or come on for the last 30 minutes where the game opens up and you can go and express yourself? So there'll be match winners in that 30-minute period. As the guys have said, it's hot. I'm in the shade at the moment and it's 28 degrees pitch side, and the England lads have just come on. It is going to be absolutely boiling. So that last 30 minutes of the game where you can bring on fresh legs, where the game's a little bit stretched, where you got your match winners coming on, actually it might be in your benefit to have that type of bench ready to come on and change the game, because that's what it's going to need. Because the opening game, as we've all said, it's going to be tense. We don't know fitness, don't know legs. It's always really, really edgy, the first game. So the last 30 minutes are going to be really vital for this game today.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Karen. We're sitting here in our position, which is right opposite the tunnel. And indeed, the England squad now are getting their first touch of the hot sunshine on the pitch inside Wembley Stadium. They look as relaxed as they can be at this position, so close to kick-off. It's all blue for England, blue T-shirts. Harry Kane walked out very casually alongside Kieran Trippier. Actually, they were at the front of the line, and now they're all out there just gathered next to the centre circle, just little chats together in little groups, and thinking about what's coming up over the course of the afternoon.
At the risk of making either of us look stupid here, Jermaine, is Luka Modric the threat he was in the World Cup 3 years ago?
Yeah, thanks for that. The way I'm going to say, he's not the threat he was at the World Cup. I would say no. I do look. Today's the kind of game, though. It's a passer's game today. It doesn't feel like a dribbler's game today. It doesn't, I think that pitch will dry up in no time. In terms of reserving your energy in the latter stages or even during the game, and Chris spoke about tempo and dictating that. That is Luka's game. Luka can dictate a game, whether he wants to do it from deep or whether he wants to play a little bit higher up the pitch and try and affect things. Has he got the artillery at the top end of the pitch to be kind of really hurting England in the way that he wants. I know he's got Perisic on one side and possibly Rebic on the other, depending on how they set up. We don't know yet, but essentially he will have lost something, Luca, in whether it's a turn of pace here and there, but his intelligence, his game management, his experience. We're talking about a guy who was back here 2008 playing for Croatia when they knocked us out of even being able to play in the European Championship. That's how long he's been in that Croatian midfield. So he's had every experience, and I just feel like he's going to relish today. I feel like already that being back in England, knowing what the English media are like, knowing what the English fans are like, he can give a lot of that information to the dressing room, as Kovacic knows as well now, and he'll get them on the right side of how they can, I suppose, keep this crowd quiet.
Could you hear Karen, by the way, giggling as I asked you that question in relief that it had come to you and not to her? Could you hear that?
I couldn't, but I hope she's very impressed with how I kind of swerved and navigated my way through you setting me up.
JJ, always impressed, always impressed.
Thank you. Cheers, Kaz.
Just as a point on that, what you're saying there, Jermaine, about our media, Luka Modric actually spoke to us early on yesterday afternoon at the video conference, and he was asked about that question about, do you remember the semi-final when there was that suggestion from Luka Modric that the English were arrogant? So he was asked about that again ahead of this game, and he said no, I wasn't referring to the England players or the England squad. What I was referring to were the people around the England team, and what I mean by that are the journalists and the commentators.
Yeah. Me, basically, is what he was pointing the finger at.
But don't worry. You and me. All of us.
When we beat him today,
Chappers,
I'm going to send him a lovely little message. I'm going to send him that back to him later on, just to say, there you go, Luca, deal with that.
Jermaine, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Always
Jermaine
a pleasure.
is part of our TV commentary team this afternoon. The game live on BBC One and here on 5 Live. Regular listeners to 5 Live Sport will know that John Murray, when he plays cricket, models his game on Chris Tavares, and Ellie, England could do with a John Murray in their batting lineup, really, if he's Tavares-esque.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say that he modelled his game on Sir Alistair Cook, who's sitting next to me in the commentary box, because that would have fitted very nicely.
No, I think that would be incredibly unfair on Alistair, that, really.
I think, to be honest with you, I'll take Tavares.
Just to tell you what we're doing, we're sitting here at the moment looking at an empty Edgbaston. Actually, there's still quite a lot of fans in the stands, sitting around enjoying the sunshine, doing a little bit of sunbathing. Not got any cricket to watch.
Got the football, haven't they? They're going to show
They've
the football at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, they are. They're going to show the football on the big screens. I think around. I don't know whether they will actually inside the ground, but certainly in the concourses of the ground. So it's a good way of Edgbaston selling some more beer, because the game is all over. It was all over in an hour. This morning, so before the first scheduled drinks break, which was not a good look, and actually England lost their final wicket before the scheduled start of play. I think 10:59 that wicket went down. It was Ollie Stone, very first ball of the day, caught behind off Trent Boult for 15. So England all out for 122 without adding to their overnight score. So 38 New Zealand needed to win. They lost 2 wickets on the way. Devon Conway fell to Stuart Broad, caught behind for 3, and then Will Young bowled by Ollie Stone for 8. But they got there 41 for 2, winning by 8 wickets. Matt Henry, the player of the match. Devon Conway, New Zealand's player of the series. Rory Burns, England's player of the series. England lose a test series in this country for the first time in 2014. So, Alistair, it's not good, is it?
One. Thanks for bringing it up. No, it has. It's been a poor 2 weeks of the England team. They knew there was a great challenge this summer against 2 good sides, best 2 sides in the world. That's the reason they're playing in the world final next week. But England are traditionally hard to beat at home. Got a great home record. But actually, if it wasn't for the rain at Lord's, I think that England would have lost that game as well. And they've been pretty much outplayed all game here, not by massive margins each session, but just enough that New Zealand edged ahead. And then when the pressure came on with England's batting in this second innings, they folded. And it's a bit of a common theme, isn't it? When the pressure comes on with this side, they can't withstand the pressure. And people, there's so, as always when England lose, the debriefs, the post-mortems happen, but it's worrying.
Has there been a problem of performance? I mean, it obviously has been, but is the selection at the heart of all of this? That actually, I know Michael Vaughan is very keen to say, right, we need a settled team. We need to have a team where, on the first day of the Ashes, England will know who their team is going to be. And I'm not getting hung up constantly on the Ashes, but actually that this is the time when you should be building if you want to build towards that.
Well, whether you want to blame COVID or you want to blame bubbles or whatever you want to do, England had a bit of momentum going. Last year they won a good series at home against West Indies, as you'd expect. It was a good series. Pakistan, same group of players that went to Sri Lanka and started and won there, which is a tough place to win. 1-0 up in India, and then suddenly, since that first game, rotation, players have left, players have gone in, and we haven't played the same team as that, and they've lost momentum. They've kind of messed around a little bit of Test cricket, and we end up here with lots of unanswered questions, so close to a very, very big series against India, and of course Australia there. So it's a lot of thinking and work to be done by this team. Yeah, absolutely. 5 big Test matches against India to come. And Chappers, it was interesting listening to Joe Root being interviewed by Aggers earlier on, who said to him, does it frustrate you that you've got Jos Buttler playing for Lancashire this week, you've got Sam Curran playing for Surrey, you've got Johnny Bairstow playing for Yorkshire, when they could have been playing Test cricket? So Joe Root said, well, that's the situation we're in. But he didn't sound particularly pleased to me when he was asked that question by Aggers.
A diplomatic answer at best, doesn't it, Ellie? Thank you, Eleanor Lloyd and Sir Alistair Cook. This England squad, when it comes to the football, remember, full of right backs, and the way to get 2 of them in the team is to play one of them at left back. John Murray.
Yeah, the team news has been announced, and Gareth Southgate, as Mark suggests, has picked Kieran Trippier as his left back. I'll run you through the team in full. It is a back 4 in front of Jordan Pickford. So that 4 is Walker, Stones, Mings and Trippier. Rice, Phillips and Mount are the midfield 3, and then Foden, Sterling either side of Harry Kane. So that brings certainly confirmation that neither Harry Maguire nor Jordan Henderson are fit. I'm just looking on the list of substitutes. Henderson is there, so Jordan Henderson is named among the substitutes. But yeah, the big decision is Kieran Trippier at left back, with neither of the left backs in the squad picked to start. So Shaw and Chilwell are both on the bench. Are they? No. Chilwell is not there. So it's just Luke Shaw who's on the bench.
Not on the bench.
So that suggests there's a problem with Ben Chilwell. So no Grealish, no Rashford in the team, and they are both named among the substitutes. And Raheem Sterling gets a place in the team, as has been speculated this week, despite the indifferent season that he's had by the standards of his recent seasons. But he is the most experienced man in this squad in terms of caps. Mings chosen to partner Stones in central defence. I wonder how much the picking of Trippier at left back has a connection there with Tyrone Mings playing. The system as well, we wondered about that all week. It is 4-3-3. And the other thing that we have to take into account as well, in the light of our earlier conversation and the events of the last 24 hours, former teammates of Christian Eriksen, Harry Kane, Kieran Trippier, Kyle Walker are all in the team, all starting this match. So I'll run you through the Croatian side in a moment or two, but I guess you'll want to reflect on that with Chris.
Well, yeah, Chris Waddle and Karen Carney with us. Karen is pitch side. Chris, so 5 minutes we were saying, look, whatever side he picks, people will go, I can't believe he hasn't picked. I can't believe he hasn't picked. And maybe we should all calm down a bit because of the options in the squad. But I can't believe he hasn't picked a left back at left back.
I'm amazed as well. I don't get it. All right, one's injured. Obviously, he's not done. Chilwell must be carrying some kind of injury. But Luke Shaw's had a great season for Man United. Got himself in the squad, and you thought, well, he's going to start left back. We all thought he was going to start probably ahead of Chilwell, to be honest, especially in a back 4. I don't see the reasons. I don't get what he sees with Trippier being a right-footed full-back playing at left back. I don't get it. Is it tactical in some reason? Mings is playing but I can't see the link on that. I don't see why he needs to play a right-footed left-back. I don't get it. There's a reason, and I'm sure he'll explain why, but for me it's bizarre.
Karen, just talking to Jermaine when Ellie was talking to Alistair Cook when the team news came out, the only thing Jermaine said as he left to go to the TV commentary position is that if Trippier comes inside on his right foot, he can fire the balls into Kane maybe rather than going on the outside. That was the only thing he could think of about maybe why you would have a right footer at left back. But even then, I think he would admit that's slightly clutching at straws.
Yeah, there's clearly no balance, but the only thing I can think of is set plays. Look, at international level, and we saw it in the World Cup, how massive set plays are, and Trippier was really key in those deliveries. So I'm thinking, when you're picking up the team, the strength of Croatia, they've got some quick wide players, so Trippier is good in that. Yes, there is no balance, and it's not a left-sided player, but he's good on set plays as well in taking his delivery. And I wonder, is that a factor as well? He has had a good season. He can play on that side, but the balance is worrying. But I'm thinking, again, manager, when you look at how games are won at international level, set pieces are massive, and I wonder, has that gone in his favour for him to be in the team as well?
We don't know there's a problem with Chilwell, John Murray, do we? And 3 players have to be left out because you can't have all 26 on the bench. You can only have... Well, not 26 on the bench, but you can't have 15 on the bench. You can only have 12 on the bench. So no Chilwell, no Maguire, and no Jadon Sancho. That's the other one who isn't on the bench. Both the goalkeepers are on the bench.
Yeah, that's right. And it wasn't flagged up in advance. Everyone was present and correct. The last training session yesterday, as far as we were aware. And... but I think you have to assume that there is an issue with Ben Chilwell, the fact that he's not involved. We'll keep an eye out for him when
do you
the
assume there's an issue with
Jadon?
Do you assume there's an issue with Jadon Sancho as well then?
I don't know, to be honest, Mark.
Listen, the only bloke who can tell was Gareth Southgate, and we'll hear, I'm sure, today sometime why. Is Jadon Sancho, was he ill the other week, John? He was ill, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he then played on the Sunday.
Yeah, but did he get a reaction from that in some way?
But he's been involved in training this week.
Right, but it's bizarre how he's decided not to even put him on the bench, where he's a player on his day can change a game. So, we'll find out, obviously. There's some, as we say, some decisions you just wonder, but I'm sure he's got an answer.
John, do you want to do the Croatian team? That would seem the correct time to do it right now?
Yes, it is pretty much as we were expecting. So Livakovic is the goalkeeper. Back 4 of Vrsaljko, who's got lots of experience but has had injury problems this season. Central defenders Vida and Chaleta Tsar. Interesting at left back, Gvardiol plays at left back, who has been on loan at Dinamo Zagreb this season, having been signed by RB Leipzig. So he's going to join RB Leipzig, but he's only 19 years old, the left back, and this is only his second cap. In midfield, as discussed, Brozovic, the Inter Milan midfielder, so teammate of Christian Eriksen's, Modric and Kovacic, Champions League winner with Chelsea. And then Perisic on the left-hand side, Kramaric and Rebic are the other 2. Now, Chris, you feel that Rebic might well be the man through the middle and Kramaric on the right, but they could do a couple of things there, couldn't they?
Yeah, the Rebic, they've had a problem finding a number 9. Kramaric is a player who likes to play off a striker around him rather than play high as a number 9. Rebic can play up there because he's got pace, but he's not the best at holding the ball up. But he has got a lot of pace, and he finished the season really well for Milan, scoring a lot of goals in the last 15 games. So you can see maybe Rebic starting up front and Kramaric starting on that right-hand side.
And is there a connection there with Kieran Trippier's choice at left back? The fact that Rebic and Kramaric are the 2 players on that side for Croatia, do you think?
Well, to me, I don't see if Rebic is playing right side or Kramaric is going to play right side. Why can't Luke Shaw mark a player like that? Is he, it's not Lionel Messi. I don't get that at all. So, I mean, if they're looking to say, well, Trippier's a better defender against someone like Rebic, who likes to run at you, he's very quick and direct. I'm sure Luke Shaw could easily handle that as well. So I just don't get this left-back bit.
Let's bring Jack Wilshere into our conversation with us this afternoon on 5 Live. Afternoon, Jack.
Hi guys, how are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you very well. What stands out for you when looking at this England starting 11?
I feel I can't get my head around the left back either, but at the same time, let's get one thing straight. Kieran Trippier is a great player. He's just won La Liga with Atletico. He's a good player. I feel it's a more defensive move by the manager. I'm not saying that Luke Shaw or Ben Chilwell can't defend, but I think they'd give you more options, obviously, with a left footer going forward. But yeah, apart from that, I mean, obviously the one that I wanted to see was, well, the two that I wanted to see. One's playing Foden, and the other one would be Grealish. But I'm sure we'll see Grealish at some point during the game.
Would you have started them both?
You know, I've been thinking about this for the last week or so, and with it being the first game against probably the best team we'll face in the group, it would have probably been too much of a risk. I was thinking maybe you could play Rice on his own and then bring Grealish in with Mount, and I'm sure that will happen going forward, and maybe when we play Scotland or the other team in the group. So I don't know, it's a difficult one, but with it being the first game, I think it's important, and we're playing against a good team. I think it's important we have a strong base defensively, and then we've still got attacking players on the pitch who can cause problems.
Do you think, Chris Waddle, that the first game of any tournament, we've probably had this conversation many times over the years, the first game of the tournament is always a must not lose, or given the way this tournament works out, you know, win one game and you're virtually there into the knockout stages?
No, I think you go out to win. I don't think there's a plan in your mind, but I think I think the places are very cautious. They don't want to make a mistake. They don't want to, so you end up probably not expressing yourself as much as when you know you need a result. That's a different way of thinking. When you go out, you think we've got to win this, so you know exactly what you've got to do. The first game is I've had it when we played in tournaments where you just say it's like, don't lose. We don't lose because you're still in the pack and you've still got a chance of you're planning your way through it. But you've seen teams who've lost already in this tournament. Russia last night, and they'll be thinking goal difference -3 already. They've got to basically win their next two games and score goals, and it's hard. So I can see this being a very cautious game, and I think he's had to play Rice and Phillips and Mount, who's got a lot of energy in there, because that is the strength of Croatia, the three midfielders. That is where they are at their best. So you've had to go up against them, and you're going to have to work them hard when they have the ball.
Do not lose, Karen, is a dangerous mentality, isn't it?
Yeah, especially when all the interviews I've watched, the group's been really positive. So then going in with a do not lose is quite a negative mindset, and it's something that you don't want to go into in the opening game. You want to be relaxed, you want to go in, be focused on you, and not have that fear, do not lose, because it's, as a player, it's horrible. And when I've played with England, we've had that attitude, it's gone against us. But when we've stayed in our lane, thought about ourselves, put our best foot forward, it's always worked in our favour. So I understand the message, but I'd even frame it a word of get a result. A result also means a draw. Getting a result here today just to build momentum and go on that is more, even just flipping that in its mindset in itself. But must not lose, I never really like that, and I don't think it suits this current group of players, and I don't think that would be the message in the dressing room, because they just seem a positive group, and I hope that we see that when they enter the pitch later on.
Just going back to what you said, Jack, about playing Grealish and Foden and Mount, would Rice be able to cope with that?
I think so. I think having played with him, having known him for a few years, the person he is, he thrives under that pressure. But going back to what you said about not losing the first game, you look at this squad and there's a few players with a bit of experience who've had negative experiences with England, but the rest of them are young players. So I think it's right to go in with the mentality to win. You know, obviously I remember back to that night in France, in Nice, against Iceland, and I think it's credit to Gareth Southgate, the job he's done. I think that was one of his toughest jobs coming in, is lifting the players, changing their mentality, and obviously coming back off the success of the World Cup we had. I think we need to keep that going, that positive vibes, that freedom of playing without pressure, and just try and play our own game. I mean, you know, you look at the players we've got, I feel we're good enough to match anyone in this tournament, and we have to believe that, and that comes from the manager, and he's done a great job so far of doing that.
When you talk to players, when you are involved, how do you think that he has changed that mentality? Is it partly the players that he has at his disposal, or is it the atmosphere that he has put in place to allow them to flourish?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. Obviously, having the players that he's got with the quality that some of these young players possess is going to make the job a little bit easier, but also can make it a little bit more difficult as well, because going into a tournament, as you said, there's a 26-man squad and all these players will feel that they should be playing and managing them. And you know, we're talking about players who've got price tags of £100 million now, so they're big players and big names in the game who want to play. So yeah, I think what he done really well was when he came in. You know, I was involved in a couple of squads with him. He changed everything. He brought in a new philosophy. I remember looking back to my first camp with him. There was a few new players that were in the group coming up for a first cap, and I think I had 34 caps then, and he sat me down and said, "Does anyone ever explain to you what it means to play for England?" And I thought, you know what, no one actually really has. Obviously, I knew it was my dream as a kid to play for England. So, you know, we sat down, we looked at the history of it, all the new players in the group, and I think just having that philosophy and that fresh thinking of, right, let's have a real go at this. Obviously, we haven't been as successful as a nation as we should have been over the past few years with the golden generation, and then in Brazil, in France, you know, we've always disappointed. So I think he looked at all of that and he took that into consideration, changed the whole staff, brought in psychologists, new physios, new everything, and it seems to have worked. So, as I said, let's keep that going into this tournament and have a real go at it.
Isn't it weird, Jack? I haven't heard that before at international level, but I've heard it at various clubs. You know, somebody goes into a club to do some work, and they says, "Do you know what? I just talk to the players, and actually they haven't been spoken to about, you know, what they may do well, not necessarily what they may do wrong, what they may do well, and actually, it is still an environment where you are learning, isn't it? Whatever age you are and playing the game. And therefore, players, it strikes me, seem to want to be taught and educated and spoken to and not left to their own devices all the time.
Yeah, and I think one thing that helped Gareth as well was his experience with England. He obviously had a negative experience with missing a penalty and going out, and speaking to him about that, and he was speaking to the group about that and how he didn't really feel prepared when he was going up for it, and he looked deeper into that and he got help with psychologists and people who could help him, and I think he's used that and brought that into the group, and fair play to the group as well, everyone's brought into it. I think looking back to my time playing with England, there's always a lot of pressure playing for your country, but I think it's how you manage that and how you can use that in a positive way, and I think that is the one thing that Gareth has done that other managers have failed to in the past.
Jack Wilshere with us on 5 Live this afternoon. Chris Waddle, John Murray and Karen Carney are with us here at Wembley. It's a 2 o'clock kickoff. You can watch it on BBC One, and if you want, actually go to the iPlayer and you can pick the game in HD, you can watch it in HD, and you can pick the 5 Live coverage to go with the HD pictures if you so wish. So that's an option for you as far as the football is concerned. If you want the tennis this afternoon, the French Open men's final will get underway at 2 o'clock on Sports Extra. Djokovic against Tsitsipas. Russell Fuller is in Paris.
Good afternoon. Novak Djokovic chasing a 19th Grand Slam singles title that would leave him just one behind Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal, and also he can do what neither Federer nor Nadal has so far managed to do, and that is win each of the slams at least twice. It is hot. It is sunny. I'm looking out at cloudless skies from the BBC commentary box on the Philippe Chatrier court. What a challenge for Stefanos Tsitsipas, playing in his first Grand Slam final at the age of 22. Could be the youngest Grand Slam champion for 12 years. And I'm delighted to say that Annabelle Croft will be with us for our commentary on 5 Live Sports Extra when we come on the air 45 minutes from now. Annabelle, good afternoon. 4 hours and 11 minutes Novak Djokovic needed to beat Rafael Nadal on Friday evening. And physically, it was a brutal match. Is that going to be an issue at all, do you think, this afternoon?
Well, he was asked that, and he doesn't think it will be, Russell. He said he's done it in the past. He did say his physio will have to certainly work his magic and get him ready, but he said he's going to take things slowly since that match to try and get himself ready. But, I think he's been a wall of steel, hasn't he? I mean, that incredible victory, as you said, so brutal over Nadal. Yes, it was very physically demanding, it was mentally demanding, but it does take him that much closer to chasing down that record of Federer and Nadal with 20. But he's up against a real young pretender who's pushed him here to 5 sets last year, and of course took him to 7-5 I think in the third quite recently in Rome. So he certainly has the game for it.
Yes, he proved that he can push him close. He served for the match in Rome but ultimately lost, and it's just the contrast in experience, and you wouldn't expect anything else when you're talking about a 22-year-old. But when you're playing a first Grand Slam final against a guy who's in a 29th Grand Slam final and is as great as Novak Djokovic, then a big part of this is mental, isn't it?
Definitely, and I'm not sure any of us know the answer to how Tsitsipas is going to cope when he's in that first Grand Slam final. We know how much he's dreamed about it. He was very emotional when he got through that semi-final against Zverev. He said, I've been coming here to the French Open since I was very little, and these are the moments that I've dreamed of. I think he always has felt it's his destiny, and he's played stunning tennis, and he's had more tour-leading victories, I think, on the tour than anyone else this year, and 22 of those wins have come on the clay courts. He loves it, but he will have to do it over the long haul, and that's not going to be easy. But remember, when Djokovic last beat Nadal back in 2015, he then went on to lose to Wawrinka. So maybe that's just a little bit of something that Tsitsipas can hang on to as well.
And what should his strategy be, Annabelle? He was passive at times in his 5-set semi-final victory over Alex Zverev. Does he just need to go out there and play with aggression and a complete lack of inhibition, if that is humanly possible?
Well, he has such an aggressive mindset on a court, and he's also an artist, isn't he? He's got a lot of creative flair, but as you said, it sort of fluctuated, because I think it's very difficult to play that brand of tennis and that style, over best of 5 sets, and I have a feeling that Djokovic will give that backhand, even as beautiful as it is, it's a single-handed backhand, but it'll probably get quite a workout today. But I think he has to go for it. He can't be passive in this match today. He's not going to play or win against Novak Djokovic, who's won all those titles, 18 of them, going for his second here at the French and chasing down that history. He wants it so badly. He's not going to do that by playing passive tennis against Novak Djokovic, the world number one.
Annabelle, thank you very much. Looking forward to the final. The court has been swept. The white lines are glistening underneath the sun here on the Philippe Chatrier court. And just before we leave you for now, a word on Barbora Krejcikova, who's just completed the singles and doubles double at Roland Garros, along with Katerina Sinakieva. They've beaten Bethany Matek-Sands and Iga Swiatek to win the women's doubles title, and it means that Krejcikova is the first player to win the double here at Roland Garros on the women's side of the draw since Mary Pierce in 2000.
Thank you, Russell. And Annabelle, men's open final then at the French Open will be on 5 Live Sports Extra from 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock here on 5 Live. It will be Croatia against England. That's the kick-off time. That's where it gets underway. Continues to be swelteringly hot here at Wembley. And our build-up will continue after the latest BBC News at 3 minutes past 1 with Stuart Clarkson.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon. The Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab has insisted that the government does not want to yo-yo over COVID restrictions when it announces tomorrow whether all measures can be removed on the 21st of June. There have been calls for ministers to delay the proposed lifting of the remaining measures. Boris Johnson said he'll be guided by the data. Danny Altman is Professor of Medicine at Imperial College London.
We've got cases rising extremely fast, the highest rate that we've seen since the winter wave. We've got an R value around 1.4. We've got acute hospital trusts already operating at about 95% occupancy. So, a point where there's no wriggle room at all and no room for further disaster. And, not a good time to be playing chicken with the risk of another wave.
Tensions appear to be rising over the arrangements for post-Brexit trade between Britain and Northern Ireland at the G7 summit in Cornwall. The French President Emmanuel Macron's reported to have suggested to Boris Johnson that Northern Ireland isn't part of the UK. Here's the Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab.
We wouldn't talk about Catalonia in Barcelona or Corsica in France in those ways. What we want now is a flexible approach which looks at all of the provisions in the Northern Ireland Protocol, not just those that protect the EU, but those that protect free flow of trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The ball is in the EU's court. We're willing to be flexible and pragmatic, but they must come back with the reciprocal goodwill to make that happen.
In a final address to G7 leaders in Cornwall, the Prime Minister's vowed to build back greener and has asked the other nations to increase their commitments to combating climate change, including phasing out coal, more low-carbon vehicles and protecting nature and biodiversity. Boris Johnson was joined via Zoom by Sir David Attenborough, who warned the leaders that society could be on the verge of destabilising the planet. And the Danish FA says Christian Eriksen remains stable in hospital and has sent his greetings to his teammates. The 29-year-old collapsed on the pitch during yesterday's match against Finland. Clubs and players from across the world have been sending their best wishes.
Euro 2020. Wall-to-wall football.
The wait is over.
Back to Morel. Morel chips it in. More header! And Kiefer Moore has put Wales level!
Today on 5 Live.
From 2, England against Croatia. Then from 5, Austria versus North Macedonia. And at 8, Netherlands v Ukraine. Check 5 Live online or BBC Sounds for the full fixture list. Euro 2020.
On 5 Live and across the BBC.
The wait is over. Euro 2020.
With Mark Chapman on BBC Radio 5 Live.
And there is Harry Kane, and Harry Kane with a header gets the first goal. Maguire with a shot, and it's in. It's a second goal for England.
We all want one goal. We're all here for one goal, and that's to try and get as far as we possibly can in this tournament, because we know how big it is for the country. We understand what the country and what we've all been through over this last year.
Kane plays it across, now into the path of Mount. Mount with a finish. It's 2-0 to England. Beautifully done by Mason Mount. The shot from distance. What a fine goal that was. Superb from Phil Foden.
Just go out and play your football. I think you'll get the best out of each and every one of us when we've got a smile on our face, we're enjoying it, and we're just playing the game that we love like we was little kids.
So welcome to Wembley, England against Croatia here on 5 Live Sport. It is a 2 o'clock kickoff, gloriously sunny afternoon. Warm though, very, very warm. The DJ in the stadium at the moment trying to get the crowd going. Quite hard work to get the crowd going, given it's a socially distanced crowd really, and everybody is spread out throughout this huge stadium. So that collective atmosphere is a bit difficult to manufacture at the moment for the DJ. Kieran Trippier starting at left back is the main team news. Mount and Foden both start. Tyrone Mings will be alongside John Stones in a back four. Micah Richards, Chris Waddle and Jack Wilshere are with us this afternoon. Let's go out onto Wembley Way before we talk to them though and find out what the atmosphere is like with Ollie Foster.
Hi there, Mark. I'm actually 40 feet in the air on top of a hoist at the bottom of Wembley Way. An absolutely incredible view. The fans, the atmosphere might be a bit flat in there at the moment, but it is absolutely jumping out here. They're pouring their way towards the Wembley Arch. All the banners proclaim Euro 2020. They were all mothballed, of course, for 12 months, but it's very 2021 because they're clutching their liquid refreshment, they're clutching their lucky tickets, those who have managed to get in for this opener, and obviously clutching whatever proof they need, be it a double jab proof or a lateral flow negative, just to get into this match. What are we under an hour before kick-off? A lot of the team news being discussed as well, and you mentioned the heat pitch side there. Well, it's boiling out here as well. Certainly tops off weather. I can see two tattooed gentlemen bearing all. I wonder if they're going to put their England shirts on before they make their way into the stadium. But should be so much busier, obviously, but only a quarter full, as you've been talking about. But it just looks and feels absolutely wonderful that here we go, the England fans back in the old routine and making their way into Wembley.
Ollie, thank you very much. Yes, it's the kind of weather that I would imagine if Micah was here with us, he'd just have a vest on to show off his guns. Afternoon, how are you?
Good afternoon, how are we all, okay?
Yeah, we're good. Are you?
Yeah, brilliant. I'm all good, chappers, I'm all good. Can't wait for this, absolutely brilliant.
You name dropped on Friday night when we were on, saying you texted Roberto Mancini to say good luck before Italy against Turkey. I just wonder who you've texted to say good luck to this afternoon.
Yeah, just the Grealish I have, you know we're very close, chappers. But unfortunately, he's not playing, is he? Absolute, I can't believe it. But yeah, that's for another time.
Well, no, it isn't. I mean, there are 2 points to it, which is what we've been discussing, which is if you play him, where do you play him and who do you play him in instead of? But also, given the heat, given the weather here, that actually that option off the bench, the finisher, as the England Rugby Union team call them when they come on from the bench, he could be a threat for the last half hour.
Yeah, but what people don't seem to understand at times, I understand having Phillips, brilliant player, I've sung his praises all season. Rice as well was a shorter start, but people that keeping the ball is just as good as having defensive midfielder in there. Like if a team can't get the ball off you, make them do the running. You've seen how many people and players Jack can occupy. You've seen how many fouls he wins and slows down the games. You see how many times he gets into areas where he wants to receive the ball on the half turn. So I just don't see it. We've all fallen into that trap now of, we're playing Croatia, what happened in the World Cup, we've got to give them respect. Like, this is one of the best in terms of players that I've seen England for a long, long time, and now we've fallen into that defensive trap now. Croatia will probably dictate the play of the game, and I just don't get it. Obviously, Trippier, I don't mind Trippier playing left back because he'll do a good job. I heard Jack Wilshere say earlier, he's a very good player, but what people don't understand, when you're playing fullback, your body positions are completely different. Even just like when you're trying to come out with the ball, like he will come on inside a lot of time in his right foot. There might be a ball down the side that he can't play on his left foot. So I just don't see it, to be honest. I just don't see it.
This is a genuine question. This is not me trying to take the mick out of you. Would you find it hard to switch to left back?
I played left back probably about 5 times in my career, and they're the 5 worst of my career because it's just completely a different position. Like the way you receive the ball, the way your body shape has to be when you're defending. All right, Kieran Trippier is better technically than me, but he will still find it very hard. I mean, if you're practicing something every day in training on that right-hand side, to then go over to the left-hand side, and I know he's played in the wing-back for England before and left back at times, but you're not going to get the best out of him. Surely Shaw or Chilwell, we don't know if they're injured. Well, Shaw's on the bench. Chilwell, we don't know if he's injured, but I just don't understand why you wouldn't play a left-footed player on left back. The only thing I can think of is set pieces. We all know how good Trippier set pieces are. That's the only thing I can think, in these tournaments, a lot of goals scored from set pieces, and to have his quality in the side, that's the only reason I can see him playing there, to be honest.
Chris?
Well, I think I would have played Phillips and Rice today. I think Croatia, arguably, in this tournament, have got the best 3 midfield players. So I wouldn't. If Jack Grealish is great going forward, and and I can understand what I'm saying. He needs to be in the team to do that. But for me, he'd have to play instead of Foden, Mount, or Sterling. I think you couldn't leave Rice on his own with that midfield. Sorry, not for me. And as for the left back, I played with a few right-foot left back. Chris Hughton at Tottenham, who played it very well. Mitchell Thomas played, who was right-footed, basically played left back. They adapted to it really, really well.
Yeah, but
there's another.
Well, they was doing it on a consistent basis though for a while, especially the likes of Dennis Irwin. I'm not saying they can't play that. We've seen that Spinazzola for Italy the other day had a fantastic game, but he's used to playing that position to then go to a major tournament. You know what I mean? Okay.
I get what you're saying, but they've obviously looked at him in training and thinking he could do that. They wouldn't just think, I'm going to throw him in. He's played there a few times, we know that, but I wouldn't think they thought, no, we've got to throw him in. He's right-footed, but he struggles there. Surely they'd see that when they're doing the practice games and the training games, and surely they'd think, no, he doesn't look very comfortable at it. He must have obviously impressed when he's been there for them to say, no, we're going to go with it, because you've got to recognise left back. All right, Chilwell's not in the squad, but you've got Luke Shaw's had a good season with Man United sitting on the bench.
Let's move further forward and talk about Harry Kane, shall we? And obviously, this is a team sport, and England want to win the Euros. But Jack Wilshere, as you know him and as you've played with him, do you think he'll have seen what Romelu Lukaku did last night? Scored twice for Belgium as they beat Russia, and thought, right, gauntlet laid down in the race for the Golden Boot?
Yeah, 100%. Listen, let's be honest. He's a striker, and strikers are selfish, and that's not a bad thing. That's not me saying that he needs to pass more. That is in the team to score goals, and of course he'll be looking at that and thinking he wants to win the Golden Boot, because that's the level he's got to now. He's England's talisman. He's the captain. He's the leader. He'll be in the dressing room getting the players going, but of course in the back of his head he's going to be thinking that I need to score some goals. And listen, if he scores goals, it's only going to help England, so let's hope he can win it.
Do you think he's a different player, firstly, and a different individual, secondly, than the player who played in the Euros 5 years ago?
Yeah, I do. He was still one of the first names on the team sheet 5 years ago, but I think he's grown. Firstly, as a player, he's improved his game a lot, but as a leader as well, which I think will be key in this team, because, as I said before, there's not that much experience, and to have someone with his ability and his name in the game, leading the boys out and leading from the front, I think. Yeah, he's definitely a different player to what he was 5 years ago, and I think this is his tournament. If I'm honest, I think he's going to be looking at the other strikers, the top strikers, thinking, why can't he be the one who goes and scores the most goals, is the best player? Because that's the level. We've heard him speak recently with Gary Neville, saying he wants to get to the levels of Messi and Ronaldo, and this is where you get to them levels, and hopefully he can do it.
It's a single-mindedness, isn't it, Micah? There was an article on The Athletic this week as well, which, he's a massive fan of American sports, is Kane, and he has a friendship with Tom Brady, the quarterback, and he looks at Brady's single-mindedness, and he's also looked at Michael Jordan's time with the Chicago Bulls in the 90s. That goes. Jack mentioned the selfishness of a striker, but that single-mindedness, individual pursuit of brilliance and of being the complete player in whatever sport it may be.
Yeah, well, he's a top player. We've seen him, for the last 5-6 seasons be brilliant in the Premier League. But I think, for him to get to them levels, you have to perform in big tournaments. You see what Messi has done for Barcelona, Ronaldo winning the Euros, Messi's goal record's just ridiculous. And Harry Kane he's been so unfortunate, because he deserved to have won a lot more in his career. He's been so loyal to Spurs, and you have to be a bit selfish, because all the greats are selfish. You mentioned Tom Brady and Michael Jordan. They're two of the greatest ever, and if you want to reach them levels, you've got to set your targets high. And I can't speak highly enough for Harry Kane, but I just really want him to, like Jack says, this could be his tournament, and I really hope it is, because he is a fantastic player, and if he could just get one goal today, just give him his confidence, and then see where the tournament takes him.
Tactically, though, and I'll come to Jack first and then bring Chris in. Tactically, you know, in one of the warm-up games, he was dropping a bit like he does at Tottenham, and I know the ITV TV team that night, Ian Wright in particular, was saying they don't really want him to do that for England. Do you have any concerns he might drop Jack and then get in the way of Mount, Foden, those who might be trying to operate between the lines?
I think the game you're talking about, I don't think Foden or Mount were playing, were they? Maybe Foden was.
No, they weren't.
No,
Grealish wasn't that, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, and that goes back to what Marcus said about, you know, having players like Grealish who hold the ball, and you know, when you watch Grealish play, he appears all over the pitch, and same really with Mount, and I think that will work in Harry Kane's favour, because he can then stay high, try and occupy the two centre-halves of Croatia. But as well, he is really good at coming deep as well, and obviously we've got pace on the wings with, you know, Foden's quick, Sterling's quick. So if he does drop deep, you know, then you're looking at them two to make the runs behind. But yeah, hopefully I'd like to see him occupy the two centre-halves, let Mount get on the ball, let Foden get on the ball, find him between the lines, and then make runs from there, because it doesn't, let's be honest, when Kane's in the box, that's when he's most dangerous, and hopefully, yeah, he's gonna listen. The best strikers that I've played with have always stayed in the box between the goal. That's where you're going to score goals, and I know Kane likes to drop deep and pick up the ball. He done that a lot actually in the Euros in 2016. It didn't really work out for him, and he got criticised a bit. So, listen, as I said, he's a different player from then. He'll know his strengths, and he's a very intelligent player as well. So he knows when to come in. He knows when to run behind, and yeah, it's down to the players like your Mounts, your Fodens, the creative players, to find him where it matters.
I think he's a very intelligent footballer. I think when he comes off the centre-halves, it's a problem for a centre-half. No centre-half likes to come out that zone where they'd rather play up against him. He's not the quickest. Like I would say he's a strong runner. I wouldn't say he was very, very quick. So I think he thinks he's got a football brain, so he pulls people around. And it's a reaction of the other players. When Harry Kane comes off and gets that ball and gets half-turned, it's up to Sterling and Foden and Mount and them to think, if we make a run, because he is capable of passing the ball through to you, if you make a run, he can hit you. So it's up to them. I think what people criticise him for is when he comes too deep and he gets it and he hits it out to the full-back, and then by the time it gets down the well, he puts somebody in to cross it, there's nobody in the box. But he can't do both. You know, it's like saying stay up, but I think he's better when he comes off centre-halves. He's not a target man as such. He's not somebody who jumps up and wins a lot of headers and brings the ball down and fends centre-halves off. His movement gets the space, and it's up to other players, as I say. You know, with Tottenham, when he comes off, Son runs inside, and the next ball goes through the gap with Son or whoever's on the other side. They make runs forward, and I think that's what the players have got to bounce off him. Because as a centre-half, you wouldn't want to be dragged out off. You know, you like to stay there and think, I've got him here, he's 5 yards or 2 yards in front of us. You don't want to be pulled into the midfield.
Which was what, Micah, the discussion was about in the build-up to this game, about, you know, making sure that there were players with pace alongside him. So, and it wasn't just all the, well, ball players, for want of a better word. By the way, I have to say, Croatia have been out in the sunshine warming up for a good 5 minutes or so. Still no sign of the England outfield players. The goalkeepers have been out. They are in the shade, Chris. That's a good point. Some of that, half the team are training warming up in the shade, Croatia. The starting 11 are warming up in the shade. The subs are in the sun at the moment, but the England players are not out, bar the goalkeepers, who are warming up in the sun at the moment. Micah, yes, that's why someone like Sterling is picked this afternoon for that pace.
Chris makes a very good point. He's not just, you know, a target man. I think what a lot of people fail to remember is that he had the most assists in the Premier League, as well as goals. So him coming deep is not just because he's being frustrated. He's coming deep because he can create something. He just needs to not come a little bit too deep, because, you know, sometimes you're looking for them runs. The only good thing today, you'll have Sterling, and Sterling's one of the best at running in behind. Like, the reason why people don't give enough credit to Sterling because he misses a lot of chances, but he's always there. He can go off the right, he can go off the left. So as long as he don't go too deep, I don't think it's a massive problem. Foden as well can run in behind. You've seen him play all this season on the right or left, or even himself as a false nine. They've got a lot of fluidity up there as well. So I don't mind him coming deep as long as it's just not too deep.
Karen Carney's pitch side for us. You'll have heard a ripple of applause. You can hear Three Lions in the background. England came out just about a minute ago, Karen, led by Harry Kane.
Yeah, absolutely, it was good. And actually some of the new players, I'm not far from the family and friends, I think, so they went over and straight away waved to their family and friends. I think I'm now part of the goalkeeping team, if I'm honest. I've been hit by a ball from St Johnson and he's come over and asked me the timings because he's seen I've got a watch. I think I'm actually timing the goalkeeping session, but yeah, no, the England team have come out, they've gone straight into the shade as best as they can in their nice red jerseys, and I'm looking at Phil Foden's bright blonde hair, so I'm thinking how's he going to cope in the heat, but very exciting. The crowd's very much up for it when they came out.
See, Karen, they're using you for information. When Ian Dennis has had that pitch side role at previous tournaments, they've used him for target practice, so you're more informed than he is.
I've been hit. He's come over and said sorry, and then he saw that I've got a watch, and I thought, so I'm definitely timekeeping for them. So it's definitely a new role. I've never had this one before.
It'll be interesting though, Karen, won't it? Because I mean, you are in the sun at the moment, and England have started in the main by just warming up and doing little passing drills across the whole half of their pitch. It'll be interesting to see what the England starting 11 do and whether they copy what Croatia's starting 11 have done and come to this near side and warmed up in the shade.
Yeah, that would be, from my playing experience when we played in France and it was absolutely roasting, you don't actually need to be out there too long. You want to be out of the sun as much as possible, and that's what they're starting to do. The starting 11 have gone into that shade side, as you're right, the same as the Croatian team have, but you want to be out of it as much as possible because I am pitch side and it is absolutely boiling. It's 29 degrees and it's just going to get hotter and hotter, so they've got to stay out of the sun as much as possible.
I'm going to bring John Murray in again now, our correspondent and commentator here. I was told not to talk to you between 1 and 1:30 whilst you had your sandwich and drink and fully prepared yourself. You've remarkably for you, because you are one of the most meticulous eaters I've ever met, you finished your sandwich slightly early and you're ready to rejoin us.
Ahead of the game, and 2 points on what Karen was saying. I suspect that with Karen as opposed to Ian, target practice would be a little trickier with Karen than it would be with Ian. And also the other thing that strikes me about the way England have run out here, training tops, red shirts, very, very 1966, don't you think, for the training tops?
They look good, actually, to England in those red training tops and white shorts and white socks at the moment. Let's hear from one of the players in the England camp. Mason Mount has been talking to Kelly Summers.
Mason, your first ever senior major tournament with England and you're starting. Give us an insight into how you're feeling.
Yeah, obviously very excited. I don't think you can let the occasion get the better of you. Obviously we know how big the game is, but we're all confident. We're in a good state of mind at the moment and obviously looking forward to the game.
You spoke in the week about your admiration for Luka Modric. You'll be tasked with kind of stopping him this week. It was something England struggled to do back in Russia in 2018. So how will the midfield cope with that battle today?
Yeah, I've obviously had a little bit of experience playing against him this season already, so that always helps. But this is a different type of game. So we'll be doing everything obviously to go up against them and stop them as a team and now focus on what we can do when we have the ball.
England will play all of their group games here at Wembley. Over 20,000 supporters will be inside here today. What kind of boost will that give the players?
Yeah, it gives you a massive boost when they're in the stadiums, they're supporting you. Obviously it's going to be a tough game today, and with the added heat today as well, you know how hot it is right now. It's going to be an exciting game, and it's we're all looking forward to it. We're going to give it our all to perform to the best of our abilities.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Mason Mount there, Michael Richards, referring to previous games against Croatia. Does that World Cup semi-final have any influence, any bearing on this afternoon? I mean, the squad has changed quite a lot since then.
Yeah, it changed, but you always have a look back, don't you? I mean, we can always say it's a different game and different tournament and that sort of thing, but you have got still a few of the quality players in there. If you look at that game in the World Cup, Croatia was fantastic. The way they kept the ball, at times it was like men against boys. But I remember when Trippier scored that free kick, there was a chance where Harry Kane could have squared it to Sterling. I think it was, and the game could have been wrapped up. But after then, England sort of lost the confidence a little bit. So in some of the players' minds, it was still there. But revenge, this is a new team. We've talked so much about this exciting players. How you have to look at it, if you look at the Croatia squad and the England squad, how many players would you take out of the Croatian team? Not that many. Obviously, the midfield is very good. If you look elsewhere, you're taking all the England players. So I think they have to take confidence that it's a new tournament, it's a fresh start, and just go and believe that they can do something special.
I mean, if it was a league campaign and it was, the second game of the season, having lost the game earlier on, say in September, and you meet in January, I can understand the concept of revenge, Jack Wilshere. But as Mason Mount said, he didn't play in that semi-final. Phillips didn't, Foden didn't, etc. There are a lot of players to who revenge against Croatia is irrelevant, as they didn't even feature.
Yeah, I don't think revenge would come into. I mean, that's more for us fans watching, but I think Mika's right what he said. All the analysis that would have been done by Gareth and his team, they'd have looked back at that game because they've still got their star man in Modric, and we failed to stop him getting on the ball and dictating the game almost. And I think that's going to be key today. What I want to see is someone from England, maybe a Mount who can do that, get on the ball and hold it. I want to see England keep the ball. As Mika said before, the best form of defence is attack, keeping the ball. If we have the ball, then they can't score. So let's get on the ball. Let's keep the ball, be patient, keep possession, and build from there. Build into the game as well, because what it's like in the first game of a major tournament, especially being at Wembley, especially having the fans back after so long. There's going to be a lot of not anxiety, but a lot of pressure on the players going out there the first 10 minutes. So let's calm the game down, get on the ball, have a feel for it, and then take the game to them from there.
Jack, you was incredible on the ball. The way you used to get in, you remind me of the way of Jack Grealish. I said all year, like, you used to get on the ball in tight situations. Within this England team, do you think there's enough players in this team that are going to be happy enough to get on the ball? Because they just don't want to be defending. We want to be getting on the ball as well.
Yeah, well, you know what, Mika, to be honest, when I look at players of my stature, and I look at Foden, someone like that who, Foden's actually quicker than me, so he's probably a bad example, but I wasn't the quickest, so I used to want to get close to players, so I'd be more comfortable receiving the ball with players around me so I can feel them and move away from them in that way. But I think we've developed a lot of players like that now. Grealish is obviously the one who stands out in that. He buys so many fouls, he invites players to come and take the ball from him, then he nips it away from them. So, but yeah, I'm looking at Mount, Foden, Sterling is on his day, he's one of the best dribblers around. So let's hope that we have the confidence. We don't let them take control of the game. We take control of the game early, which sometimes in the past England we failed to do, and we sort of sat in and hoped for the best. But this team, as you said, have got definitely a lot. A lot of them are better footballers than what we've had in the past, and that's nothing against what we've had in the past. But they're better in them tight positions, receiving the ball, and I think over the last 10 years, academy football has changed, and now we're starting to see the Fodens and Mounts who come through them academies. So yeah, let's hope, Mika, we can get on the ball and dictate it.
Talk about how good the players are on the ball. I'm just watching the England starting outfield players just working in a box made of white cones that takes up maybe a fifth of the pitch, something like that, over on the far side in the sun. Looks like Bibs against non-Bibs. Karen, with Bibs being Kane and Wright. Oh, they've started to take their bibs off now, so it's a little bit harder. But it was because I just saw Calvin Phillips. He was Bibs, and he's taken his bib off, and as has Phil Foden as well. But that was 5-on-5 working in the box, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. A little small-sided game that just get the intensity going. But you're talking about heat. I'm looking at Kyle Walker. He's in like three-quarter, trousers. I'm like absolutely boiling, but each to their own. If he gets a performance out of it, fantastic. But just had a little bit of inside kind of scoop. I think Trippier, I do think he's in the team though for set pieces today. Of course, we've spoken about it. There is that non-left-sided player on that side, because both him and Sterling right-footed. But like I kind of said earlier, the England DNA is heavily based on set pieces, and I do think a little inside there that I think that's why he's in the team. Yes, he's had a fantastic season and he's been playing well, but set pieces are a big part of this England DNA apparently.
But Karen, do you think the DNA should be about set pieces? And I know international tournaments, there's a lot of goals scored from set pieces, but surely with this crop of players, we should be thinking about, well, let's keep the ball, let's starve the opposition, rather than focusing on, well, we're going to try get something from set pieces.
No, I don't think that it's solely based on it. It's a factor, and you have to factor in that international football. Because Kieran Trippier can keep the ball. He has played in that position. He's just won a title in Spain. He's playing well. Statistically, he's probably the best fullback out of all of them, if you look at his stats. And he has missed games because of his ban, but he's up there, and probably on paper he would be up there. But you cannot ignore set pieces. You cannot ignore that international level games are won on mistakes and set plays. So people have said, why is he in there? I think that is the reason why. I can't see any other reason, because like you said, it doesn't make sense. So I'm trying to think of a reason, and knowing the inside, I think that is it.
Might be a good time to point out that at the World Cup in Russia in 2018, England scored 12 goals and 9 of them were from set pieces.
They were indeed, and Karen is right about Kyle Walker. I mean, he's sort of channeling the late great Payne Stewart there with his sort of tracksuit bottoms being worn as +4s. I mean, if he had the cap on, he would. That'd be a Payne Stewart lookalike. Sorry, Micah.
What have you got on, Chappers?
I've got on shorts and a t-shirt. Is that all right?
I'm just asking.
It's hot, it's sunny, and I'm doing radio. There's no need to. I mean, some people would argue that I don't dress up for television either, but there's no need to dress up. Yeah. Hang on a minute. What?
You got invited to Wembley, and I didn't.
It's a long tournament, Micah. And while we're on the subject of what people are wearing, I know people will want to know this. Gareth Southgate today has gone for a plain black suit, white shirt, and blue tie with little white dots on it. So I think that's going to be the way that he goes for the tournament. I know some people are interested in this, Mark.
All right. Did you need to know that, Micah?
Well, I like that, yeah, because he had that free piece, the waistcoat.
Yeah.
It was brilliant, wasn't it? So he's changed it up with the black and white and the blue. Yeah, well, I wanted to know that.
I wasn't having that look that he had in the friendlies. Were you? I mean, that sort of knitted blue T-shirt with the suit. Were you having that? I mean, far be it from me to offer sartorial advice to anyone, but
I'm not taking advice off you when it comes to clothes, Chappers. Not at all.
Let's get back to the football, shall we? And we can hear from Luka Modric, though. Not everyone in Croatia has been very optimistic about the team's chances this time around.
I feel some bit of negativity around us, but we didn't have even worse atmosphere or environment before World Cup. No one giving us chances to go through the group. It was a lot of stuff happening around some players, around national team, a lot of bad stuff, and we didn't care. Our players was important for us, that we have belief, and not to be distracted what other people are saying. Some experts, some ex-players that were playing, that were in our situation, and now they are sending negative comments. But It's disappointing to read this stuff about us, but it's like this. It's important that we coaching staff and our players, we are believing that we can do something again.
How do you rate this current England side, particularly in your area in midfield and the forward positions?
I rate them very high. For me, for sure, one of the favorites of this tournament. They are playing at home most of the games. They have young, very talented squad. They have some experienced players. Everything will benefit them for this tournament. As a team, I like them. They have good coach who is with them now more time. For sure, this year, this tournament, England is, for me, one of the favorites. But that doesn't mean that we are not going there to try to play great game and try to get results. We showed in the past that we can and that we know how to play against England, and hopefully we can show it again on Sunday.
Your midfield counterpart for England, Declan Rice, made some complimentary comments about you this week, talking about the last time Croatia played England at a major tournament, the World Cup semi-finals in 2018. He said that he watched that match as a fan with his mates at a fan park in London. Now, 3 years on, he's lining up against you at Wembley tomorrow. What have you made of his progression?
He developed as a player a lot. Yeah, I saw him playing really well, very important part of West Ham. And now he's in starting 11 of England, which is saying a lot about his improvement. And he is a great talent. He has bright future if he continue to grow in the same way like he did in these years.
That is Luka Modric talking to Mike Williams. John Murray, it's a Croatian side who've lost a few players since the World Cup through retirement. So but they still have an awful lot of experience, don't they?
Yeah, Rakitic is not there anymore in the midfield. There's no Mandzukic up front, who, remember, scored against England in that semi-final. The goalkeeper, Subasic, has gone as well. And Vedran Čorluka, greatly experienced, who is actually part of the coaching staff now with Croatia. It means that there is a little bit of a question over the goalkeepers. I know that that's an issue for Croatia. And the other thing, again, we've talked a lot about England's left-back in this match. But, I think we have to mention again as well the Croatian left-back, Josko Gvardiol, only 19 years old, only his second cap. Borna Barisic of Rangers is one of the players who've been left out today of the 23. He might have been the left back, but not involved. So that is an area I think that will have to surely be of interest for England, even though Gvardiol is very highly thought of and will be moving to RB Leipzig this summer.
Former Croatian striker Ivan Klasnic joins us on 5 Live Sport. Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. We're very well. How are you? How optimistic are you about Croatia at this tournament?
Well, it will be a tough tournament because we didn't play good before the tournament, the last game. But, I'm very optimistic because we are always playing good against England. So, yeah, I hope we have a good result against them today.
Since the World Cup semi-final, and as we've just discussed there, and you will have heard, various players retiring, how difficult has it been to replace some of those players for Croatia?
Yeah, but if you see the striker Mandzukic is not playing, Rakitic is not playing, and some more. But I think we have still some good qualities, and the players who's playing now, they are still in a good in the clubs. They're doing really well. But England is playing home. England is favourite, and I hope we have a good result and then can go to the next game.
Ivan, what have the problems been then in their recent games? They've won just 2 of their last 9 then. You've mentioned that the form hasn't been great. They've drawn 2, they've lost 5. There's only 2 wins came against Cyprus and Malta. So where have Croatia struggled?
Well, I think at the moment we have a lot of chances, but we don't score goals. So if I see the last game against not Belgium, but against Armenia, I think first half we should it needs to be 7-0 for us.
Dejan Lovren has spoken in the build-up as well about the spirit of Croatia. He also talked about the spirit of Scotland, saying Scotland were actually the closest to Croatia in terms of spirit. So is it willpower as well as talent as far as Croatia are concerned? Do the Croatians believe they have more of that than the English?
Look, I can only say about for myself. When I played for the national team, I was always motivated because I'm very proud to play for my country, you know. And I don't know how it is in England, but we are a small country with 4.5 million. And I think who is playing needs to be proud to play and to give everything, to give not 100%, to give 200%, you know.
Ivan, thank you very much for joining us. Ivan Klasnic, Croatian striker, former Croatian striker on 5 Live Sport. John Murray and Chris Waddle, your commentary team for England against Croatia. It kicks off in 15 minutes' time. Jack Wilshere, Micah Richards, Karen Carney are with us as well. And Gareth Southgate has been talking to Kelly Summers.
Gareth, the wait is finally over. You start your Euros campaign here at Wembley. How are you and the players dealing with the expectation going into this?
Well, we're very focused on today's game and prepared tactically for the game. We know that everybody around us is hugely excited, and the players are as well, and we are as a group of staff. But we have to focus on the performance and put all the other noise behind that's around us to one side.
Looking at your team, starting with defence, no Harry Maguire, but it is a back four, and Kieran Trippier starts at left back. No Ben Chilwell in the 23 either. What can you tell us about those decisions?
Well, with Kieran, we feel a very experienced player, good one-against-one defender to stop crosses coming in. His communication and leadership, I think, will be a help. We've got changes in the back line, and I think that his experience will help us. With the 2 boys that are out of the squad and Harry Maguire, it's just unfortunate we can only name 23, and we've had to cover certain positions. So I don't like the fact we're having to leave players out of the squad in a major tournament. It's not fair on them.
In attack, we knew you had some very difficult decisions to make. Phil Foden, Raheem Sterling will play either side of Harry Kane. What do you hope they'll bring to this team?
Well, that was our front 6 in our games in March, and we had some continuity with that through those matches. I think they have an understanding. We've got fabulous depth to bring into the game. We know that Marcus Rashford, Jack Grealish are really pushing for starting positions, and we're going to need all of those players. This is going to be a game, you can tell with the heat, where substitutes are probably more important than ever.
You talked this week about wanting the nation to unite. Overnight, the FA released a strongly worded statement. How important is it to you and the players that you have the support of everyone inside Wembley Stadium from the off?
Well, look, we want that support. We know we will have it during the game. Whatever happens before is for individual people to decide. We know what we're doing, and our focus is totally on the football.
And finally, I imagine all of the thoughts of yourself and the players are also with Christian Eriksen and his family after what happened last night.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, we hope that he's recovering well, and our thoughts are with him, his family, his teammates, who I thought were incredible as well, and everybody involved with Denmark. We obviously have players that are very close with him and played with him, and that was difficult for them to watch. But thankfully the news sounds positive.
Thanks for your time, Gareth.
Thanks, Kelly.
Gareth Southgate with Kelly Summers. We're in full pre-match mode here at Wembley now. The scoreboard actually just a few moments ago sent a message to Christian Eriksen, which was applauded by the fans here in Wembley. A huge banner has been unfurled out on the pitch that covers the whole of the centre circle and stretches to the penalty spot in both penalty areas, saying London on it, picture of the European Championship trophy, and then various, it's upside down from our angle, but it looks like it's got various London landmarks on it, such as Big Ben and the London Eye, and both flags are at either end as well. They're just on the 6-yard lines at either end of the stadium. I'm sure they will be unfurled shortly as the scoreboard starts to show us moments from great European Championship finals through the years. We're just on 1976 at the moment as they do that. Just listening to that Gareth Southgate interview, Micah, he talked about Trippier for his leadership and his communication, and implied that would be valuable alongside, I'm guessing, alongside Tyrone Mings. But Tyrone Mings is the Aston Villa captain, so...
Yeah, but
Mings isn't short of communication and organisation himself, surely.
Yeah, but he's probably meaning to competition, football, and how far he got in the World Cup and how well he played in that tournament. So I understand we was all looking for answers. We had a lot of questions, and he's answered it. He's in there for his experience. He said communication and his one-on-one defending. So yeah, end of the day. Do I agree with playing a right-footed left-back when you've got 2 left-backs? No, I don't agree with it, but we have to accept it. He's the manager. He has to do and apply his tactics, and throughout the game, I'll be watching it to see how well Trippier does, because he's obviously got so much belief in him, and he's never let Southgate down. So, yeah, I mean, I can't say anything more on that, but to just accept it. And
although you should have corrected me as the president of the Jack Grealish fan club, because Grealish is actually Aston Villa captain, but presumably when Grealish is injured, Mings is captain.
I'm not like you. I'm not like you, chappers.
Dig myself out of the hole that I got myself into.
I don't like, me, chappers. I'm not like you. I don't like to dig people out. I'm a team player, unlike you, the dictator.
That is, wow, that is harsh. Take me. Honestly, I'm not even sure why we booked you for this afternoon. If you're not at Wembley, I mean, Jack Wilsh has given me all the insight I need. Take me, Jack, into what a changing room is like before the first game of a major tournament.
They'll be focused, as the manager said. They'll obviously be aware of all the noise, all the excitement, all the expectations. And they'll just be trying to focus on the game. I'm thinking back to my experiences, and even I just try and treat it, any game, like it's just any other game. But of course, it in the back of your mind, it will be, for a lot of these players, it's their first major tournament for England. They've dreamt about this as a kid. They're going to be living their dream. So they just, like I said before, I want England to start on the front foot. I want them to get the ball down and play and be in control of possession. Thinking back to that game in 2018, it was the other way around, and I think we'll see today how far we've come as a team, because I feel we can do that to them and keep the ball and dictate and probe, get the ball through the lines to our quality players. So they'll be nervous, but when the game starts, they'll soon settle down.
Jack, Micah, thank you very much. We'll have more from both Jack and Micah at half-time here at Wembley. Karen Carney, pitchside for us. Are you just turning around to take a picture, Karen?
I am,
are you taking a picture of the crowd behind you?
It's brilliant. The fans they're in really, really good form. They've all got their England jerseys on, singing away, looking at the flags as well. There's a Birmingham City flag, which I was taking a photo of, and Jude Bellingham as well. But yeah, it's just fantastic down here. Everyone's smiling, the atmosphere is fantastic, and just anticipating the teams coming out now.
I was going to say, it does, even though there are only 20,000 in, the atmosphere does feel like it's cranked up in the last 10 minutes. The England shirts and the Croatian shirts that were unfurled out on the pitch have now been rolled back up and are being carried down the tunnels by an army of volunteers. Some kids came out and they presented the ball, and that has been placed on the plinth by the tunnel opposite us. The London banner is the last thing to be folded up, and for us at Wembley, we're in a completely different position to our usual presentation and commentary position. So we're on the opposite side of the stadium, which means we have a direct view down the tunnel at the moment. We can see all the benches that have been prepared for when the teams come out, and as the London banner was folded up and the plinth just carried down with the ball on it, we could see the doors to the mouth of the tunnel opened as well, and we are now waiting for the players. We can see the Croatian side on our monitors. They're all in black at the moment. They've got black tracksuit tops on, black shorts with red trim and black socks, so they will be on one side of this tunnel as we wait for the England players as well, who have not come into view. But Chris Waddle and Luka Modric talked about this in the build-up to this, about how an atmosphere can favour a home side in something like this, and it was very quiet up until about 10 minutes ago, and then it has really cranked up.
Yeah, it does have obviously the atmosphere is good at the minute, but you've got to look at these players. Luka Modric played in front of Real Madrid fans, Barcelona fans. A lot of these players have played massive games, so they'll know how to handle a crowd. They'll be looking to take the lead, and if they can get the noses in front and the atmosphere can change, they'll know that as well. So first 20 minutes, very important. I think, as I said earlier, if England score, I think they'll go on and win quite comfortably, but if Croatia score first, it's going to be a long, long afternoon.
Just looking at the England players at the moment who are in the tunnel, obviously Harry Kane is at the head of there holding a pennant. Jordan Pickford is behind him. Kieran Trippier just rolling his head from left to right, and Tyrone Mings and John Stones are next to each other having a conversation as well as the referee leads the teams out of the tunnel. He's picked the ball up off that plinth, and England are coming out first on their own. One look to the skies and then a look to the stands as well from Phil Foden, with that Gascoigne-esque blonde hair that he has at the moment. And Croatia, maybe 3 or 4 seconds behind England, are following them out now with Luka Modric leading the way. If you want the tennis this afternoon, the men's singles final at the French Open between Djokovic and Tsitsipas, then that is on the BBC Sport website. Here on 5 Live and on BBC One, it's England against Croatia as England get their Euro 2020 campaign underway. If you want, go to the iPlayer, you can watch the game in HD and enjoy the commentary of Chris Waddle and our correspondent John Murray.
Thank you, Mark. Wonderful ovation as the teams came out from over 20,000 people inside Wembley Stadium. And here are the anthems. Some Croatian fans inside Wembley. The cameras have picked them out with their trademark red and white checks. But this will be much louder, obviously, for the anthem for England. So welcome everyone from our team, our BBC radio team here inside Wembley Stadium. And what a glorious English summer's afternoon it is. Blue sky, clear blue sky above Wembley Stadium. The white arch is absolutely gleaming, but it's hot down there on the pitch. Chris Waddle is with us. Karen Carney is behind the goal, so we'll be crossing regularly to Karen, who is down there in the sunshine on pitch side. And Chris, I'm not sure whether, I don't know who told Croatia what the weather forecast was going to be like. They were wearing coats, black jackets.
Yeah. Well, mate, that's something to do with the sponsors, John, I think, but...
well, they've got rid of them ASAP.
Yeah, it's a good cracking atmosphere, which, you know, I mean, it's been talked about Croatia, John, and they could use this as their final tournament for a lot of these players, so a lot of people are writing them off too early for me.
Yeah, Luka Modric, the captain. This is his 139th cap. Ivan Perisic, another former great at tournaments, 102nd cap today. Kramaric on the right side, his 55th cap. Kovacic is 68th, Brozovic is 60th. Lots of experience. In fact, this Croatian team, before kick-off, 630 caps. England, 327. Quite a gulf. So we're getting ready for the teams to take their places for the start of the match. Daniele Orsato, the Italian referee, is looking at his watch. Obviously, the whole issue of England taking a knee is about to happen again. The referee just walking across to speak to the England captain, Harry Kane. England are going to get us underway. Mason Mount moves into the centre circle and over the ball. The FA released a statement yesterday, a message to supporters, which said we should all be united in the fight to tackle discrimination, full stop, together, full stop. And the England manager and the squad could not have been clearer in their message that they want the crowd to support them and not to boo. Now, we know as well that Croatia, their players will not be taking a knee, at least that's the plan, and England now do take the knee. Well, certainly some booing in there, but a very loud ovation as well. And there's the whistle. And off we go at Wembley Stadium. England against Croatia on the third day of these Euros. England start out here at Wembley Stadium, all in white. The ball is fired down the left-hand side and out of play for a throw into Croatia, who are in the almost all-black kit with the red trim down the sides. It is only the third time that England have begun a major tournament at Wembley in either the World Cup or the European Championship. And you know what happened in 1966? Many more listeners will remember Euro 96, which ended for England here after that missed penalty by Gareth Southgate. Well, Gareth Southgate now is the manager in his black suit in the red seats on the far side, watching England begin against what, according to the seedings, is England's most difficult match in the group, against the World Cup finalists Croatia, who knocked England out in Russia in the last four of the tournament. Here's Vida, the experienced Croatian central defender with his blonde ponytail, heading the ball away. The ball is played forward. I think Trippier has taken a bang there, actually, just feeling his face. England have got possession with Declan Rice, and here's Calvin Phillips. Two of the players, 5 players in this England team that have not had the experience of playing in a major tournament before. Now here is the blonde-haired Phil Foden out on the right-hand side. Went in between 2 Croatian players, but loses possession, and now Rebic plays it forward. That's blocked by Walker, and England have the ball at the back. So Chris Waddle alongside us here in the commentary position.
Yeah, I think looking at Croatia, Modric is playing quite advanced behind Rebic, but they're not going to press too high. I think Modric, every time they lose the ball, England get it. He normally jumps alongside Rice. But it's a slow start. It's a bit scrappy at the minute, let's be honest. There's nobody really put 3 or 4 passes together.
Just to run through it again, the England team, Pickford in goal to our right. Walker, Stones, Mings and Trippier. Trippier the left back. If you've been out and haven't heard that news, that's the major talking point in the England selection. Trippier at left back. Chilwell not in the 23. Luke Shaw on the bench. Apparently Sancho, incidentally, is okay. The England people have told us that there is no problem with Sancho either. No fitness issue, not involved. Here is Raheem Sterling for England. Sterling, lots of talk as well about his place, whether he would be in the starting lineup or not. And here he is again, Raheem Sterling, who loses possession, but England take it up again. and in fact Sterling is picked up for a foul, and it's a free kick to Croatia halfway inside their own half. So to complete the England starting lineup, Declan Rice, Calvin Phillips and Mason Mount, and Phil Foden on the right, Raheem Sterling on the left, and Harry Kane through the middle. Golden Boot winner in Russia 3 years ago, but has not yet scored in the Euros. Didn't score in his appearances, his 3 appearances in France in 2016. And the Croatian side, Livakovic is the goalkeeper, Vrsaljko, Vida, Chaleta-Car and Gvardiol, the young left back, Brozovic, Modric and Kovacic in the middle, Kramaric on the right, Perisic on the left, and Rebic through the middle. So that answers that question, Chris, where Rebic would play.
Yeah, and Croatia's having a nice little spell, saying that to give it away. They had about 8-9 passes, and they're getting the ball back again.
Sterling's pass a little short, Modric was onto that. Now Rebic through the middle, AC Milan's Rebic. Now it's taken on by Kovacic, strong run to the edge of the penalty area. Ball goes out to the left-hand side, to the dangerous Perisic, who scored in both the World Cup semi-final and the final. Here he is again on the left-hand side. Rebic is in the middle. Perisic cuts back against Walker onto his right foot, then plays it back. Gvardiol is there. Little ball square from him. Hits the referee. Modric takes it on into the penalty area. Rebic now, but the referee says he had to stop play, even though Pickford made the save from the shot from Rebic. He had to bring the play back, the referee, because it struck him, and there'll be a drop ball.
Well, I think I've got to say, John, Croatia started quite well, haven't they? The first few minutes, obviously, it was scrappy, we said, but since then, Croatia are putting some nice passes and giving goals together, and he was unlucky there, Modric, because he wanted the advantage, but the referee already blew.
Yeah, drop ball, and he's actually saying, I'm just going to give this to you, Luka Modric, and he tells Declan Rice to step away, and then the ball is just dropped, and Modric plays it out towards the left-hand side. England 0, Croatia 0. So you're with us on BBC Radio 5 Live. The World Service are with us as well, listening from all around the world, and you can listen as well to live radio via BBC Sounds. First of our 3 commentaries today, again from the Championship. Austria, North Macedonia at 5, Netherlands, Ukraine tonight from 8. Sterling now in the centre circle, lays the ball to Foden, lovely touch from Foden on his left foot, curling shot, hits the post and comes back right across the face of goal, back towards Foden, and Croatia are able to clear it away. Thrilling stuff from the blonde-haired Phil Foden. Here he is again on the right-hand side, and then plays it back to Walker. So close to an opening goal in the 6th minute of the match, Chris Waddle.
It was a great throw by Trippier on his left-hand side, released Sterling into the centre circle. He had a couple of touches, give it a foul, one thing in his mind, cuts inside left foot, bends it, aims away, bends it away from the keeper. So unlucky, hits the post and comes out.
That really raised the crowd, raised the volume. Listeners to the BBC World Service joining us now on a beautiful afternoon here in north-west London, as Kyle Walker with a poor pass gives the ball away. Modric up towards Rebic, who hits the shot that takes a deflection but loops easily into the gloves of Jordan Pickford, with his blonde hair flopping now, his longer hair, all in yellow. I noticed in the tunnel he was talking away to himself. Did you see that, Chris? Jordan Pickford just talking to himself constantly as the ball's played over the top to Sterling, but he won't reach that and it bounces through for a goal kick.
He's a goalkeeper, Joe.
Yes, I suspect anyone who's played the game will probably get the idea, get the drift of what Chris Waddle is saying there. Chris, who won 62 caps for England, played in the Euros, played in the World Cup. We've got Karen Carney, 144 caps behind the goal. What's caught your eye, Karen, down there so far?
Well, actually, it's Jordan Pickford. He's absolutely screaming, constantly communicating to his back four, but it's probably the first time he's had to really shout because the crowd noise behind is just absolutely electric. And when Foden hit the post, it just erupted back here because everyone thought it was in on the opposite end. But a really good start, and we look really threatening on the counter-attack, England.
That's Karen Carney down behind the goal, just a few yards away from the pitch, and England with the ball at the back. Chris, you've seen a replay of the Phil Foden shot. You reckon it took a deflection?
Yeah, I think it did, yeah. It took a slight deflection which pushed it on the post.
Here's Mason Mount away down the left-hand side. Takes it towards the corner flag. The Champions League winner, Mason Mount. He's got his teammate Kovacic in the other camp today. Sterling now on the left-hand side. not yet scored in a major tournament for England. Raheem Sterling. Now Mount into the penalty area. Phillips. Sterling could be in from the angle. The challenge comes in from Chaleta-Sarr. There are shouts from the crowd for a penalty, but it's deflected behind for a corner. Sterling very nearly in there.
Raheem Sterling actually miskicks it. I thought he was offside. He could have got a free kick. As the ball comes through, John, he just steps up. It's tight. Lanes doesn't put his flag up, and he tries to drag the ball back. He ends up standing on it, and then it's cleared.
Actually, Chaleta-Sarr did kind of bundle into him there, but it's a corner. Mount is going to take this from the left-hand side. So first corner opportunity for England. The score is 0-0. Foden is next to the goalkeeper. Foden makes a run to the near post. Mount delivers it to the back post. That's headed away. It comes out for Phillips with a shot. The goalkeeper goes down, puts a block in. Not sure if it was him or whether it was a defender in front of him who blocked it away. But another chance, another attempt on goal from England.
Brilliant technique there by Phillips. Comes out. It's not easy to control a volley like that. 22, 23 yards out. Hits the target, that's all he can do, and it's a good reaction saved by the keeper. Come through a lot of bodies.
Yeah, nicely struck. Good composure from the Yorkshire Pirlo, as they call him. See his hair bobbing. Great day for him, great day for so many of these players. I mean, it's for Calvin Phillips certainly at the end of his first season as a Premier League player. Now here he is starting for England at the Euros. Foden on the left-hand side, still 0-0, but England. Foden's shot that was deflected against a post, Calvin Phillips' effort that was blocked, and England going back towards the halfway line. Stones forward to Foden, and as Foden tried to work it forward towards Kane, that was deflected out of play for a throw-in for England, halfway inside the Croatia half. Of course, they have played each other since the World Cup semi-final when England won here in the Nations League. Dramatic late goal from Kane. England coming forward, the ball to the back post, and that is headed away by Vrsaljko, who got himself in between both Mount and Sterling and was able to clear effectively. England with Phillips doing good work there, winning it back against two Croatians either side of him. Excellent play, and England have it on the halfway line as they play from right to left. And we are in this unusual position. If you listen to us on a regular basis, bringing you commentaries from Wembley Stadium, normally we're on the other side. So today, most strangely, we can actually see the arch, and it feels like the stadium is much more open than it is when we're sitting low on the other side of the stadium. Here's Phillips playing the ball over the top down the right-hand side to Walker. Walker's touch took it away from him, and it bounces out of play for a throw-in.
Good
to
spell.
Croatia. 0-0.
Good spell by England, moving the ball up the tempo. Croatia's dropped about in that 10-15 yards. They can't get out really from an 18-yard box, and England's dominating the possession. Phillips is having a very good start of this game.
0-0, England and Croatia. England have never won their first match at the Euros. Croatia have never lost their first match at the Euros. They've been involved in 5 of them since the independence. Great international record, really proud nation. That's a lovely ball from Pickford, long looking for Foden's run, comes out to Kane. Kane to Foden, right side of the box. Foden onto his left foot, rolls it across the edge of the penalty area. Mount had made a run, had to readjust. Sterling now with it on the left-hand side as England continue to put pressure on this Croatian defence. Sterling and Mount. Foden is into it as he comes across from the right-hand side, but Kramaric takes it away, and Croatia should clear it. They've got possession inside their own half. It was Kramaric who scored the opening goal, remember, in the Nations League when the side met here in 2018, but England came back to win it, and there's an unforced error for Croatia. A pass behind Modric from Brozovic and giving away a throw into England.
There's not enough options when they're picking the ball. Brozovic is playing the deep end of the 3, and when he's getting the ball, there's not a lot of options ahead of him. England have squeezed the game now really high into the Croatia. Croatia can't get out. They're 20 yards from the goal for the last 5 minutes, and England are dominating.
England 0, Croatia 0. Throw-in taken by Trippier. Mount with the run. Trippier takes possession, chips a ball into the penalty area. A glance from Kane takes it across the box, and Croatia should clear this away. They should get it away, but they haven't cleared it yet, and Vrsaljko in the end, left-footed, hooks it away towards the centre circle, but it comes back at Croatia once more, headed forward centrally by Perisic, who is back in there, and then chipped for Kramaric. That might have gone out of play. It didn't. Modric, hair bobbing, former Tottenham man, but very much now a Real Madrid figure in the autumn, probably into the winter of his career. Luka Modric, 36 in September. The coach yesterday, when he was talking to us, said, oh, he can go on for a long time yet, Luka Modric. The ball at the back with Vida. No Dejan Lovren, incidentally. He was a little bit of an injury doubt, so he's not involved in the 23. Lovren and Barisic of Rangers, as I was mentioning, also not involved. Stones steps forward past Rebic and gets a touch, and Tyrone Mings now to Trippier on the left-hand side, Mount, and then Trippier again, the Atletico Madrid man. So we have Trippier and Versalco, Atletico Madrid fullbacks here on the same flank. Versalco, the right back for Croatia. Mings, long ball aerially. Versalco's underneath that, heads it away only to Mount. Little cushioned header from Mount to Sterling now on the left flank, in the shadows of the stand in which we're sitting. Trippier rolls the ball back and gives it to Mings nearer the halfway line. So 0-0 the score. Wales underway yesterday. You might have listened to that on 5 live from Azerbaijan yesterday. England today, Scotland tomorrow in the other match in this group. That's a 2 o'clock start as well tomorrow. Scotland against the Czech Republic. We'll bring you that live from Hampden with Vicky Sparks and Pat Nevin. So join us on 5 Live for that tomorrow. England with the ball halfway inside their own half. Here is Tyrone Mings. Back it goes to Mings, left-footed ball from him up towards Sterling. Versalco towering above Sterling, who was crouching forward. It's the Croatian who is able to clear, and then Vida back to goalkeeper Livakovic. Downfield, Rebic chasing this, but John Stones will get there first and just roll it back to goalkeeper Pickford. Chris Waddle.
I think Croatia are just happy at the minute it's 0-0. They started brightly, I thought. They put some passes together, and England's just up the tempo up, and that's the way forward, because Croatia can't live with them when they play that high tempo. But it is very hot.
Brozovic through the middle, Rebic with the flick, but Flick took it straight to Trippier, and England have got it on the edge of their own box. Yeah, we can't understate it. Everyone in the crowd sitting here, shirt sleeves. It is very warm in the shadows, and most of the pitch is in bright sunshine. I think Karen said down on pitch side it was 29 degrees last time she checked the thermometer down there. It's probably not a thermometer, is it? It'll be a phone, of course. Here is Stones at the back to Trippier on the left-hand side. And then Sterling, right-footed, swirls it towards the edge of the box. Mount, Vida stretches, he's able to clear it away. England have got it back. Phillips, just a little touch, just gave it to Mount. Said, here you are, off you go with it, which he does. Sterling, back to Mount on the left-hand side, cuts onto his right foot. He's got Harry Kane out here on the left-hand side, so there are only 2 men in the box. Here comes the cross. Foden and Sterling are those two, but he couldn't find either of them. Modric in danger of losing it on the edge of his own area. Versalco clears. Kane's in onto that. Kane still going through. Then Vida right on the edge of the box. Strong challenge by Phillips. Then Phillips likewise is upended. Might have been given as a free kick against England initially for the challenge on Brozovic, which I think is the point Brozovic is making to the referee. But it was given for the challenge on Calvin Phillips by Kovacic.
Yeah, they're not happy. Look at Modric straight at the referee, wasn't he, saying, what about the free kick before that? But this is a long way out. I don't think this will be a one off the training ground. I can't see them shooting from here.
So a free kick, this is 30 yards out, a little bit more than that possibly. Mount is there, Trippier's there as well. Mings and Walker not far away. Actually, Croatia have got everyone back for this. And Tyrone Mings, who in the absence of Harry Maguire is obviously a target for set pieces. Mings is wandering forward, such a tall figure, white shirt outside his shorts. Trippier just turns to Mount, who's behind him. And here is the delivery into the box looking for Kane. It's chested forward. Kane had defenders all around him, and the flag's up, Chris. So it's a free kick to Croatia. England 0, Croatia 0. BBC Radio 5 Live, the World Service, BBC Sounds, and Karen Carney watching from the other end of the pitch where most of the action's been taking place, because you're behind Jordan Pickford's goal, Karen.
I am, yeah, behind Jordan Pickford, and thankfully he's had not a lot to do, which is really, really good news for England and England fans. But just going off of the players really, in terms of the heat, you mentioned it is probably 30 plus, but also the home advantage. You know, you can really tell when England get into that attacking third, the volumes in the crowd just go up about another 10 levels, and you can see then the intensity and the shift of the players. They just move another gear as well. So there's definitely a home advantage, and I can see why Luka Modric said in the press, you know, it is a massive factor and a positive for England, and you can feel it definitely pitch side.
England 0, Croatia 0, and the 5 substitutes that each team can make, you would think, would have to be a big option today for both Zlatko Dalic and Gareth Southgate. As the ball goes back to Livakovic, the Croatia goalkeeper, to our left. England with Phillips, good work again, wins it back. Now with Kane on the right, but Kane has 2 Croatians in front of him. The ball is cleared, but is in danger of being given away by Brozovic. Indeed, England have got it back. Foden twisting, turning, out there on the far side. Kovacic puts in the challenge. That was Champions League all over again, the latter stages, but Kovacic is in danger of losing it. He's challenged by Phillips, who shoots goalwards, but the whistle had gone for the challenge by Phillips on Kovacic.
Well, didn't look a free kick. I'm getting the benefit of a replay here, and maybe it was slightly, but Phillips he's having a very good start. This guy, he's playing very, very well, but he normally sits a lot deeper. He's actually really pressing high behind Harry Kane.
He did a lovely interview with Emma Saunders ahead of the Romania game at Middlesbrough last week, which I sat in on actually, Chris, and honestly he could not have been more humble. As Croatia give it away, that was careless. Brozovic passing it straight to Mount. Mount now on the left-hand side up towards the corner of the box, joined by Trippier. Trippier coming forward from left back, then passes it slightly behind Kane, so Croatia have had a chance there to reset, and England weren't able to take advantage. This is good England pressure. England, I mentioned the World Cup 66, Euro 96. First match at both of those tournaments here at Wembley Stadium were draws. 0-0 against Uruguay under Sir Alf Ramsey back in 66, and the 1-1 draw against Switzerland under Terry Venables when Gareth Southgate was a player 25 years ago. Can't believe it's 25 years ago. Brilliant programme, actually. Listen to it on BBC Sounds. Special memories from Euro 96 that was on 5 Live this week. Well worth listening to. Here's Kane. Kane to the left-hand side to Mount. Mount looking for the run of Sterling. Curls it into the box. Sterling with his back to goal. Turns, then tries to chip it across. That's headed away by the left-back Gvardiol, and he managed to clear the penalty area. And then it's Perisic who was back in there, but England have got it back. Ball played into the area straight to Chalatatsar, who is able to just turn onto his left foot and volley it away. England are certainly knocking on the door.
No, England's there all over them. Croatia just can't put 3-4 passes together, and they can't get a breather. England's just coming again and again and again, and they were very unfortunate there.
So in the bright sunshine, England with Mount again, increasingly influential in this game. He's made a good start. Certainly Calvin Phillips has really caught the eye. A couple of half openings for Raheem Sterling. Here's Trippier. The left back has also seen a lot of the ball, and he's just turning and playing it back into his own half. If you're out and about, if you listen to us in the car on the way home, this match is on BBC One, so you can listen to Guy Mowbray and Jermaine Genius with the commentary there. And if you haven't clocked it yet, every Euro 2020 match that is live on BBC television is available to watch in HD with the 5 Live commentary option on the iPlayer, and also via the BBC Sport website. So you can watch the pictures and listen to us if you wish. Ball's out of play for a throw into England. Just 3 or 4 yards inside their own half. A great colourful scene inside Wembley Stadium. England's songs ringing around the place. 21,500 was the figure they were talking about for a crowd, but obviously they're socially distanced all around the red seats on all 3 tiers, so there is a presence all over the stadium as the ball's played back to goalkeeper Livakovic, who passes it out to Vida, and then Brozovic, and Kovacic gives it back to Marcelo Brozovic, teammate of Christian Eriksen at Inter, where they've just won the title under Antonio Conte, who's now gone. It must have been so difficult for Well, for all the players, for anyone really to watch that, but certainly as a teammate. Same applies to Perisic over there on the far side. The ball aimed towards him, he heads it forward. Rebic is out there. In comes the challenge from John Stones to put it out of play on the far side. Gareth Southgate's taking his black jacket off on the far side. I can see his white shirt absolutely standing out like a beacon there. Just to his right is Zlatko Dalic, who burst into prominence with the team that he took to the World Cup final back in Russia. Croatia with the ball inside their own half. Chaleta Tsar, who plays for one of Chris Waddle's old clubs, Marseille. Ball to Versalco. Here on the right, Versalco's missed much of this season with Atletico Madrid with knee problems. Takes it on down the right and is rather easily shrugged off the ball and loses possession. Sterling was back with him. England clear to the halfway line. Kane turns and then it's headed forward by Chaleta Tsar. I have a feeling, Chris, that one of the issues that we might be talking about is, and I know it's been highlighted in advance of this, whether Harry Kane is getting himself into the penalty area enough, and he has been playing in a quite deep position. I'll come back to that, because here's Kovacic in the centre circle. Kovacic to Modric, got a first touch on that as the challenge came in on him, and that's not given us a free kick. I'm not sure, was it Trippier who came in with the challenge? It seemed to catch Modric, who was sent sprawling, and is sitting on the pitch now, on his backside with his arms in the air, effectively saying, with that reaction, how was that not a free kick to Croatia?
I've got to agree with you, John. I think it was a free kick. Referees missed that one. That's 2 or 3 where the Croatians are getting a little bit frustrated with the referee for not blowing the whistle. That was, for me, it looked a free kick, but Croatia's just coming in now. England's just coming off the pace. Very hot down there on pitch side, and Croatia now, who like to play that slow possession game, are putting a few passes together.
Versalco on the right, curls the ball in, dangerous ball. Mings comes across, heads it up and away. He was under pressure from Rebic. Might have got a little shove in the back as well, but Mings was able to head it away. No fuss, out for a throw down the right-hand side. It looked as he struck at Versalco, the cross, that it could really threaten, but Mings was up to it. So England 0, Croatia 0. And here is Brozovic once again. Beard bristling.
This is what they want, John. They want to control the game, the tempo, the pace of the game, where England's had that 15-minute spell of really pressing.
Guardiol, the teenage left-back, onto his right foot. Oh, he's overhit that badly. That's way beyond anyone in black, and bounces behind for a goal kick. Well, Zlatko Dalic yesterday said, what we want to do, Croatia, is keep the ball. And, you know, they're well capable of doing that with some of the quality that is out there. So back behind Jordan Pickford's goal, and down to Karen Carney.
Yeah, I was just watching earlier. I felt at a little bit of times that England were giving Luka Modric a little bit too much respect, but fair play to Tyrone Mings now. I think you guys thought it might have been a foul, but from my angle, he won the ball. Yes, he went through and gave him a little bit as well, but he was just letting him know he was aware. And then when the cross come in again, Mings, it was a dangerous ball, did his job and cleared his line. So I don't mind them ruffling up a bit of feathers down there, especially on Luka Modric, because as a technical player, you don't like it when someone's getting tight and aggressive to you.
Thank you, Karen. Throw into England, halfway inside the Croatia half. Trippier is going to take this. Kane comes short. The throw, Sterling peels away, shoots on the volley as it bounced up, but drove it well wide from the angle. We're more or less right behind the line of the shot, and that was 5 or 6 yards wide. Goal kick.
Well, I'm going to go with Kramovic here, because he was marking Raheem Sterling. He just runs inside, peels away, to throw the ball across into his stride, and he just lets him go. And it wasn't the best effort we've seen from Raheem Sterling, but yeah, England had that 15-minute spell, John, where Croatia couldn't get out, and you thought definitely goals coming, but now it just seemed to come off the pace again.
Kramaric does well, steps inside Trippier, plays it through into the area, but Mings was there ahead of Rebic, takes it out into the full-back position. Mings' clearance, though, is collected by Luka Modric. Modric gets the ball back. This is his 139th cap, which you won't be surprised to hear is a national record for Croatia now. Phillips putting Versalco under pressure. Versalco then goes past the challenge of his clubmate, plays the ball into the box. It's gone a long way. Perisic on the far side with the shot, but he sliced it, got right underneath it, trying to hit it on the turn, and skied it wide across the face of goal and behind.
Well, that's 2 balls from his right-hand side, isn't it? One what Mings cut out, which was a great ball in, but this one, he could have actually had a touch if he wanted. He's went for the volley, a spectacular one, hasn't he? And it's gone high and wide, well wide. Goal
kick to England. So it is England 0, Croatia 0. and the volume increases. I must say we were walking up Olympic Way earlier, and to see supporters, in this case England supporters, coming to Wembley Stadium to watch a tournament. I think I saw every different type of England shirt that the national team has ever worn, and they were there in groups, friends, families, taking pictures with the arch behind them. It was actually quite evocative after everything everyone's gone through to see happy scenes like that. Livakovic clearing the ball away. Brozovic gets it back unfussily, has a look over his shoulder just to check and see where Harry Kane is, and then Kane trots towards Modric, and Croatia have it back inside their own
Brozovic
half.
is getting far too much ball in time. He's a quality player, we know that, but Harry Kane's dropping, and ideally you need Mason Mount for me to push in there and make them have a different option. They'll get the ball back a lot quicker.
Here's the tall left back, Gvardiol again. Because of his name, Gvardiol, they call him Little Pep. Here's Modric, forward of the centre circle, plays the ball out towards the right-hand side. Vrsaljko pulls it down. Actually, there's nothing little about him, is there? Here's Modric, centrally. Modric plays it into the box, and then Kramaric, couple of touches, back out to Vrsaljko on the right-hand side. Vrsaljko up against Trippier onto his left foot, curling the ball in towards the back post to stretch. No, he can't reach it. Gvardiol, cheers from the England fans, because it's straight through for a goal kick, and it remains 0-0 with best part of half an hour play. Chris Waddle.
Well, I think England for the first 4 or 5 minutes scrappy, then England took control, didn't about 15 minutes easy, and definitely thought it was a goal coming, but since then obviously the heat's crept in a bit, and they've come off the pace, which is all good news for Croatia.
Yeah, Phil Foden saw a shot which took a little deflection, strike a post. Calvin Phillips had an effort that was blocked. Was it the goalkeeper or was it a defender who blocked the shot?
It was the full left back, I think.
Yeah, it was a defender. Those are the good moments. Sterling's almost been in on a couple of occasions.
It was Little Pep, I think.
Was it? Who made the block? Someone in front of us just takes a selfie. As Kramaric has got a throw in for Croatia here down on the Croatia right as they play from left to right towards the end where Karan Carney is. Throw from Vrsaljko down the line. Mings gets away, and then Rebic puts in the challenge, bundles him over. It's behind, and that is given as a goal kick. So it is 0-0. The tennis, by the way, the French Open final continues on 5 Live Sports Extra. Novak Djokovic and Stefanos Tsitsipas. It's like a day in Greece here in London today. But it'll be hot at Roland Garros, so you can listen to that 5 Live Sports Extra via BBC Sounds. And England with a goal kick, so let's go back down pitch side behind the goal to Karen Carney.
Oh look, Jordan Pickford, he's slowing it down completely, because I think England are quite a little bit rattled. He's pretending to talk to John Stones, but it's not, it's just a game plan because they've been under pressure, and where it's come from, look, they've just kicked it out of play now. They need to regroup, regain. Kyle Walker's turning to John Stones, back to you. But they're a little bit rattled.
Yeah, they took a quick throw, Karen, but the referee's having none of that, so carry on.
But where it's balled from is Luka Modric. He's getting past. It's these little 5-yard passes. He's been unmarked. No one's getting tight to him, and that's where the rhythm's starting. And then that's where the kind of anxiety from the England team is set in. And they just need to regroup, because I think they're a little bit rattled at the moment.
Yeah, Croatia have certainly come into it more, as Chris Waddle suggested as well. Croatia are now getting more of the ball. It seems like Brozovic has actually dropped further back to pick up the ball.
He's playing like a sweeper in front of the two centre-halves, isn't he? He's just getting everything. He's available, and there's nobody closing. I think Mason Mount's got to step in a bit more.
Perisic with a cross from the left-hand side, takes a deflection. Mings comes across. It had beaten Stones, but Mings took command of that situation. Quickly across to half-volley it away. Croatia come again. Kovacic up towards the edge of the area, looking to get it back, and the challenge came in. Rebic was there right on the edge of the area. England are able to block it out towards the left-hand side. It comes in. Rice is there, Declan Rice, and controlling it and clearing it away towards the halfway line. Yeah, England had the better of the first 20 minutes, 25 minutes, but Croatia now have taken over the greater share of possession. Modric also dropping deep, playing it up to Kramaric, the former Leicester City man, who you might remember had no great success at Leicester, but then went to Germany, where he's really made quite an impact. playing on the right-hand side mainly here. But Versalco, he's come into the game more as an attacking full-back. But Sterling is in on the challenge with Versalco, and then Trippier back to Pickford, who just puts his left foot through it and clears it away into Croatian territory. 0-0, 32 minutes on the clock. Vida knew that Kane wasn't very far away from him, so he heads it back to goalkeeper Livakovic.
Well, if you look at the friendlies, I know a lot of these players didn't play in the friendlies, a few of them did, but this was exactly the same script. 30 minutes, Taya, other team takes control, and second half probably 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and then the other team take control. You've got to score when you have all that pressure, which England had.
Poor ball by Kovacic has split Gvardiol and Perisic, and it's out of play for a throw into England halfway inside their own half. And I think it is absolutely true to say, and I think we should underline it, the fact that because of circumstances, England's preparation was not absolutely ideal as Gareth Southgate would want it. This team's not played together before, wasn't able to play in the warm-up games. The players involved in the European club finals could not be involved as much as they would have been, or at all in the case of Manchester City and Chelsea. And there's the issue of the injuries to Maguire and Henderson. Croatia, much more settled build-up. But it is 0-0, and Mings has the ball in front of his own penalty area. Across it goes to Stones. Now to the right-hand side, to Kyle Walker, who's going to hit a long pass for Foden to chase. Foden stretches, brings that down brilliantly. Warm applause. Walker behind him, back to Foden, and then the two clubmates on their own wavelength there are now looking at each other as Foden passed the ball past Foden and through for a goal kick.
Well, it just gets the crowd a bit frustrated, doesn't it? Because they're not having a good spell at the minute, England. They're great control by Foden, a ball by Phillips down that right-hand side. He just rolls it back off to I'd like to see Foden actually get out the full-back a bit more. He's passing things where you think you've got one-on-one, you've got the ability and the pace to go past him. He seems to check out and go back to Kyle Walker too much for me.
Do you remember the nerves, Chris, when you're coming into a tournament, the first match? There's always such a long lead up to the first match. Score, you know, to get a result, all important.
You want the result, but there's not many classics first games, is there?
No, there's not. And you know, the hot conditions here are certainly a factor. As Walker does well, uses his pace and is able to shepherd the ball, shield it behind and through for a goal kick against the young Gvardiol. So I
think the good thing, John, is that Croatia really haven't got a centre forward, have they? They've got a lot of possession and they're moving the ball around, especially Brozovic, who's dictating the game in a way. Playing little triangles with the other players, but they haven't got an end product. When they get the final third, nobody looks like they're going to score.
No, if there was a Mandzukic in his prime out there, then it's a different matter. Bruno Petkovic was a possibility, the Dinamo Zagreb striker, who was involved in their great win, their extraordinary win against what was Jose Mourinho's Tottenham at the time. And I noticed actually Mislav Orsic, who scored a hat-trick in the second leg against Tottenham, is not involved. He's not been included. Whether there's an issue there or not, I don't know, but it certainly wasn't flagged up in advance. You would have thought he would have been handy. As Croatia clear the ball away on the edge of their own penalty area, Chaleta Tsar just puts his foot through that. And I certainly heard what Gareth Southgate said. It's a tricky one for coaches in this Euros to have to leave three players out. Coaches have not been in that position before, and that's something else you've got to manage, as will have been the case with Chilwell and Sancho today.
That's wrong, that though.
They should all be available.
Yes, that's wrong. You cannot say you can have a squad of 23, but you've got to leave three. Why do you just say you can't have a squad? You've got to have a squad of 23. It's absolutely daft.
England 0, Croatia 0. Stones takes the ball from Pickford, and then Stones, part of the England World Cup team. 5 changes this starting lineup from the team that started the World Cup semi-final against Croatia. Likewise Croatia, incidentally, both 5 changes from that game in Moscow that was settled in extra time. Certainly the pace has dropped now with half-time approaching. They've been out there for over 35 minutes, 36 minutes now on the clock, and in these sort of hot conditions, this is just exactly the sort of game that can often unfold. But Sterling now cuts in from the left-hand side, plays it to Foden on the edge of the box. Challenges came in on him. Referee was right there wagging his finger. No free kick, he says. Foden now gets to his feet with palms apart. He wanted the free kick, and Croatia played up towards the halfway line. Kramaric is shrugged off by Walker, and England have got it back. Free kick for England should have been, Chris, or not?
Not sure on that, no. I think Sterling should have released it earlier. He's round. If you don't pull the trigger, you've got to get your head up and release it a bit earlier.
0-0 the score. BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service from the BBC. And here we are in the open air at Wembley Stadium, although strangely we've got perspex all around us. I feel like I'm on display with perspex in front. I'm looking to my left, you're sort of hazy through 2 perspex panels, and there's more perspex down in front of us, so it's like two-tone watching the game. Here's Mings.
I'll do that Harry Worth thing at half time.
Yeah, in between the 2 panels. Here is Trippier back towards Mings, who looks up, who thought about the long pass, then goes in towards Sterling. Now Harry Kane again, deep lying position. Kane just near the halfway line. Challenge comes in on him from Versalco. Phillips now hair bobbing out towards Walker on the right hand side. Declan Rice is there, but England goes square again to Stones, and then Stones pulls the pass towards the left hand side. Mount, then to Sterling, who go back into their own half to Mings. Yes, I'm not sure entirely how long this heat wave, if it is indeed a heat wave, is going to go on for, but England's other 2 matches here at Wembley Stadium are both evening matches, 8 o'clock kickoffs. You'll hear them both on 5 Live, of course. The Scotland game on Friday night should be a real highlight. Trippier plays the ball forward, but Phillips has run. He's straight into an offside position, and it's a free kick to Croatia. Yeah, Friday night for the Scotland game. Join us for that. And then the next Tuesday night, an 8 o'clock start when England play the Czech Republic. Let's go back down into the sunshine to Karen Carney.
I'm not biased at all, but it's good to see Jack Grealish warming up. I know he's Aston Villa, but it's nice to see a Brummie warming up for their country. But just saw a little bit of an argument between Jordan Pickford and John Stones. Really agitated. John Stones giving it back to Jordan Pickford. They seem a little bit stressed in this area of the pitch, if I'm honest. Doesn't seem quite right. I'm trying to find out what they're arguing about, but John Stones looks slightly flustered.
Interesting. England 0, Croatia 0. Half-time not too far away.
Offside
flag is up against.
I think what the argument's about, John, is Stones wants him to roll it out, the goal kicks, and Jordan Pickford keeps hitting them long. And he's arguing about saying we need to keep possession, and you can see why, because obviously it's hot, and so John Stones obviously used to it at Man City, getting the ball off the goalkeeper a lot.
Yeah, the key in conditions like this, hot conditions, keeping the ball, making
exactly.
the other team work.
Yeah, exactly.
Stones playing it out to the right hand side, and then ball is hit forward by Walker down the by Phillips down the right flank for Walker, who's onto this. Walker's crossed though. I'm not sure. No, it didn't. It went straight out from behind for a goal kick.
He was looking for the corner, but unfortunately it goes straight behind. But no, it's got a bit scrappy, hasn't it, and slow, and nothing really happening.
Yeah, and I know that the accusation is going to be, were England positive enough? Was Gareth Southgate positive enough with his team selection?
I think as I say, John, for 20 minutes, 30, 25 minutes even, I thought England, I thought it was just a matter of time they're going to score. They're all over. Croatia couldn't get out, and then all of a sudden, again, that 30-minute spell, and they can't keep that tempo up, and Croatia come back into it.
Still 0-0 on this Sunday afternoon, almost perfect Sunday afternoon. But not if you're running around on a football match at a European Championship. Here's Gvardiol on the left-hand side. Then Perisic tried to give it back to him, but the block was in from Walker, and the ball just ran through to Pickford, who's able to pick it up. And Stones and Pickford just continuing their conversation together. And then Pickford runs out to the edge of the area, suggests that nobody wants the ball, sort of puts his palms apart, gives it to Stones. And then Pickford uses Mings, who will hit it long, and that's a ball for Sterling to chase, and it bounces twice, thrice. Chaleta-Tar comes across, makes contact with Sterling, and it struck his arm, and it's a free kick to England right on the edge of the area, and a yellow card for Chaleta-Tar.
Well, it'll be interesting on the replay. It's just outside for me. Yeah, it is.
Just to the left of the D as Sterling was running. It was an awkward one, the long pass from Sterling that bounced 2 or 3 times.
That's a good outball, John, that, because Sterling's pace, he's got the pace on all of that back four easy, and he needs to do that run a few more times, but there's a few queuing up for this. Trippier definitely, Mount, Kane.
Everyone's interested.
Yeah.
Half the team are interested.
Putting it down? I think Trippier's putting it down, isn't it?
Trippier, well...
Yeah, it is.
He has history scoring from free kicks against Croatia. 5th minute of the World Cup semi-final. It's the only goal he scored for England so far, incidentally. Mount is there as well, Sterling. I mean, Kane must have been a contender from this position. Kane must have been a contender as well, but the captain's
you don't see
away.
him take as many now. He used to take a lot, didn't he? And I mean, Trippier, I think he may get this up and over the wall to the goalie's right, but if you're going for a bit of power, you've got to go to the goalie's left.
Harry Kane's actually in the wall. So Kane and Mings are the wall in front of the wall. So that's giving the impression that Trippier's looking at the top right corner as he looks at it. Mount's there as well. Trippier takes a couple of little steps back, taps his left ankle with his right heel, and then he up and comes and hits the free kick, which hits the wall and bounces away and rolls out of play on the left-hand side. And Kieran Trippier, in anguish, actually put his hands to his head that he hadn't been able to get the contact that he wanted, and then a handball by Sterling in the box, and it's a free kick to Croatia.
I think the problem you get there, John, is it's hard to get it up in the wall jump. It's a big wall, and they jump. You know, sometimes you're better off going to the goalie's left where the goalie's standing. To get it up and over there was really, I thought, a difficult choice, but the wall did its job.
England 0, Croatia 0. BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service. Listen as well via BBC Sounds. We're in I mean, normally the media positions would be much larger than they are here, but obviously so many people, the restricted travel, that those who are here are all gathered around us and behind the Perspex screens. There's a lot of rattling around going on behind. I mean, it sounds like somebody's packing their cases for their holiday. As Stones plays the ball back towards Pickford, who slices his clearance. Came at him rather quickly. Mount then gets a touch and it rolls out of play. He's under pressure from Modric, and it's out of play for a throw down the right. I liked his interview, Mason Mount, with Kelly Summers before the game when she talked about Modric, and Mason Mount just threw in the little line there. Yeah, we played each other this season when Chelsea knocked out Real Madrid in the Champions League. When she talked about Croatia beating England at the World Cup. Now it's Modric. Kovacic now. Kovacic is away from Mount, up to the edge of the area. Stones stepped in, but the ball, Stones is now out of position as the ball runs to Gvardiol on the left-hand side. Walker is there with him. Perisic available. Perisic, low pass to the edge of the box. Slip back into Perisic, and then Mings comes across, is able to make contact on the ball, and Perisic, his momentum took him into Mings, knocked him over, and it's a free kick to England.
Well, you know, Croatia, they carry a threat. Unfortunately, they haven't got a centre-forward, and but you know, they've got a lot of talented players in midfield, and they look after the ball well, and every now and again they put something together which does look like a threat.
England 0, Croatia 0. That's Chris Waddle. Karen Carney's behind the goal. Karen was telling me before the game, we were talking about playing at Wembley in hot conditions, which Karen's done, and you know, maybe at half-time something to expand on. And she was talking about what the pitch is like here in these conditions. As the ball goes forward, Kane tries to get a flick on. Foden was onto it. Chalata Tsar cleared that away. Kane with a header. Didn't find its way to Foden on the edge of the box. Versalco was able to move quickly forward and volley it out of play. We're in added time at the end of the first half, and that is it. Just 4 or 5 seconds of added time are played. And England, who made a strong start, a decent start, had chances. Foden's deflected shot that hit a post. Phillips with an effort that was blocked by the defender. But Croatia have come more into the game, and certainly the heat's played a part, Chris Waddle.
Yeah, the heat has took its toll on England. I think first 5-10 minutes a bit scrappy, and then England had a spell of 20-25 minutes where I thought they were just a matter of time before they hit the net, and then they obviously ran out of steam a bit, and Croatia came back into it, but you've got to say it's a little bit scrappy towards the end.
Yeah, it's hot in the city, and it's England 0, Croatia 0 at half-time.
And not on the touchline where Karen is, it is absolutely baking. At least we are in the shade here in the presentation and commentary positions. And actually, you were saying to John earlier, and John mentioned that right at the end, about what the Wembley turf does as it gets hotter and hotter.
It just takes your legs away from you. It's like running in sand, literally, just the heat, and it's just heavy, and the anxiety. It's really tough, and I was quite surprised at how fast England started with the intensity and the heat. And then I think as 25 minutes in, then you notice that the drop-off intensity dropped, and the pitch, it just absorbs all your energy. It's really hard to kind of explain, but now there's water in the pitch, which might help, which makes move the ball quicker, but it is so hot out here. The subs have just come out now to warm up, so you know, probably with how hot it is, you'll probably see subs in the second half for sure.
Yeah, you go and get in the shade for the time being, at least for the next 50 minutes. England actually, Chris, when you look at those half-time stats, England have actually had more of the possession, 58% of it compared to Croatia's 42. But what it certainly felt like in the second half of that first period is that Croatia were able to dictate the pace of the game a lot more.
Well, Croatia like to play at their speed. They want to control the ball. They want to play slow, really slow at times. Slow. Then all of a sudden they'll have a spurt of quick passes and a little bit of movement, and that's how they play. But when England had that tempo going with them for 25 minutes, when they were closing them down and winning the ball back high, didn't let Brozovic get on it, didn't let Modric get on it, all of a sudden you think it's just a matter of time. But to do that, even when the weather's not hot, is very difficult for a long period. So I think that 25-minute period, they needed to score, and they didn't. And then Croatia thought, right, we're dictating the game again. And you'll probably see England come out the block second half, the first 15-20 minutes, high tempo. And if they don't score again, you'll see Croatia start dictating the pace again.
Jack Wilshere and Micah Richards are with us. England's midfield couldn't keep up that tempo, could they, Jack, as Chris said? And then that allowed Brozovic and Modric and Kovacic to maybe a slightly lesser extent to dictate that pace.
Yeah, no, it's tough, especially in this heat. I mean, they're world-class players who have played the game for many years and understand the game. But I think England were brilliant. Like what we spoke about at the start, we want to see them on the front foot, taking the game to Croatia. I think if they'd have scored it would have changed the game and maybe brought Croatia out a little bit more. But no, I mean, it's going to be difficult in this heat to press high like England were, but there's 5 subs, so I think we have the advantage in that sense, where we can bring on players, get fresh players on the pitch, get maybe a little bit more creativity in midfield and make these chances count.
Those first 15-20 minutes, Micah, it was Calvin Phillips who, I mean, I know it was Foden who hit the post, but Calvin Phillips was sort of running things for England, actually.
Yeah, exactly. He had that shot as well, where the keeper just was seeing it last minute and managed to parry it away. But it was interesting to see his position. When we talked about Rice and Phillips, you thought there was just going to be more staying in that central position, not really moving. But if you actually see his positions, certainly in that 25-minute period, he was trying to get in between the lines. He was pressing high. It was interesting because, Leeds and how much they run. I listened to them in their season and how much running they have to do. And it's paying dividends today because his energy levels have been through the roof. And he's been the standout player for me in that first half.
Sterling and Foden carried a threat as well at times, didn't they, Jack?
Yeah, Mika spoke about it before the game, but Sterling's one of the best at knowing when to run in behind, and I'd like to see Foden on the ball a little bit more. I mean, for me, I like him a little bit more in the middle. I know it's difficult with the system England are playing, but even if he just comes off the right a little bit in that little pocket where you can find Kane, because we spoke about Kane dropping deep, and the longer the half's gone on, the deeper he's got, and he's probably getting a little bit frustrated. He hasn't had many chances, many touches. But yeah, Sterling looks a threat. We know what he can do. We spoke about his dribbling ability, and if he can get in them positions, you'd like to see him maybe with one or two of the chances he had get a shot away a little bit earlier. But if he keeps getting them positions, he's gonna create some chances. Or if he can square it to a runner coming in, then hopefully we can get the first goal, and I think that will change the game completely.
What are you making, Micah, of Kane's positioning?
Yeah, he's obviously getting a little bit frustrated as well, and Croatia have been a little bit deeper than we all expected, so he wants to get on the ball. But I think Chris mentioned in commentary, we'd like to see Foden start, because when he gets on the ball, he's absolutely brilliant and just try and running at the fullback a little bit more. But Kane's not really got into the game, but it's only the first half. I think with the heat, Karen makes a great point. In the heat, when it gets on your legs, it's difficult. It just makes sure not get frustrated. The game will always open up in the second half. A lot of nerves will be going to that first half, and I think second half you'll see a little bit more of Harry Kane.
And as both Jack and Micah have pointed out, there are 5 substitutes, and we will expect to see those during the course of the second half. Micah Richards, Jack Wilshere, Karen Carney, Chris Waddle, all former England internationals, all with us this evening, or this afternoon rather, here on 5 Live Sport. Let's go to the men's final at the French Open tennis. Naomi Cavaday.
Yes, and it's a French Open final with no Rafa Nadal. We've got Novak Djokovic taking on first-time finalist Stefanos Tsitsipas, and a little bit of trepidation as to what this match would unfold into, the level that Tsitsipas would be able to find. But I can tell you, it has got off to a flying start. No settling for the 22-year-old. He is up 5-4. It is on serve. There have been no breaks of serve so far in this match, and it's just been filled with fabulous tennis. He's just 3 points away from taking the opening set against Novak Djokovic.
5 Live Sports Extra if you want to listen to that. Earlier it took less than an hour for New Zealand to complete an 8-wicket win over England in the second test. Ollie Stone was out to the first ball of the day that gave New Zealand just 38 runs to chase to win the series, and they took it, which they did obviously, and they win the series 1-0. England's first home series defeat since 2014, New Zealand's first success here in 22 years. 7 minutes to 3. The latest BBC News comes from Stuart Clarkson.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thank you, Mark. And while the football's been on, the Prime Minister gave a 40-minute press conference at the end of the G7 summit in Cornwall. Boris Johnson says world leaders have pledged to provide 1 billion coronavirus vaccine doses globally by the end of next year, and that they've also agreed to raise $100 billion a year to help poorer countries cut carbon emissions and deal with global warming. Mr Johnson will announce tomorrow whether planned final stages of easing coronavirus restrictions will go ahead on the 21st of June.
No final decision has been taken, and the right time to fill everybody in on what we're going to do with step 4, with June the 21st, is tomorrow, as I've said, and that's when we'll be putting out the whole package of information so that everybody can see it.
It's understood the French President Emmanuel Macron suggested to Boris Johnson that Northern Ireland was not part of the UK. The Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab has said it's offensive for the EU to treat Northern Ireland as if it's some kind of different country. And in the last half hour, Denmark's team doctor has said at a press conference that Christian Eriksen suffered cardiac arrest on the pitch in yesterday's match with Finland. The 29-year-old is still in hospital. Morten Burson says we got him back after one defib.
Hey, it's Charlie Hedges. After the football, host your own after party with a special football-themed dance mix over on BBC Sounds. Just search Home Nation Heaters Mix.
The wait is over. Euro 2020.
With Mark Chapman on BBC Radio 5 Live.
Goalless here at Wembley between England and Croatia. Still to come this afternoon, Austria against North Macedonia, and then Netherlands take on Ukraine. Tomorrow at this time, we'll be bringing you Scotland's opening game from Hampden against the Czech Republic. Let's bring you more on that story that you heard at the end of the news there, that it has been confirmed that Christian Eriksen suffered a cardiac arrest on the pitch yesterday. Ian Dennis has been listening to the press conference, and we found out a lot more details here then, Ian, on what happened.
A lot more details, Mark. Yes, it was a press conference with the Danish FA. We had the sporting director Peter Muller, we had the head coach Kasper Hjulmand, and we had the team doctor Morten Burson. And as you might well have just heard in the news, basically the top line is they brought Christian Eriksen back to life, because asked in the press conference how close it was to losing him, Morten Burson, the team doctor, replied, he was gone. We did cardiac resuscitation. It was a cardiac arrest. We got him back after one defib. Also, they revealed that the players have had a lot of psychological assistance. 4 people went to the hotel last night. They had a chat in the group. They expressed their feelings. They talked about the situation through. The players then today, as those 4 people came back, they had one-on-one sessions, and the players have been able to express their feelings and their thoughts. And Peter Muller was saying that he thinks this will strengthen the players. And they also have had a conversation with Christian Eriksen, and he said that was a huge boost, a massive impact on the players. And he actually was more concerned with the welfare of the squad. But equally, Mark, they were very critical, both Peter Muller and the coach Kasper Hjulmand, in terms of the timing of the game that I know you talked about earlier on. Hjulmand said it was very difficult, but looking back, it was the wrong decision for the two scenarios, either to play last night, which of course they did, or to come back and play at 12 o'clock today. He said, in hindsight, we shouldn't have played. We should have gone onto the team bus and to see what would have happened. Peter Muller said he felt no pressure from UEFA, but he's not sure it was the correct decision.
It's interesting that they said in that press conference that they feel that it has brought the players even closer together, and that they've spoken to Eriksson, because, I mean, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it is irrelevant, but there will be people wondering now how they focus on the rest of their tournament. I mean, these games do come quite quickly at the Euros. 3 or 4 days until then, 4 or 5 days maybe till their next one.
Yeah, the next game is against Belgium. It was a question that was posed actually to the team coach, and he says that tomorrow they're going to try to establish some sort of normality, but he says that players, you know, it affects them differently, you know, the shock, the trauma, the different emotions, but he says we do have to try to get back to some sort of normality. We're going to try to sort out the training sessions, because the time is short to get back to playing football, but we'll try and do our best in our next match. But I think that conversation, that message that they've had with Christian Eriksen, that he was more concerned about the players and his family. Eriksen doesn't really remember much about the incident, but Yilmaz was saying that is typical Eriksen. His generosity, it shows what a hell of a person that he is, and he actually joked then that he'd like to play, but he says he feels he can go out and play, but they've got to get themselves together, and the message was from the coach to play for Christian.
Ian, thank you very much. Ian Dennis on the news that Christian Eriksen did suffer a cardiac arrest on the pitch yesterday. And as the Danish doctor and the medical staff confirmed, he had to be brought back to life. The Croatian players here at Wembley, reserves, the subs, warming up. England have been in their subs didn't really warm up. They came out very shortly at the end of the first half, but haven't done a great deal. A few of them are coming out now. Chris Waddle alongside me. Bearing in mind the conditions, and Micah and Jack have both said it as well, you would expect all 5 subs to be made at some point during this half because of the conditions.
You'd think so, but it depends. If you're playing quite well, even though you've got to look at the opposition as well. They'll be feeling the heat as well. But yeah, I can definitely see. Is it staying 0-0 like this? You can definitely see somebody Grealish coming on with Rashford possibly. And then, you know, after that really is what you're looking, Henderson or Bellingham in midfield. So yeah, I think we'll bring 3 on.
Teams are just starting to come back out, so just a quick one to Jack Wilshere before Jack and Micah join us at full time as well. England would like to start this second half like they started the first half, with that tempo.
Yeah, definitely start at the same tempo, maybe try and keep the ball a little bit higher up. You know, we keep knocking it around the back a little bit, just get it into midfield. You know, I noticed during the first half there's a lot of space when we're building up on the right, and this is where we can really use a right-footed left back when he cuts in the spaces the other side, not right over the other side, just in that sort of inside right position where Foden likes to pick it up. So even if it goes direct to him or through Mount to him, I feel we can get him in dangerous positions and let him work his magic.
Micah, I'll have to talk to you at full time.
No problem at all, chappers.
The ball is on the centre spot and we are ready to go. Chris Waddle and John Murray.
Yes, thanks, Mark. No changes at the start of the second half, actually. So the teams as they started. England with Pickford in goal. Walker, Stones, Mings and Trippier. The back 4 as the whistle goes and the second half get underway. Croatia kick off. England with Rice, Phillips and Mount. Foden and Sterling in the wide positions. And the captain, Harry Kane, up front. He's not had a sight of goal yet, Harry Kane. And Croatia with Livakovic, the goalkeeper, as Perisic takes the ball away down the right-hand side. Stones trying to stay with him, which he does, gets there first, plays the ball back to Mings inside the box, and the clearance from Mings actually comes off Perisic and loops back goalwards, but Pickford is able to take quick steps backwards and catch the ball. So the Croatia lineup: Vrsaljko, the right back, Vida and Cheleta Tsar, the central defenders, Gvardiol, the left back, Brozovic, Modric and Kovacic in midfield, Kramaric on the right, Perisic on the left, and Rebic playing as the man through the middle. So 0-0. Did you think there might be a change at half-time, Chris, or do you think he'd give it a little bit longer?
No, I think he'll give it 15. I think he'll give it 15, see how the tempo is, see how they're going. And then I think definitely if it's 0-0, Grealish will definitely come on first, I would think.
So it's 0-0. The World Service are back with us, the BBC World Service with us on 5 Live. Listen as well on your app via BBC Sounds to the live radio wherever you are. England 0, Croatia 0. The first match in this group, Group D. This time tomorrow, the second half between Scotland and the Czech Republic will be getting underway, and you'll be able to hear that with us live from Hampden as England have to defend here. Free kick on the halfway line. Chalata Sarr plays it down the left to Perisic. Walker comes across. Perisic still going, and the offside flag is up against Perisic when he received that, and it's a free kick to England halfway inside their own half. In fact, ahead of the Scotland game tomorrow on 5 Live, if you listen to Breakfast in the morning, Nicky Campbell is going to be at St Ninian's School in East Renfrewshire, which is significant because that is the old school of the Scotland captain, Andy Robertson. So I'm sure you'll hear all sorts of stories about how he was when he was at school. Probably his old teachers will be involved. So that's in the morning on 5 Live from 6 o'clock. England with a free kick. Stones plays it across the edge of the penalty area to Mings, who's being put under pressure and by Rebic. And they go back. Mings turns, gives it to Pickford as England play from left to right, as they like to do at Wembley Stadium in the second half towards the end. As we look here to the right of the tunnel, that's a strong tackle on Mason Mount from Kovacic, his clubmate, and the referee has immediately pulled out the yellow card for Kovacic for that challenge, which is the protests are going on. Perisic is saying that he got the ball, Kovacic.
Well, I don't think, I've got to say, it's not, I wouldn't even give a yellow. I mean, times have changed, we know, but he's not even lifted his foot. He's actually pulled his foot back. Look, it's his shin, he's clashed.
Sort of slid in knees first,
but it's no showing studs. It's not.
The ball bounced away from Kovacic, and then Kovacic slid in.
That was harsh.
So it's a yellow card. 2 yellow cards so far in the match. Chalata Sarr and Kovacic. Free kick. England. Stones plays it back, and the referee has said it's taken it from the wrong place. The whistle hadn't gone. No. One of the two things.
Not sure about this ref, John.
Well, Champions League referee last year, Daniele Orsato. Here's Sterling on the left-hand side. Sterling moving in from the left, plays it up towards the edge of the area. Mount uninjured by the challenge from his clubmate Kovacic, but England lose it, and Croatia come forward with a pass through the middle. Mings on the chase. Rebic got a touch, but Stones is able to glide across and play it into Rebic, and takes it out towards the corner flag, and is put under pressure by Rebic, who forces the throw in for Croatia.
That was a wonderful play from the back, wasn't it? Lovely 1-2 touch football all the way up. Beautiful to watch.
Yeah, memories of when Croatia were here in that ill-fated game in the rain back in 2007, when Croatia won and England failed to reach Euro 2008. Croatia take the throw on the right-hand side. Vrsaljko with a cross, that's cleared away by Mings. Kane tried to get there, it bounced fortunately for him and away from Vida, and Chalata Sarr has to roll the ball back from the centre circle all the way to goalkeeper Livakovic to our right. As the ball is headed back by Trippier, Pickford had to be quick. Rebic was almost onto that, but Pickford, as we know, is very quick, and he was able to get there and volley it away on the edge of the penalty area. And one or two of the England defenders looking at one another. Mings gives Pickford the thumbs up for his quick action.
Yeah, well, haven't started the second half very brightly either at the back, so I cannot really say that he didn't affect them so quick in the second half, but Croatia's come out again. They started the match. I thought they started the match very well, Croatia, and then England up the tempo. But I don't think England, John, can up the tempo again. There's a lot tired players out there in white shirt.
With our team here at Wembley today on BBC Radio, we've got Chris Waddle up here in the commentary position, and Karen Carney, 144 caps for England, is behind the goal that Croatia are now defending to our right. That's the end in which Harry Kane scored the winning goal, that late winning goal. Fine goal it was, with 5 minutes to go, the last time the sides met in the Nations League. So the 21,500 supporters inside the ground trying to do their best, but in this 90,000 capacity stadium, that's an achievement in itself. Kane trying to play the ball to the right-hand side, bounces back off Brozovic, and Brozovic is able to see it back into the Croatian defence. Still 0-0 as Modric is challenged by Rice, but that's a free kick.
Harry Kane's found it difficult today, hasn't he? He's not got into the game at all, even when he comes deep, in his passing and his awareness and people coming around him to take the ball off him, and it's just not happened for him today.
You say when he comes deep, it seems to me that he's almost always deep.
I think what Brozovic is just playing around him, isn't he? When he comes deep, Brozovic is in that area, so he's better off probably for the next 10-15 minutes playing a bit higher and see what happens.
Modric now skips the ball from left to right, plays it to Versalco. Trippier goes tight on Versalco, but Versalco in the orange boots. Back to Modric, now back to Brozovic, who has to go square, left-footed. Out here to Gvardiol, the tall left back. Walker forces him away from towards the halfway line. Kovacic now, sturdy figure, great balance. Kovacic curls it for Versalco, bouncing ball. Trippier was easily in there, saw the ball bounce up, took his chance. He brings it away up the left-hand side, but then Versalco went with him, his Atletico Madrid teammate, so he had to check back, but then does well, plays the ball to Kane, forward of the centre circle. This is better. Foden now receives it from Kane. Foden, 2 men on him, up to the corner of the penalty area. And with those 2 men there, turns and gives it back to Walker. And now the Manchester City men again combined. Foden back to Walker again. And then back to another one. Stones nearer the halfway line. Groans from the England supporters that England weren't able to get any further forward with that attack. Sterling out on the left-hand side. And a low ball into the edge of the area. Nice play from Kane. Shielded it well. Tried to angle a reverse ball to Sterling. Didn't quite work. Slightly behind him. And then Modric is tripped by Calvin Phillips, and it's a free kick to Croatia, 10 yards inside their own half. 0-0.
It looked promising, didn't it? Goes to Kane in a good area. He tries to do that little reverse pass that just gets read by the defenders of Croatia. But then Modric uses all his experience, wins a free kick, gives the defence another breather.
0-0 the score. The next match is the start of Group C, Austria against North Macedonia, which maybe to your ear might not sound terribly appealing, but I think that's a really important match in that group. North Macedonia involved in a tournament for the first time. Ian Dennis and Rob Green will bring you the commentary from our studio at the BBC. Really striking stuff that Ian was telling us at half-time from the Danish press conference today, that there was a point when the team doctor thought they had lost Christian Eriksen yesterday, but they managed to bring him back, he said. We'll have more on that later. Croatia coming forward. Ball played out here towards the left-hand side, where Perisic is able to bring it down. The number 4 uses Gvardiol with a back-heeled flick. Gvardiol's ball square. Now it's Kramaric, 20 yards out. Kramaric then takes it square. Modric tees it up, has a shot across the penalty area, but straight at Pickford, who's just able to stun the ball, pat it forward, and then gather it on the second attempt. He wanted to launch it downfield there. Still, Mount wanted the run as well, but Pickford thought better of it.
Yeah, it's been a problem today, that, with the back 4 and Pickford wanting the ball a bit earlier.
Why has that been a problem, Chris?
Because Jordan Pickford, I think, looks long as soon as he picks it up. He wants to play it. He's got a great left foot. We know that he can really hit a ball at distance. But, you know, the players are saying would want to build up from the back like now Stones has got it. They want to build the ball, work the ball from the back, and sometimes he kicks it very quickly and it's coming back, and the players have got to go and get it again.
England crowd raising themselves. Ball played to Sterling, but he was right on the touchline there on the far side, passed by Trippier, and Sterling couldn't keep it in, and it's a throw-in to Croatia, 6 or 7 yards inside their own half.
I think the thing I like about Croatia, John, is a very patient team. You know, it's not about can we get the shot, get in the area. It's got to go in the box. It's not. They'll bide the time. They wait for the opportunity.
It's 0-0 here at Wembley Stadium, under the gleaming arch in the sunshine. And I know why the crowd have raised themselves. Have you spotted it? It's because Jack Grealish is out there warming up on the far side.
Calvert-Lewin.
I suspect the cheering's for Jack Grealish, with all due respect to
I'm just saying Calvert-Lewin's warming up.
Yeah. Here's Stones carrying the ball towards the halfway line. The European Championship on 5 Live. The French Open tennis final is over on 5 Live Sports Extra, and it is 6-all in the first set between Novak Djokovic and Stefanos Tsitsipas. Trippier for England. Back it goes into the England half to Tyrone Mings. And now out to the right-hand side to Walker. Phillips makes a run, he gets away from Gvardiol, then he beats Chalata and plays it to Sterling, and Sterling through the middle forces his shot past the goalkeeper and in! And England have their first goal here at the Euros. They're 1-0 up on Croatia, and it's a first goal at a major tournament for Raheem Sterling, who is mobbed by his teammates. He still had work to do, but he did it. And it's England 1, Croatia 0.
Well, again, Calvin Phillips, who was the best player first half. Terrific run, raised a tackle, which he could easily maybe went down on. And then he just flicks it to the outside of his foot. And Raheem Sterling, who's great at running in behind defenders, you've got to say, it's a good finish. Goalkeeper gets his hand to it. Not enough.
Lovely ball from Calvin Phillips. The defender, Versalco, was coming across, but Sterling allowed the ball to run. And as the defender came in, he managed to convert it. He was clattered, but it didn't matter. And the England players are still celebrating on the far side. It was actually at the end. I mean, Karen Carney down behind that goal. You were very close to it. You must have had a great view.
Like slow motion. Calvin Phillips went past 1 and 2, and then he found to Sterling, and there was never no doubt he was going to not score. It's unbelievable. I'm going to show it because the fans have come down from their seats and they're trying to get as close as possible. They stood on top of all the flags, but it just went off behind the goal, and I'm not going to lie, I'm in such a privileged position, and Raheem Sterling, the emotion, it was so good, and he went straight over to those warming up, part of the team, absolutely buzzing.
England leading Croatia by 1-0, and Raheem Sterling's goal in the 57th minute. Wild celebrations. And we felt, Chris, we were talking about it again at half-time, weren't we, on an afternoon, a hot afternoon like this, if there was to be a first goal, how important it was to get it.
Yeah, it had to be England. Now Croatia's got to come out, which would suit England, you would think, now exploiting the pace, the gaps that they're playing high, they'll get in behind a lot more.
As England come forward with Walker and then Foden, and England suddenly have got a spring in their stride. The atmosphere is completely different. Where the popular end, if you like, that's actually behind where Karen is standing down there. There is a gaggle of them there. They're dancing in the stands, and here's Sterling, the England goal scorer. He's finally got that first goal at a major tournament. Raheem Sterling didn't score at the World Cup in 2014, didn't score at Euro 2016, didn't score at the World Cup in Russia in 2018. 12 appearances at those tournaments, but now in his first appearance at the Euros here at Wembley, which, remember, is the ground where, very close to where he grew up, he managed to tuck it away from 8-9 yards out, and England lead 1-0. And Gareth Southgate over there, hands on his hips, great celebration by him as well. I think he was uppercutting the air with his fist. Rice in the centre circle, plays it out towards the far side, and here is Kieran Trippier now. Trippier, Sterling takes it up 30 yards out. He's got Calvin Phillips there. Phillips, who is absolutely instrumental in the opening goal for England, the Leeds United midfielder. Mount back to Trippier, and then back towards the halfway line to Declan Rice. Stones now to the right hand side, and on an afternoon like this, Chris Waddle, this is where the possession really comes into it, isn't it? When you have the lead.
Yeah, listen, England's winning. They don't have to get 2, 3 and 4. If you get the opportunity, by all means, go and do that. But look after the ball. Croatia have got to come out and chase. It's not their game. They don't like playing high and pressing. So
Harry Kane wins a free kick. Brozovic, not sure how strong that challenge was, but it's a free kick near the halfway line. Out it goes to Mount. Mount tries to find a way past Versalco, who went to ground, put in the challenge, but Mount was quickly onto the ball, and then Trippier gives it back to Rice near the halfway line. Here's Calvin Phillips. Really excellent play from Calvin Phillips to to make the position and then play the pass. Foden now to Sterling, now to Mount, left side of the area. Mount chips it across, it's gone a long way. Kane at the back post, couldn't score. Up against Gvardiol, the left back. Kane's actually collided with the post there as well.
He has.
As he slid onto that, Kane has clattered the upright, and there's a bit of concern actually for the England captain immediately from the goalkeeper. Livakovic came in at pace and
his shoulder.
He's caught the post with his shoulder, and he got underneath the shot and then really rattled the post as he slid in on his left side. It's hit his upper left ribs. What's your view like of that, Karen Carney, down there behind that goal?
Yeah, it didn't look great. The ball was played across and he tried to get there and it was cleared away. As you can see, he's going to have a goal, but he absolutely smashed the post, and straight away Foden went over to him. It didn't look good. He stayed down, he's still down. The medics are just around him. I'm hoping he's okay. He seems to be just taking his time, but he did crash and hit the post with some force and some pace as well, but he's just starting to get up, I think. So fingers crossed he's going to be okay.
The stretcher is coming across, actually.
He's up.
Yeah, just in front of Karen.
I think the stretcher is, I'm kind of blindsided by the actual net, but he is up. The stretcher has gone across, but I think they're just taking their time with him. I think there's thumbs up. He's up onto his feet, thankfully. England fans applauding him as he gets to his feet. Seems to be okay, Harry Kane. Yeah, he's up.
Meanwhile,
and running.
I see Gareth Southgate was preparing Dominic Calvert-Lewin on the far side, but a huge cheer because Harry Kane is on his feet and he's running towards the corner flag and then says to the referee, can I come back on? And he's on.
And by the way, we should have scored. I mean, it was a deflected cross, wasn't it? Come across the far post, and maybe he just took his eye off it with a challenge the last second, and it's gone wide. But that was a good opportunity for him.
If the England captain had been able to convert that 2-0 up on this hot afternoon, that would have been a long way for Croatia to come back. As it is, still only one goal in it. Raheem Sterling scoring for the 15th time for England. The most experienced man in this England squad. This is 62nd cap today. 1-0, and Harry Kane just keeping an eye on him. Seems okay, seems to be moving easily enough. I mean, there'll clearly be, he will have bruised ribs after that. And the referee has shown a yellow card to Phil Foden. Well, Gvardiol went down in the challenge.
The player's got him that. Perisic runs across 20 yards. Look, he's caught his toe slightly. I mean, it's nothing. Look, he's just tread on his foot. Yeah, except that he's a bit late, but nothing in it.
Debatable yellow card that.
I wouldn't give a yellow for that. Perisic runs over and has a word with him, the referee, and then next thing he gets a card out.
Well, I think Kovacic can be unhappy with his yellow card, and Foden can too. England 1, Croatia 0. This is Euro 2020, the delayed Euro 2020, live on BBC Radio, on 5 Live, and the World Service as well. People listening all around the planet. As Sterling, the goal scorer, takes it on. He was blocked by Versalco. The ball had gone.
Oh, he lost the ball.
Yeah, the ball had already gone. Sterling ran into him. No free kick. Boos from some of the England supporters inside Wembley Stadium. With the ball on the ground with Chaleta Tsar. Some more movement on the far side, which is where the England substitutes are. Just to the right of the tunnel as we look. Gareth Southgate just pacing around from side to side. Versalco for Croatia with a cross from the right. That was blocked by Sterling. It's taken on by Brozovic. Now into the area. Modric is there. Back to Versalco. Crosses. Comes off Rice. Kovacic with a shot into the penalty area. Bounces away. Rebic with a chance. Pulled it wide with his left foot from 12 yards.
I'm not saying it's a great chance because it came in very quick, and it's a hard volley, wasn't it? He had to lash it in very quick. It happened very quick. So, I mean, yes, could he hit the target? Difficult. Off his chest. He was under pressure, and he's just smashed it away, doesn't he? So, but they've still got a threat, Croatia.
England with a narrow lead, 1-0. Steve Holland and Gareth Southgate, I can see, are speaking to one another over there in the England coaching area. Clearly, a change is not too far away, with 65 minutes on the clock. Here's Kovacic. Kovacic now to Brozovic, who's caught in possession. England were all over him. Phillips and Mount. Mount takes it on. He's got Kane to his right. Still going Mount. And then Brozovic in with a challenge. Mount goes down. It's a free kick. Croatia unhappy. It's a yellow card as well for the challenge by Brozovic. Just eased Mount over.
Well, it was always going to happen. Brozovic, I mean, there's hardly anything in it really. He just crosses his path. I mean, I think the way the rules are, obviously that is a yellow card, but he didn't really touch him.
Yellow card. That's the third one for Croatia. England with a free kick. This is slightly right of centre. Over on Sports Extra, incidentally, Tsitsipas has taken the first set on the tiebreak against Djokovic. So Tsitsipas, one set up in the French Open final. But absolutely, if it's anything like this, it'll be baking in Paris. Free kick for England here in London. Mount is over this one. So it's a right-sided free kick. Again, England put up the two men in the wall, Kane and Mings, probably the two tallest players out there.
I think the reverse is, John. Where the goalie's standing now, I think that's where the ball's going to go.
Which is, as we look, it's to the left.
Yeah, I think he's going to reverse this over the wall.
It's the top left corner. Mount with the free kick, then he goes for that corner, and it's just over the top. Goalkeeper was there, might have had it covered, but it was a foot over.
No, as the manager said to me once, you get nothing for an ooh. So it was a good effort, but you got to hit the target, mate.
I thought that was Bruce Forsyth who said that. Not in this game.
No, he's no, you get nothing.
Free kick, goal kick for Croatia, who passed the ball out from the back. England leading by 1-0. Let's pop down to Karen as well behind the goal, down on pitch level.
Oh, sorry guys, I was concentrating then, but it looks like Southgate's talking to Marcus Rashford. I would think he's going to come on, I think possibly for Harry Kane. He's taking his bib off, looks like he's coming on, getting some tactical information. I think he'll be coming on very soon.
Don't worry, Karen, it's very hot down there as Croatia trying to play the ball out from the back. Good pressure from England, good pressure from Mount. He's been really bright again, Mason Mount, putting Brozovic under pressure. Came off Mount in the end, it's a goal kick, but just not letting Croatia settle.
Good pressure. That's what they need, yeah. They don't let Croatia put a few passes again and get up the field.
Remember, England have never won their first match at a European Championship in 9 previous attempts. They're 1-0 up here, and we are now into the last quarter of the match. Ball is passed out from the back again by Croatia. Brozovic to Vrsaljko out on the right flank. As Karen said, Rashford preparing himself. A number of other England substitutes as well, just come down the steps over there on the far side. Calvin Phillips stretches, but England lose possession. And now here's Gvardiol down the left-hand side, still going. Foden chasing him, looking for a 1-2. The ball bounces off either Gvardiol or Walker. It's Walker, says the referee. It's a corner to Croatia. This is their first corner of the match.
Well, Modric is going over to take it. All England's winning and they are in control of the game at the minute, John. You just want to get that second goal and completely finish it off.
Just keeping an eye on the central defenders. Big Vida there with his ponytail. Big character. Chaleta Tsar as well, taking up a position at the far post. The referee's just making it clear that he doesn't want any argy-bargy going on in there. Modric, hands on his hips. Here's the corner for Croatia. It is played out to the edge of the area. A driven shot by Brozovic, who was stretching for it. And because of that, he sent it well wide past a crowd of players. I'm going to have a rush of substitutions, Chris.
It was well worked, though, off the training ground.
Brozovic, that's Brozovic's last act of the match. So he is going to be replaced by Nikola Vlasic, who is an attacking midfielder, plays for CSKA Moscow. So Vlasic is on for Brozovic, who was on a yellow card as well, remember. And Kramaric, who has admittedly been quiet in the game, he is replaced by
Brekola, was it? Brekola?
Meanwhile, Foden is replaced by Rashford. So Marcus Rashford is coming on, and it's Foden who's replaced Chris. Thought it might be Harry Kane after the collision with the post.
No, I had a feeling it might be in Foden. I think Harry Kane will stay on. Sterling's doing all right, isn't he? So we'll leave him on as a threat.
And Rashford coming over to the right-hand side. So Sterling staying on the left, Rashford on the right, at least for the time being. So 2 changes for Croatia and the first for England. And it was Brekalo who has come on, Josip Brekalo of Wolfsburg, who is a wide player, can play at full-back or as a winger. England leading 1-0. Zlatko Dalic making his first 2 changes, trying to force the issue now. Here's Mings inside his own half, playing the ball forward. And then Mount down the left-hand side, but across comes Versalco, and puts in the challenge. And in actual fact, the ball had deflected out of play for a throw-in to Croatia. So 1-0 to England. Raheem Sterling, the goal scorer. If you've just joined us on 5 Live on this Sunday afternoon, it's on BBC One, by the way. Yeah, you can listen to the 5 Live commentary with the pictures on the iPlayer. But Guy Mowbray and Jermaine Genius are sitting in the tier above us, aren't they, Chris? They're up in the gods. That's very much TV and radio, isn't it? We know our place down here among the people. And Croatia have got the ball on the right-hand side. Ball is played back towards Kovacic. Kovacic, middle of the half. Pass up towards the edge of the box. A left-footed curling ball towards Perisic. Stretch from Walker, got up well ahead of him. And then the ball is hooked away. Here's Rashford into the game for the first time, but the ball will... he'll be beaten to the ball by Chalata-Tsar. And then Perisic as well. Kovacic to Modric. Modric has a little look forward. Options weren't there, so out goes the ball to Versalco, winning his 50th cap on the far side. Versalco with a flick infield towards the newly arrived Brekalo, and then it's worked by Rebic out to the right flank to Versalco. Rebic continues down into the full-back position. Declan Rice has gone out there with him. Versalco with a cross. Rebic tries to get there. The ball's deflected across the 6-yard box, but Perisic couldn't get there. Walker did well, actually, got himself in the right position, and Pickford picked up the bouncing ball.
As you say, Walker does ideal, doesn't he? He just cuts his lane off Perisic. He doesn't go to attack the ball. He goes, gambles the other side, but Walker lets it cross his body, and then it's an easy pick-up for Jordan Pickford. Kyle Walker does ever so well there.
England 1, Croatia 0. Less than 20 minutes to go. Calvin Phillips. Actually, it's Rice behind Phillips who heads the ball forward, and then Harry Kane is challenged by Chalata-Tsar, and that's a free kick that's gone England's way.
And he's on the yellow.
Yeah, he has. Already received a yellow card.
It is a foul. Definite foul, straight in the back of Harry Kane.
Free kick then, forward of the centre circle. It does feel like England have... I mean, that was a foul. That's a free kick. But it feels like England maybe have had the rub of the green with the decisions.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And we talked before this Euros, so many different host nations, about how significant that could be. Free kick that is taken by Trippier. Long into the area, Mings was after it, heads it back, comes out, Sterling with a chance, but he's slashed at it. There are a crowd of players in front of him on the edge of the 6-yard box. He was 13-14 yards out, and he did just, with his left foot, hit it wildly wide.
Yeah, it's a bit of composure, isn't it? He gets a little bit excited and he lashes at it with his left foot, really puts his foot through it. You need that little bit of composure. He's hit the target.
As they say, his eyes lit up. I think he thought he might be on for a second goal there in the opening match for England, but a goal kick. And Croatia. See, Harry Kane has just gone across there to talk to the referee
Stones
again.
in the centre circle.
Because John Stones is sitting down in the centre circle. And is he suggesting that he was blocked off the ball? And the medical people have been called on to have a look at John Stones. And listen, with Harry Maguire out and not certain to be involved in the group stages, if there's one player England don't want to lose, it's John Stones. More on that from Chris Waddle in a moment, but let's go down pitch side as well, again into the sunshine to Karen Carney.
Yeah, hi guys. I think it was just cramp from John Stones. When the cross came in, Tyrone Mings and himself jumped up, and as he landed he got cramp, but when that ball dropped there was confusion between Harry Kane and Raheem Sterling, and neither made the decision. And then when Raheem Sterling went to go onto it, he was in a rush because he was the confusion that led to that, and he lashed out with his left foot, but it was a glorious opportunity and really should have been 2-0 to England. But John Stones, I think, is just suffering with cramp. It is absolutely boiling. It is well above 30 pitch level, so I suspect there might be a few more people that will get cramp in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, look, I think recovery after this match will be an issue as well. Stones is back on his feet, and yeah, Karen and Chris suggesting that it was cramp. He's walked off quite comfortably, still receiving a little bit of treatment, just flexes his knees, bends down. We'll have a slurp of water as well. It is actually so warm here. I wonder whether water breaks were a possibility. Crikey, we don't often say that, do we, in the UK? But it's a throw-in to England, halfway inside their own half. England leading Croatia by 1-0. There's more activity on the far side, so we'll try and keep an eye on that. Actually, Karen's got a much better view of what's going on, so if we need to know anything more from over there, we will get back down to her. 1-0 to England. Mount, and it's played forward centrally. Calvin Phillips right in the thick of the action again, does well, comes out with the ball against substitute Vlasic, and then plays it forward, but Vida has got it in front of his own penalty area. Scotland's match tomorrow against Czech Republic live, same time, 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. We've got commentary coming straight up on Austria, North Macedonia, and the French Open final over on 5 Live Sports Extra, where Tsitsipas is a set up on Djokovic. Incidentally, if you haven't heard it, Hartlepool won 1-0 against Stockport in the National League playoff semi-final this afternoon, so we'll play Torquay on Saturday. Here's Perisic on the left-hand side. Perisic plays the ball back towards Gvardiol, who's heading for RB Leipzig, and he's caught the eye, I must say, the young left-back. Vida whistles as the central defender has it inside the England half. Now on the right-hand side, Brekalo turns, the number 7, uses Versalco. Brekalo continued his run. Thought he might have strayed offside. Doesn't matter, the ball
would have, but it was
deflected out of play for a throw to Croatia, which is taken to Rebic, who angles the ball back towards the byline on the right-hand side. The ball comes across, but Rice was in position there to control it and just volley it up in the air and out of play on the far side. This could be the pattern now as Croatia make a third change on the far side of the field. Could be an England defensive operation from this point on, and it's Rebic who makes way, and it is Bruno Petkovic who comes on to replace him. We thought that Petkovic might be the central striker, the Dinamo Zagreb top scorer in the qualifying, but he is on the field now, the number 20. The throw-in is taken, and England win a free kick down in their own left-back position. Sterling wins the free kick. Chris Waddle.
Yeah, well, England now, Croatia want to push more pressure on England, but I don't think they've got the legs, John. They like to keep ball. It's not their game to go and press high and up the tempo. They like to keep hold of the football, and it's suiting England, because England are tired, you can see that.
Let's go back down to Karen Carney on pitch side.
I'm pretty sure that Gareth Southgate turned to Jude Bellingham and said 5 minutes and you're right, and Jude Bellingham started to aggressively warm up now, so I suspect there might be a change. Connor Cody's out there as well, I think, again because of the cramp perhaps to John Stones, but I think Jude Bellingham will appear soon.
Well, that's highly significant. I'm not sure how most people inside Wembley Stadium would cope with aggressively warming up on an afternoon like this. It is hot, but Bellingham's just 17 years old, and if he comes onto the field, there's a little bit of history there. He'd be the first 17-year-old to play for England at a tournament, World Cup or European Championship. And what we've seen of him so far certainly suggests he's up to it. 1-0 to England. Raheem Sterling's goal in the second half. Marcus Rashford winning his 42nd cap, the captain last weekend. Kane trying to latch onto a ball near the centre circle, but Vida, who'd got there first. Goalkeeper Livakovic passes it out. Modric to the far side.
He is coming on, John.
Yeah, he is. He's got his red training top on the far side, the 1966 style red shirt, and he's now being handed his match shirt. And Jude Bellingham, Gareth Southgate,
I think we've caught from Mount,
is going to look to the Borussia Dortmund teenager for the final moments. Here's Petkovic giving it square to the right-hand side, where Vlasic gives it down the right flank. England have 3 men around the ball, and Sterling comes out with it and clears it away downfield. Chalata-Tsar miscontrols it on the halfway line, otherwise he was untroubled and challenged there. If he'd been able to control that, he could have sent it forward and put pressure on. At the moment, looking at the way that the players are lined up, it's almost a 4-man Croatian front line as they try to put pressure and press England and force the equaliser. And Bellingham is coming. He's on the far side. Gareth Southgate just turns to him and puts a hand on his left shoulder. He can feel Gareth Southgate's hand on his shoulder. He can feel the hand of history on his shoulder as well, Jude Bellingham. Throw into England, and we're going to see the change now. What a moment for this young man. He's going to replace the England captain, Harry Kane, and Jude Bellingham will step into the action once the referee, actually in fact the referee is waving Harry Kane off the field, and then on he comes. Jude Bellingham sprints onto the field and becomes the first 17-year-old to play for England at a World Cup or a European Championship finals tournament. And he also becomes the youngest player to appear at a European Championship. So that is quite an achievement for this young man. England 1, Croatia 0. And the ball is out of play for a throw-in on the halfway line.
He's just put him in midfield. John Mason Mount's come to his right-hand side, and Rashford's gone up as the number 9 now.
Modric now takes it on and plays it towards the left-hand side. And now here is Perisic. Perisic into the full-back position. Low ball into the box. Angles it back towards the edge of the area. Modric couldn't get there. Bounces away from Rashford. And now the intensity is upping because Croatia are having to force this. Bellingham slides in, excellent work. Sterling plays it over the top, but too much on that from Sterling, and it bounces all the way through to goalkeeper Livakovic, who will quickly give it out. 7.5 minutes to play. England 1, Croatia 0, and in the warmth of this London afternoon, much of this game is being played certainly not at the highest tempo, but Croatia now have to step it up. Vida, that blonde ponytail, wagging behind his head. Back it comes to Vida. Versalco on the right-hand side. And now Brekalo just moves infield and plays it back to Chalata-Tsar. England dropping back into position as Croatia attack towards the end to our left. Perisic swirls the ball in, and Pickford is able to get a good sight on it. It was curling into the back post, but he was able to take 3, 4, 5 steps back, catch it and fall to the ground.
He's not been a threat today, Perisic, has he, on this left? Kyle Walker's really had him in his pocket, hasn't he? He's not really got at him, he's never took him on, never went outside, never cut inside, had a shot.
That's Chris Waddle. Karen Carney down behind the goal. The crowd trying to do their bit. 6.5 minutes to go. Pickford's rather sliced his clearance. Ball bounces there, Bellingham trying to shield it against Brekalo. The ball bounces out of play off the Croatian, and it's a throw-in for England that Kieran Trippier obviously is in no hurry to take. Croatia are preparing their latest change. That'll be their 4th change, and whether we'll see it before the throw-in, I'm not sure. Trippier comes forward and is waiting to take this. Trippier, throw down the line. Versalco hooks it away. Modric is onto that quickly. Modric up through the middle to Petkovic. Then Modric takes it on again. Good challenge comes in on him, but that's given as a free kick by Phillips. So it's a free kick again, another one of those decisions, but it's a free kick to Croatia on the right-hand side.
What a desire Modric going to the end, isn't he? Look, determination. I don't think it was a foul. I think Phillips plays the ball, then follows through slightly to nudge him over.
And the latest change sees Mario Pasalic of Atalanta, one of the men involved in Atalanta's rise, and he replaces Kovacic. So Kovacic is off, and Mario Pasalic is on to replace him in the midfield. Free kick to Croatia on the right-hand side. England holding their line outside the box. Gareth Southgate's side leading through Raheem Sterling's goal. Modric takes a couple of steps forward, then thinks again. Then he points towards the penalty area. And then there's a second start from Modric, who swings it in towards Chalata-Tsar, but the whistle's gone. The referee saw some pushing, I think, by Chaleta Sarr, and now there's a reaction as well against John Stones. Tyrone Mings trots across and steps in front of the Croatian number 5. And the two of them just have a little standoff as well. And the referee says, come here, come here, come here. And Chaleta Sarr has to stop in his tracks. And the referee indicates that he'll have no more of that. 1-0 England.
No. Listen, Croatia, I thought they would have thrown more risk, thrown a few more bodies forward and that. They've kept the shape, they've changed personnel, we know that, but they've never upped the tempo. They've not asked any questions of England since they went a goal down. They've not really put England under any pressure.
Really, in terms of opportunities that they've had in the match, I'm not sure Pickford's had a save to make. Ball's out of play on the far side for a throw-in to Croatia. 4 minutes to play. For the first time this afternoon, the sun just slightly loses its intensity. There must be a cloud up there somewhere. Ball comes back to goalkeeper Livakovic, who passes it out towards the right-hand side. Commentary on Austria against North Macedonia to come with Ian Dennis and Rob Green from 5 o'clock. We'll have more with Jack Wilshere and Micah Richards. More England internationals joining us again after this game finishes. But we're into the last 5 minutes now. Indeed, 87th minute on the clock. Modric. Rashford moves across. Ball is passed out to Brekalo, took his eye off the ball. Sterling is back in there, the England goal scorer. He's able to block it out of play for a Croatia throw down the right, halfway inside the England half. Versalco quickly trots across, gets the ball back from in front of the ever-changing advertising hoardings, and then Versalco receives it back, but it bounces away from him, and it's being shepherded towards the dead ball line. It's a goal kick, says the Italian assistant. Goal kick England.
If you look at Croatia, Johnny, you'd say nice football team, got some nice midfield players, don't panic all over the park, but they've got no attack, no striker where you actually fear who's going to score. You look at them and think, who's going to score a goal for you? And I can't see it. Even the subs who come on, they haven't got a number 9. And for all the nice football they play at times, they just haven't got that number 9 who can finish the ball off.
Which is kind of tallies. You were telling me the warm-up games. Armenia, what happened in those matches.
Armenia, it should have been 8-0, 8-1, 8-2 possibly, but the chances they created and they couldn't take.
Oh, clash of heads here. Jude Bellingham and Domagoj Vida have... we've seen this time and again, haven't we, in the matches at the tournament. It feels like there have been numerous clashes of heads, and this time it's Bellingham who's been caught in the back of the head by Vida, who was caught on the side of his forehead. So this will be a lengthy stoppage here, because clearly all of the protocols will have to be carried out. And actually Jude Bellingham does not look terribly comfortable. Oh, here he is getting up. Let's go back down to Karen, who will have a different view of that incident. Karen?
The medical team was straight on there and actually rolled him over, protected him, assessed him first before any movement. Really, really good to see. But Jude's up, walking around, having a drink, moving his neck around, looks completely okay, walking off. But again, medical team were straight on there, fantastic, putting an arm around him. He looks okay, which is really good news.
Yeah, on his feet, and a number of the players now using the opportunity to get the water bottles on the far side. There's quite a lot of activity going on over there, and Gareth Southgate is some discussion as well going on. The fourth official is over there, and Jude Bellingham is just waiting to come back on with Vida. Free kick for England, but it's overhit, this one, and bounces away from Mount and straight behind for a goal kick. So he's only made 2 changes, Gareth Southgate. You would think, break up the match towards the end. I was just expecting that there would be
somebody else coming on now, isn't there?
Is that? I'm trying to see who that is from this distance.
Calvert-Lewin.
Does look like Calvert-Lewin, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Calvert-Lewin it is. Ball played back towards Chaleta Sarr. We're in the 90th minute now at Wembley Stadium. 5 live in the World Service from the BBC. England closing in on what would be their first win in their opening match at a European Championship. They drew both matches in the previous tournaments that England started out at Wembley, World Cup 66 against Uruguay and against Switzerland at Euro 96. But it's still in the balance. Long ball forward to Perisic, who heads it across the England box, but Pickford allows it to roll and then drops on it. Every second counts.
Well, that's Perisic's first running behind Kyle Walker. Sometimes Kyle Walker knows he's quick, so he gives the attacker a yard, and this time he could have paid the price, but nobody followed Perisic up the park.
4 minutes of added time, and we're into them. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, next time the ball goes out of play, will get his first taste of action at a major senior tournament. World Cup winner, remember, in his days with the England younger teams. England with the ball on the left-hand side. Rashford blocked away, ball bounces forward. It's actually quite a scrappy, disrupted end to the game with that clash of heads between Bellingham and Vida. And now the change is made. Calvert-Lewin coming on for the goal scorer Sterling. Back on his old stamping ground. Great day for him. He took the captain's armband after Kane went off, and now that's being tossed over to Marcus Rashford. But here's the reaction to Raheem Sterling, scorer of England's goal here. And on comes Dominic Calvert-Lewin for the final moments. Modric with the ball. He's in between the two central defenders. Modric gives it to Vida. Vrsaljko now on the right. Vrsaljko forward, bounces past Mings. Mings shields it from Petkovic. Returns it to Pickford, who had to be quick along the dead ball line. Got there, whipped it away left-footed. Then it's headed infield by the newly arrived Dominic Calvert-Lewin. Croatia back with it, all in black. Croatia with Gvardiol moving infield. Mount goes with him back to the halfway line to Modric. 2 minutes of added time to play. Gareth Southgate watches edgily on the edge of the coaching area as England look to start with a win here at Wembley. Challenge comes in, good one by Bellingham. And then Vrsaljko, I'm not sure he kept the ball in. The crowd thought it was out of play on the far side, but the assistant was right there, says play on. Modric now in the centre circle. Croatia have got to go long. They do with Modric. Ball into the penalty area, which is headed across. Pickford comes for it and catches it on the corner of the 6-yard box ahead of Petkovic.
Yeah, it was a good ball by Modric, wasn't it? But again, there's nobody reacts, like strikers do react. Where can I get the goal? Nobody reads the header. By the time they decide to chase it, it's in Pickford's arms.
England will play next on Friday night against Scotland. You'll hear that with us here on 5 Live. 8 o'clock kick-off. Such a big game. Scotland play their opening match of the group tomorrow against Czech Republic. That's at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, live from Hampden with us on 5 Live. But England with Rice, now Modric. Modric is able to work it centrally and then gets it back, and Modric stabs it up towards Perisic. But Walker was there. Walker, who's done nothing wrong against Perisic. Back to Pickford. Control on his left foot, clears it out of play on the halfway line. 93 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. The whistles from the home supporters. Vida to Modric. Modric curling it forward. Mount is able to get there. Phillips, one of England's top men here. Calvin Phillips just allows it to bounce out of play, and it's a throw-in to Croatia. Who are you picking out, Chris?
Phillips has been impressive, very impressive today. I think Trippier's done well at left back. But Phillips for me is the one who stood out. Sterling's looked a lot sharper, looked better than what he showed for Man City. He looked a lot sharper than what he has been, but yeah, Phillips has been a standout player for me.
England chasing it, Bellingham and Calvert-Lewin. 94 minutes are on the clock. Vida hits it long, still we play on. If it's going to come late, it's going to come very late. The equaliser for Croatia comes off the head of Stones, out of play. It's a long throw. Perisic is going to have time to take this. He backs up against the hoardings just down to our left here at Wembley Stadium. The penalty area is packed. Perisic with the throw, it's headed away, it comes out for a shot on the turn which flies away over the top of the bar, and the final whistle goes, and England have seen it out for an opening victory here against Croatia. And England players, a huddle of them, hugged together. Raheem Sterling's goal has done it. For the first time, England have won their opening match at a European Championship, and Gareth Southgate's team have started off with a win against the team that knocked them out of the World Cup in Moscow 3 years ago. It was tight. It was very tight, Chris Waddle. but it was won by that goal in the 57th minute from Raheem Sterling.
No, we saw the good and the bad of England today. I thought it started okay, then had 25 minutes where they were pressed Croatia back and really thought they're going to score, maybe score more than one. Then they come off the pace, that Croatia dictate the game for a period. Second half's been, you've got to say, end-to-end. It's not really... No, I wouldn't say any team dominated second half. Croatia are an experienced side, and it's a good win for England. That a lot of people thought they would win and it would be easy. It wasn't easy, but that is a great start.
A winning start. The final score here at Wembley as the England players go around one another, handshakes, hugs, hands clasped, is England 1, Croatia 0.
Yeah, both sides had 8 shots, 8 attempts tonight, a couple on target for England, 1 on target for Croatia. Great win, Karen Carney. Positives to pick out, decent performance.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Being at this level, I could actually see the game management of the players. The substitutions were on point, the tactical element of it. It was really good to see it at ground level, and I keep reiterating it, but the temperature is ridiculous. It is so hot. So credit to the players, how they managed it, how they managed the occasion. I spoke about how absorbing that pitch is, but look, they're just doing a lap of honour now. We're applauding the crowd because the crowd have been fantastic, and as I said earlier, Luka Modric said it was a game changer, and the fans have been absolutely brilliant, and you saw a massive shift in momentum and in tempo when the crowd got behind the England side.
It's a real togetherness here, isn't there, Karen, on this England side? The subs are out there. Harry Maguire has come out there to walk. Gareth Southgate on his own, just a little bit away from the rest of the squad, applauding and cheering the fans.
Yeah, they're all coming over now quite close towards us. You know, they're all clapping the fans. It means a lot to them, you can see it, but it's a great start. Tournament football is about momentum and kicking off with a good start. They do look a bit drained and tired. The heat has definitely zapped them, but credit to them, doing their lap of honour now.
We'll bring you plenty of reaction from here at Wembley. Austria against North Macedonia, our second commentary, and that will come from 5 o'clock. Just watch Carl Walker and John Stones, who are the last of the England players. They're lagging behind everybody else as they applaud those England fans. So many of them congregated behind you, Karen. I mean, I'm fairly sure the majority of those fans behind you aren't in their original seats, and they've moved together to create a kind of England end, haven't they?
Yeah, they've all come down and trying to get as close to the pitch as possible. And the England fans to the right of me now is where their family and friends are. So all the England players, are going over there, you know, celebrating towards their family and friends, because it's a different thing to see to have players have their family and friends in the stadium. It's new for them as well. So they're going over there and lapping it up and celebrating with them. But you're right, the fans behind me are singing 3 lines on a shirt. They've got their flags out. We're absolutely loving it. There's quite a few sunburnt people, I'm not going to lie, including myself. But the atmosphere is absolutely fantastic.
Let's try and get you into the shade, and you can come up and sit with myself and Chris in this commentary position, just watching some of the England players who are being taken over to do some interviews. I can see that Raheem Sterling has been taken over. Calvin Phillips is walking in that direction as well. Of course, it was Phillips who set Sterling up for the goal. Jack Wilshere and Micah Richards are with us as well. Calvin Phillips covered just over 10 kilometres. Him and Rice, the 2 players who covered the most distance in that game, the only 2 players over 10k. And Jack, actually, you said it at half-time that the inside right position was the area that England could exploit, and that was where Phillips found himself to set the goal up for Sterling.
Yeah, I felt like the Croatian wingers were not cheating, but not really defending, and the space was going to be there, and Phillips made a great run and great bit of composure as well. I think the midfield, all the midfield were great today. I think they got it right. I think Deck sat a little bit deeper, allowed Phillips to roam a little bit, and even when they were pressing without the ball, you know, in this heat you can't press every time, but they picked their moments. They won the ball back. Modric started to come into the game a little bit, but he didn't really cause them any problems. They were happy with him getting the ball a little bit deeper. So yeah, no, they got it right today. And listen, it was all about winning the first game. Let's keep it going. Can we play better? Yeah, probably. But we won the game, and I'm sure they'll go back and analyse it and improve on it.
Yeah, and Phillips' performance probably, Micah, as we touched on again at half-time, the one that surprised us, not how well he played, because people who've seen him for Leeds this season will know what a good player he is, but his positioning.
He was absolutely exceptional. Like, you know, we don't like to big up, you know, the tournament's just started and whatnot, but what he produced today in terms of more his positioning, getting in between the lines, him and Rice run the most in midfield, and affecting the game on the big stage. And I just thought everything that he did today was just perfect. And, you know, it was a joy to see, because sometimes when you get to these, you know, the tournament football, a lot of people sort of go in the shell a little bit, but he relished the task and he really turned up today. So absolutely buzzing for him.
Chris, what positives would you pick out?
Phillips was brilliant, you know, and there's talk about who was going to play in their race with Jordan Henderson. Would be fit enough. It was a bit of a thing. He came in and he looks the part, no doubt about that. His positional sense, his work rate, his effort, but he's talented on the ball as well. It's not just build. You know, some people can get the ball back and pass it. He can create as well, as we saw with the goal, but he's not bad. He gets some great 40, 50-yard passes as well. He's a top midfield player. So I think there's more to come from Foden. I don't think we saw the best of him today. I think it was one of them sort of no risk. I don't want to give the ball away. I think he needs to be a little bit more positive, direct, and if he loses it, he loses it in the final third. I don't think people's going to moan at that. Raheem Sterling a lot brighter today. That's all, you know, he looked sharp, and his movement was good, and obviously got a goal, which will help his confidence. But yeah, overall, it was a decent team performance against an awkward side to play against.
Chris, did you see? Because obviously you're at the game. Obviously, I'm watching it on TV here, but you know, with these, he always looked like he had his head up. That his first four, talking about Calvin Phillips, it was just to pass forward. Could you see that? Yeah. A little bit more from where you were sat.
Yeah, he's got the range. He can get it off the back four and he can ping it everywhere. I've seen it for Leeds this season a lot. He's got he can hit 40, 50-yard passes with ease if he needs to, and he's grown in confidence. And we all know, Mick, whatever people say about this player and that player, listen, you wouldn't beat England if you were not good enough. So it's all about confidence, and sometimes people come in and just hit the ground running and full of confidence, and you think, wow, what a player he is. You know, he's come in and he's done that. Every time he's put an English shirt on, he looks the part. So he's got all range of passing, covers the ground well, reads the game very well. But what he's got is he's got confidence. Now, whether that's still we're playing with Leeds, the way Leeds have had a season, or the manager puts it in him, he's got confidence. And when you've got confidence, you know as a player, you just play the game. You don't even think about it.
You coming back, Micah?
No, you said everything you need to say. It was, it was just
okay.
Brilliant.
I thought I heard a dog bark there.
It's my dog. Sorry,
it was just no,
was it? Okay.
It was though, because sometimes when you're watching a game live, you see things, but on TV, every time he looked, he was looking for that long 30, 40-yard pass, but it wasn't on. He would still play forward. You know, sometimes when we have the tendency of the past as a midfielder to just go sideways and just play the easy pass. Yeah. I'm not going to be the one who's going to make the mistake, but I didn't see any of that in his game today. I was very impressed with it.
Let's just go to the French Open tennis, because the second set has been decided. Russell Fuller.
What a story brewing here. Stefanos Tsitsipas playing a dream match in his first Grand Slam final leads Novak Djokovic, the world number one, chasing a 19th Grand Slam title by 2-0. Took the first set on a tiebreak, 8-6 in an hour and 9 minutes after saving a set point, and he's cantered through the second, winning it by 6-2. Things started changing for Djokovic when he took a nasty fall in the first set. Avoided injuring himself, but it really shook him up, and in the second set, perhaps a legacy of the 4 hours and 11 minutes he spent on court against Rafael Nadal in Friday's brutal semi-final in mind, he's been looking low on energy. He's going to have to come back from 2-0 down to win the title.
Thank you very much, Russell. 5 Live Sports Extra if you want to listen to that. On my stats screen in front of me here at Wembley, a gold star has been placed next to the name of Raheem Sterling, so I'm assuming he was awarded player of the match. And actually, in the context of Sterling's season, Jack, also in the context of, huge discussion about who's playing either side of Harry Kane going into this opening game of the tournament. Gareth Southgate will be delighted and Sterling himself will be delighted that he is the goal scorer.
Yeah, I think you can tell that Sterling is Southgate's player. Like, Southgate really trusts him. He's never let him down. He was brilliant in the last World Cup. Yes, he's been in and out of the team at Man City, but let's be honest, Man City could play probably 2, maybe 3 teams that could win the Premier League. So it's a difficult team to get into. And when he's played for Man City, he's played well, but obviously with the emergence of Foden coming into the team there, it's been difficult for him. But yeah, it'll be big for him, for the manager. It justifies his decision, but for Sterling, for his confidence, I think I heard that was his first goal in a major tournament as well, which is obviously a nice one.
Yeah.
For him to be at Wembley from the area that he's from, so hopefully now he can really push on, because when he scored, I thought he looked more dangerous. He got more on the ball. He looked more confident, and yeah. So let's hope he can keep doing that.
You think the goal changed his sort of demeanour, really?
Yeah, I think, I didn't score many for England. I scored 2, but I remember when I did score, even when I was playing for my club, when you score, it gives you almost like a little bit of arrogance and confidence, and yeah, it makes you try things maybe you wouldn't before. You know that you've got a goal, things are going your way. So I think we'll see more from him, definitely.
Yeah, he said in April, Micah, didn't he? This season for me personally has been a very weird one. Jack mentioned, goals in major tournaments. It wasn't until October 2018 that he actually ended a 27-game goal drought for England. So at the last tournament, there was plenty of talk about, him not contributing goal-scoring wise. So it does feel like a big moment for him this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a massive moment for him and his confidence. Jack said it there, as soon as he scored, he grew into the game. But I think huge praise has to be given to Gareth Southgate, because, he's not been in the best of forms in terms of the past seasons where he's been breathtaking, and the manager to still put him in because he thought that was right for the team. Before the game, we was all giving our opinions on, the left-back situation. Trippier was in there for his one-on-one defending. Chris mentioned that. He had a good game. Phillips was brilliant, was talking about the 2 in midfield. And he stuck with Sterling because, that's what he believed. And we have to get by get behind the manager and his decisions. And there's a reason why he picks Sterling, because he sees him day in, day out in training. He's a leader as well, one of the most appearances in that squad as well, and he trusts him. And when a manager trusts you, you'll do the best you can do, and he's paid the manager dividend tonight by scoring a goal. So really well done to Sterling, but well done to Southgate as well.
I think, Mick, though, I think what Gareth really likes about him is he's pressing. He goes and hounds people, and I think Gareth likes his strikers to go and press. And you got to say, probably out the strikers they've got in that team, he's probably the best at it. And I think that's what Gareth really sort of liked about him. And obviously he did contribute a lot of goals in his internationals. But I think he gets the nod off Gareth a lot because of his work rate, where he goes and presses. He brings the team up the field and he'll go and press. And then that's what Gareth likes.
Chris, what would you like to see more of him, within his game? I know his game is...
His composure.
Yeah, his composure, yeah.
In front of goal, don't. He seems to lash thing, and sometimes when he starts running with it, he's that quick. You just think, slow down a bit, slow down, get yourself balanced, composure, where you can give that final pass or that final shot in up the goal. The amount of times I heard you say before the thing, a lot of people criticise him because he misses a lot of chances, and he does miss a lot of chances. But sometimes when he gets one-on-one, he beats the guy, and then it's like, now compose yourself and just pass it to Harry Kane, who can pass it into the net. But he seems to overhit it or bobbles, and you just think he's too quick sometimes for his own good. Can he
teach that though, Chris? That composure element of it, is that more of a natural thing? You can teach that composure thing.
Well, listen, once you go past somebody, it's get your head up, slow yourself down, compose yourself, set yourself up. He seems to do everything at 100 miles an hour, so sometimes it comes off and it looks wow, but say out of 10 attempts of doing it, 5 or 6 or 7 don't come off, and then I can see why people say, how's he missed that? How's he passed that bad? But he needs to slow himself down and make sure the pass is complete or the finish is on target.
Yeah, I agree.
That makes sense to you, Jack?
Yeah, I think, saying that, I think he has improved under Pep a little bit at that. I mean, there's always room for improvement still, but yeah, that is something that, I mean, listen, you when you think about him and his dribbling ability, he should be getting high numbers of assists, of goals, and he gets his fair share, but for a player of that ability, he should be getting more for sure, yeah.
He's having to do some work as star of the match. He's doing various interviews, and then the player of the match is called star of the match because it's sponsored by a beer company. So he then has to come back out, stand in front of an advertising board for the beer company, and do another interview for that. Just seeing a replay as well of his goal again, which, Chris, I know he was through and, he only had the goalkeeper to beat, but he actually got clattered as well in the process. It's a good finish.
But it's a good run. He takes off, he's quick, but he composes himself. As he goes to hit it, he slows down, and he must think, get a good contact and pass it into the net, which good players do. Calvin did brilliant, goes through 2 challenges, and he's off balance slightly. He rolls it with his left foot into the path of Sterling, and but it's the old thing, if you don't make them run, you don't score. But Raheem Sterling makes a lot of very, very good runs in behind people.
England's second game is, of course, against Scotland on Friday night. We have full commentary of that. Scotland start tomorrow against the Czech Republic. We'll be on air from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, all the build-up, and then full commentary again from 2 o'clock. John Murray may have, as you may have heard during commentary, described these kind of perspex booths that we're all in our commentary positions here at Wembley, and also how difficult it was to see each other through the sides of the perspex booths because they were very cloudy. And once the final whistle went, we suddenly realised there was like a plastic sheeting on that we were meant to take off the perspex booth so that we could see each other a lot better.
We can't blame me and you, Mark. I know that. I know what I'm looking at.
They weren't set up properly for us, were they, Chris? When you look at England's performance, Michael, let's focus actually, because it's very easy. So much attention on how they are going forward. But bearing in mind pre-match, we talked about the wisdom of playing a right back at left back. We talked about how they miss Harry Maguire and Tyrone Mings coming in and partnering John Stones. Defensively, they were very, very solid this afternoon. So, if any of them had dropped a wicket, we'd have been on them straight away. So let's devote a little bit of time to praising Pickford and his back four this afternoon, because, as I say, Croatia had 1 shot on target in the whole of the game.
Yeah, I think Karen mentioned it as well when he cut to us in commentary that Pickford was speaking. It was organisation. I thought Mings was absolutely brilliant. I know there was talks of playing Cody. I always just think with that balance, having a left foot centre half always worked. I tell
you what, Micah, stay there, because with amazing timing, as you mentioned, Tyrone Mings, he appeared in front of John Murray live on 5 Live.
Yes, here he is. Tyrone Mings has stepped up to talk to us. How is that for your first experience of a tournament?
About as perfect as it could have gone, I think. It was important for us to get off to a good start and build into the game. We know what threats they have, and we know how hard the game would have been, and it was everything that I expected and more. It was a fantastic atmosphere. It was great to play in front of our home fans, and to cap it off with a clean sheet and a win, of course, was perfect.
Yes, with Kieran Trippier playing just to your left as well, which I think surprised quite a few, but he's played there before, hasn't he? He's well versed in it.
Absolutely, and he's a top player. He's very, very experienced, and he used that today. He helped me through the game. He talks, he does his job, he gets forward, he's a threat, he's good in defence. We're so well stocked in every position that anybody that comes in has a responsibility and a part to play, and I think everybody did that today.
And just a final one, I mean, how tough was this today in terms of both the opposition, the heat, the fact that it was the first game of the tournament?
Yeah, it was hard, but I think we found strength and belief in the warm-up games we had and the couple of weeks training we've had. We've gone into a lot of detail into how we're going to play, and and how we're going to cause problems for them. So we were prepared. Of course, the heat added a little bit of an extra problem, but we were also prepared for that. So I think full credit to the staff and the backroom staff and the players that came on and gave us a bit more energy when the game was running down. So it was an all-round great day.
Well done, Tyrone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Tyrone Mings live with John Murray here on 5 Live Sports. Sorry, back to you, Micah.
No, he spoke very well, did Tyrone Mings. He's talking about, responsibility, and Trippier was, talking him through the game. And he is experienced. I think it's just because we've got so much quality in that position with Chilwell and Shaw. You would have liked to see. There were a couple of incidents, I did log down in terms of building in out from the back. Sometimes, there was one where he passed to Sterling and Sterling kicked it out the pay, and he tried a couple of long balls that wasn't great. So building up, it wasn't the greatest, but in terms of his experience and his one-on-one defending, he had a really good game, and Chris mentioned that. I think it's always... one thing I did
Micah.
like... Yes?
Micah, hang on. Micah, going to have to interrupt you again. Calvin Phillips live with John Murray.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask Calvin Phillips exactly the same question that I asked Tyrone Mings a few moments ago. How was that for a first experience of playing in a tournament?
It's unbelievable. I don't think it's hit me yet. I don't think it'll ever hit me. It's just nice to obviously see fans here again, and to get a win in front of the fans especially.
When you spoke to us last week, you were so modest and you talked everything down. Yet, seeing you here today, you seem to really take to this stage. You seem to look really comfortable.
Thank you. I can't explain that. It's just the person that I am. I'm very modest and very honest with myself, and very honest if I play well and don't play well. So, regardless, I'm very happy with the result today, and I know that obviously people are going to be talking about, how well I did, but without the team around me and without the coaching staff, I wouldn't be able to do that.
And talk us through that piece of work that you did to set up the goal.
To be honest, I don't even know why I was so high up. Obviously, we've been talked about making some runs in behind because I've got the licence with Declan behind me. And, to be honest, when the ball was at my feet, I just tried getting out of the way of people, and then I looked up and see Raheem in a good spot, and obviously he did the rest.
I bet you can't wait to be involved in the next one, can you? Scotland, the next one.
Yeah, obviously Scotland's going to be a very tough game. I've got a teammate from Leeds United who, plays for Scotland as well, so it'd be very nice to see him, and, it'd be very nice to be back here again.
Lovely, well done today, Calvin.
Thank you very much, cheers.
Thank you very much. Calvin Phillips of Leeds United in England, Mark.
You are right, Johnny. He's such a nice lad, isn't he? He's such a nice lad.
He really is. Yeah, he's got a real winning personality. I mean, I know they've just won the game. He's played in the European Championship, so you're going to be in a good mood, aren't you? But I've spoken to him a few times now in his brief England career, and he is very consistent.
As a fellow midfielder, Jack, what impresses you most about him?
Well, I think what Mika said, he's not scared to make that pass. A lot of midfielders, I think, get away with murder by just playing sideways or playing back, keeping it simple, getting their pass percentage high. But he took risks today. I always like watching Modric because I think he's a player who plays with his head up. You can't play in midfield with your head down, and I think Phillips done that brilliantly today. His head was up, he was looking forward, he was looking for the runs in behind, and when he tried them as well, they were always on point. They were always landing at the feet of the forwards. I'd be interested to see what his pass completion was and the amount of passes he made forward, because it was very high, and that's what I like to see from a midfielder, someone who wants to take risks and make things happen.
Have you found that worse as your career has gone on, and as analytics play a bigger and bigger part, that more and more midfielders are influenced by then coming into the changing room afterwards and seeing what their pass completion was?
100%. That's a massive part of the game now, as you said. If clubs are looking for players, a lot of it are on stats, and that will be their pass completion and yeah, I mean, I've played with some midfielders who you'd think would give the ball away all the time, but they were trying the right things. They were playing forward. They were looking to take risks, and they were creating chances. So yeah, I do agree with that point. And he was one today, I thought, who really stepped up. Listen, I know Dek really well, and Dek is not that type of player. Dek, I think one of the good things about Dek, and probably his biggest attribute, is he keeps it simple. He wins the ball back, and then he'll give it to a player like Phillips who can make them passes. And I think that's what worked today as well with Mount in there. I think Mount was brilliant. Talking about Sterling pressing, I think Mount sets the tempo as well off the ball. He always makes the right decision on when to press, and when he goes, he really goes. So I think there's a good balance in there today, and if we can keep that going throughout the tournament, we'll have a real chance.
Yeah, I mean, that was going to be my follow-up question to you, Chris, on that midfield. There is a balance with those three, and if you follow Gareth Southgate's substitutions today, Bellingham then first change to come on.
Yeah, because he likes the press. He likes people who've got, can press and go and get the ball back, but also can play. So, if you look at Gareth over the last few years, as a matter, he's always had that. Raheem Sterling was always the left side, and he's had that. Rashford did it for a while, and now he's sort of come off the pace a little bit. Whether he's had too many games this season, I don't know. But he likes people, and Foden can press, so he likes that. And Phillips obviously can work hard, as does Rice. But Mount does that. Yeah, Mount is a very unselfish footballer. He raps really hard for the team, and he's a very talented footballer. When he gets the ball, his composure is brilliant.
Out of interest, Jack, then what are the stats that you look for in a midfielder in your own game when you come off? Are there stats that you look at and think, yeah, that indicates that I've had a good game, or would you always prefer just for someone to rely on the naked eye?
I don't think you can these days, to be honest. I think the most important one for me is, and this is when Grealish comes back into the conversation, is the key passes or the chances created. Because a lot of people talk about assists, but if you beat three players and put it on a plate for someone and he misses, it's not your fault. It's you created the chance. So
yeah,
that would be the one that stands out for me. The chances created. And listen, of course, everyone wants to keep the ball. And if I'd like to think a midfielder, if you can't play forward, then if your first thought isn't forward, then you have to keep the ball. I'm all for that, but you see a lot of midfielders who won't even look forward. They just try and keep it safe, and yeah, I like to look at the key chances created.
So Jack, the midfield there, would that be your ideal midfield three?
Oh, that's a good question, Mika.
Don't give him praise, Jack, otherwise we might not bring you on again, right? He's already getting a bit too big for his boots, so come on, anyhow.
You know what, Mika, I think it has to change game to game. Before you look at this game and you're looking at the group, you're probably thinking Croatia are going to cause us the most problems, and Chris mentioned it, their midfield would be their strongest part of their game, but and this is no disrespect to Scotland or Czech Republic, you'd like to think that we could be a little bit more expansive against them sort of teams. You could rely on either a Dek or a Phillips sitting in midfield with, maybe a Mount and a Grealish or a Foden in there as well. So, listen, I don't know. The answer to that question is I don't know. I think it worked really well today, and I think Southgate deserves a lot of credit for getting it right, and the players as well, because listening to Phillips' interview, he said he don't even know what he was doing up there, so he took it into his own hands to go forward and create something. And yeah, it's a fair play to the players. They made it work today.
I don't think it'll happen. I don't think we'll ever see Mount and Grealish as the two with Rice or Phillips. I don't see it. Never see it. Even if you maybe could get away with playing San Marino or somebody, but in this competition we will not see that. We will see two midfield players, and whether it's Mount or Grealish, whoever. But I just can't see that.
To be honest, Chris, I don't think we will see it. I'd like to see it, but I don't think we will.
So do you think? What about Henderson? When Henderson gets back to a full fitness, do you see him in there, Chris?
Not the way Phillips played today. And Declan Rice is he's nailed on. He's got his shirt. We know that. He's more important probably than Jordan Henderson now, in a way. So if you're looking at Phillips or Henderson, you can't leave Phillips out the way he's playing. So Jordan Henderson's just going to have to be patient, and if he gets a chance, then try and grab it. But at the minute, I can't see Phillips coming out that side. No chance.
Boy, what do you think, Micah?
No, obviously, because Henderson was been out for 3.5 months, and there was a lot of talk about before the tournament, we needed experience, we need him to play. But it's funny how quick football can change. We've seen Phillips today, and he's a cert to start now after that performance. But Henderson, what he's done for England and Liverpool over the last couple of seasons has been brilliant. So it's just finding how to get him in the team. If England are qualified and he needs to get some minutes under his belt. He played 45 minutes the other week as well. So it's just interesting to know, from a forward-thinking player.
He has done well, Mika. He's done excellent, Henderson. You cannot say he's not, but unfortunately the injuries set him back a while, and Phillips has took his chance, and he's got the shirt. Now Jordan Henderson's going to have to wait to think. And you got to think, just before the tournament started, Phillips had a bad shoulder. I remember Leeds, he was touch and go. He couldn't play in the games at Middlesbrough, so he was a doubt. So, but obviously Gareth Southgate, I think, believes in Phillips a lot. I think he really likes him.
Yeah, I agree.
5 Live Sport on a Sunday afternoon. If you want the tennis, then that is on 5 Live Sports Extra. Djokovic against Tsitsipas, and it is the Greek who is 2 sets up on Novak Djokovic. Karen Carney's managed to join us in the shade up here now, having spent 2 hours in the baking sun. Touchline, what did you make of that midfield balance?
I thought they were brilliant. I thought everything was spot on today. Everyone knew their roles and responsibility. Just everything was brilliant. The subs coming on, the timing, the management of the games. But for me, the player that really stood out, and from the position where I was behind the goal, was Tyrone Mings, who's spoken a lot about Harry Maguire. And he was just unbelievable. His positioning, his calmness, because at times Pickford and John Stones are really bickering, and there was something, they were just arguing a lot. But Mings was in the right position, the right time. The tackle, for me, on Modric set the time because England were giving him too much time. He just got in there, and I thought he's one of those players that just went quietly under the radar, but did his job unbelievably well today.
You were walking up to join us when John Murray interviewed him, but he said to Tyrone Mings, to John, he talked about the communication and experience of Kieran Trippier helping him through that 90 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the justification of putting, Trippier and Walker. You could really see their experience, and it is at tournament football. You have to have the balance, and both Steve Holland and Gareth Southgate have said that. Yes, we all want to play fantasy football and have everyone on there that we want to see, but sometimes that doesn't win you tournaments, and you have to find the right mix. And you're right, Trippier is experienced, never got threatened. Walker was really good. Everything was just brilliant today, and it was just a joy to sit there or stand there and watch everybody just do their part. And like I said, the subs were spot on as well when they came on.
I watched Tyrone Mings after he spoke to John Micah. He walked all the way down the touchline. He did a couple more interviews, still in his kit, either had just in his socks, or he may have had sliders on as well. He had a drink in his hand, and then he was just on his own, no press officer with him or anything, because he just walked back down the sideline to the mouth of the tunnel in the sunshine and through the doors, just on his own. And I just thought, do you know what? He must feel absolutely amazing this evening. He's come out and done some interviews. He's played his first game in a tournament. They've kept a clean sheet. He's played well, off the back of fair few people questioning him after his performances in the Tube friendlies. Doubts about, could he replace Maguire? Would they have to go for a 3? I thought, God, he must feel absolutely amazing as he walked back through those turquoise doors with the sign that says London above them.
It's brilliant, and this is what football's all about. I think, as the footballers know, criticising comes from everyone, especially when you're at the level of England. But what you have to do is just concentrate on your own game. He's a confident lad. I've been in a dressing room with him. He comes across to some people as arrogant, and he's not arrogant at all. He's just confident. He knows what he wants, and he believes in his ability. And yes, in the friendlies, he didn't play the best, but that, the key word there is friendlies. This is the tournament now, and he stepped up on a big stage. And fair play to him. Karen mentioned it, that he was a standout player for here. And it was always going to be difficult because coming into the tournament and having no Maguire and everyone talking about all the defences, this is a time to show everyone what you can do. And how football can be. One good game can change the perception of everybody, and he did that tonight, and long may it continue.
Micah, do you know what I saw as well? He, before the start of the game, he went over to Pickford and gave Pickford a high five, and I was thinking, what's he going to look like? And he went over and he was like an excited kid. Like, he had the biggest smile on his face. He looked so excited, and I was like, sometimes you see players, they're nervous, he was buzzing. He was like so pumped, ready for the game, and I was like, he's good to go. There was no nerves whatsoever, and he played like that as well, and it was just such a joy to see.
100%. You got to enjoy these. You got to cherish these moments in your life because as soon as you retire, you regret not enjoying it at the time. And I know it's difficult at the time trying to take everything in, but yeah, I'm just glad. You see the camp and I think it all stems down from Gareth Southgate. It's a confident camp. All the players who you talk to, very well spoken, very confident, hard-working, and you could see it on the pitch. That when I was in the camp at England, there was groups. There was Man United there, Liverpool there, Chelsea there, but now it seems like they're all a group. They're all playing. They're all singing off the same hymn sheet, and you could see that on the pitch. And we don't want to get too excited because there was parts of the game that I could have done a lot better. But to start a competition with a win, you can't get any better than that.
Were you left on your own, Micah? Were there all these groups from all these different teams and you were on your own?
I was on my own. I was on my own.
Texting Roberto Mancini saying, help me, I'm on my own. Help me.
You sound jealous, chappers. What's wrong with you?
Of course I am jealous. God, I'd love to have played for England. Not that was ever a possibility, obviously. Right, let's go back to the game here. England's goal scorer, Raheem Sterling with Kelly Summers.
Raheem, you grew up in the shadow of Wembley and you've just scored the winner in the opening game of the Euros. How good does that feel?
It feels good, to be honest with you. I've always said if I played at Wembley at a major tournament, I'm scoring at Wembley in my back garden. I said I have to score, and it's great to finally do that.
Talk us through the goal as well, because you've said this season you haven't scored as many as you would have liked for your club, but you certainly score a few for England.
Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of different reasons I haven't scored for my club, and that's totally irrelevant now. I'm here with England, I'm enjoying my football, and that's the most important thing, and I'm just happy to score.
And the goal itself was a lovely move. Talk about the inclusion and the role that Calvin Phillips played in it.
Yeah, brilliant. He kept driving with the ball. A lovely bit of skill to come inside, and a lovely weighted pass.
There's plenty of competition in the area of the pitch that you play in, but do you feel like you've justified your selection today?
Have I justified my selection?
Of course you have.
I'm trying.
And overall, how much of a boost does this give you going into the game against Scotland on Friday?
Yeah, it's great to get off to a win. That's the most important thing. We got off to a win. Now we've got the game to look forward to, and hopefully we can go into that and win again.
And it ends a bit of a positive week, doesn't it? Because we've been in camp with you, and it certainly looks like you've been enjoying yourselves.
As I said to you, it's been a long season for me. I couldn't wait to get here, couldn't wait to get started with England. I knew it would be a positive one.
And Raheem Sterling, MBE as well.
MBE.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
It sounds great.
Congratulations, Raheem.
Thank you.
Raheem Sterling with Kelly Summers, Gareth Southgate live with John.
Yes, here he is taking a swig of water. You're in the sunlight all afternoon, Gareth, in the spotlight and the sunlight, but you've got the win. And I wonder what's the manager's word to sum up that victory today, taking everything into account?
Well, I'm most pleased with the performance. Of course, the win is important, and to win your first game relieves some tension, and it doesn't mean we've qualified. The objective's still to qualify from the group. That's the first stage. But the performance was really good. I thought a big occasion, sweltering hot day. I thought the players settled really quickly, used the ball well. We've limited Croatia to very few clear chances throughout the game. and they're a good opponent that we've got huge respect for and we know so much about. So yeah, I couldn't be happier with not just the players that played, but the players that came in and the way that the whole group reacted across the last fortnight to prepare for this game.
And the teams that started today, Croatia had 300 more caps than the team that started for England. You brought in Kieran Trippier to play at left back. I assume you got exactly what you wanted from him there, even though I think it caught a few people out, that one.
Yeah, we just felt that his talking across the back line, his ability to get out and stop crosses quickly, and his experience on a day like today, alongside Tyrone, who's relatively early in his international career, would be a good stabilising element. And he's a very underrated player, I have to say. I think people are still looking at the player from a few years ago and not seeing the player that's been at Atletico Madrid and playing like a warrior for the last 2 seasons. So he's a big part of what we've done over the last few years, and he gave a really stable performance.
And just a last one on the significance of being able to get that win. Lots of young players in your team, half of them playing in a tournament for the first time. Just the very simple importance.
Yeah, it's firstly a lovely day for the English public. We've waited for a long time for the beer gardens to open. I'm sure they're now throwing it everywhere as well as drinking it, which is lovely. But for us, it relieves some tension. You know that if you don't win the first game, the pressure ramps up. But we've still got 2 really difficult games in this group, and we're a good step forward today, but still important steps to go to qualify.
Thanks, Gareth.
Thanks.
Congratulations on the winning start.
Thank you.
Gareth Southgate, the England manager.
Thank you very much. John, Gareth Southgate mentioned beer gardens. Speaking of beer gardens, have you seen Jesse Lingard's Instagram, Micah?
Yes, I've seen it actually. It's brilliant, isn't it?
With him in a beer garden with a parrot on his shoulder.
This is what it does to you. It brings everyone together. Absolutely brilliant, that is, chappers. Brilliant.
Fair play to him, though, actually, Jack, because, he's not in the squad. He could be hugely disappointed that he isn't in the squad, and yet he's out in an England shirt supporting the team. Some players might hide themselves away in that situation.
Yeah, you know what? I think everyone can see that Jesse's got his little spark back. He got it back at West Ham. He seems happy. So fair play to him. Let him enjoy it. I would have put him in the squad, if I'm honest, after his last 4 or 5 months, but he's not. He's accepted it, and he's getting behind the boys. So no, fair play.
Rob Green's. Oh, we'll talk to Rob Green in a minute. I've been waiting to bring him in for 15 minutes, and I still can't bring him in because Kieran Trippier is live with John Murray.
Yeah, Rob Green is being stopped from getting onto the airwaves by Kieran Trippier, who has joined us. Kieran, one or two were caught out by the fact that you were starting the tournament as a left back. When did you find out?
I found out the other day, but no, it doesn't matter if I'm playing right back, left back. The most important thing is the team. I try and do as well as I can to help my team. And like I said, defensively I thought was solid today. But obviously, there's maybe a couple of things that we can improve on. But the most important thing is the win, the clean sheet, and we get ready for Scotland.
Yeah, that was a tough game of international football, wasn't it? And I mean, it must have been like playing in the Spanish sunshine today.
Yeah, to be fair, I was all right. But obviously the heat may play a big factor in the game, but there's no excuses. We had to, rise to the occasion, and I thought we defensively was solid. We had some big chances in the game, but we knew Croatia would get their chances and dictate the game in spells. But we just had to make sure that we was ready for that. And today I thought it was brilliant today.
Give us an appreciative eye of, well, for example, Tyrone Mings alongside you, Phillips and Rice in midfield.
No, I thought. I thought everyone was brilliant, don't get me wrong, but I thought Phillips was outstanding. Second balls, fighting in the midfield. Tyrone Mings, first game in a tournament, I thought he was outstanding, especially defensively. Jude, when he came on, we needed that extra, energy in the midfield at the time, because I think they was getting a bit of joy in the midfield. But the most important thing, like I said before, is the team. No matter who starts the game, the subs are just as important, and I thought the subs were brilliant today. Marcus as well, give that energy, outstanding, I think, from everybody today.
How good do you think Calvin Phillips can be, how far he can go in this game.
Calv can go as far as he wants to. I've seen it in training for a long time now. The intensity that he plays with Leeds, is phenomenal, and he brings that energy to England here. He's great on the ball. He reads the game well defensively. As a defender, you love to play with somebody like him in front of you. No, he can go all the way to the top, and he's playing at the highest level now. So, fantastic player. He's got a great future ahead of him.
Lovely, thanks, Kieran.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations today. It's Kieran Trippier, who's just taken my bottle of water, which I'm not sure is allowed.
Oh dear. Have you managed to get it back?
We've sorted him out. Yep. That's been clamped down on. We're all over that. So no danger of anything untoward happening there.
Right. You could have caused chaos in the England camp there, couldn't you?
Yeah, I could.
Right. Everything all right?
Yes. Yeah. No. Everything. Yes. We'll just draw a veil over that probably. I think. What's happening?
Good. Excellent. I don't know. I could just see sort of a panic. I could see John Murray blushing even from 100 yards away on the opposite side of the stadium. Chris Waddle, that was a very impressive interview from Kieran Trippier, because normally in those situations people will go, oh yeah, teammate did well, and but it's the start of a long tournament and this, that and the other. But he was quite happy to really praise some of his teammates, and in the past, the worry would have been, we're getting carried away. But actually, they're very comfortable praising each other.
No, I think they are. Listen, they played well today. It's a hard game, and played against a very experienced team. And there's a lot of players say first tournament, but they've rose to the occasion. They've all enjoyed it. You can see that. They've played some good football. And it's a great result. It was never going to be an easy game, this. The heat didn't help. But... they've worked their way through it. They did deserve to win. I'm not saying they deserve to win 3 or 4-0. They deserve to win. And so, overall, they'll be delighted. Yeah, and you can see how close the squad is. They all speak highly of each other, which is great. That's what you want, everybody to be on the same... everybody's praising each other, everybody's pulling together, and that's what you want. That's all you can ask. And then it's down to ability on the day, what happens and who they'll come up against. As the tournament goes on, there's a lot of good teams in this tournament. But if they keep... working hard and sticking together, they've got a chance.
Let's bring Rob Green in at last. He's going to be alongside Ian Dennis for Austria against North Macedonia. Afternoon, Rob.
The moment we've all been waiting for, I know. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, if I, the goalkeeper, had made a mess of it, I'd have got you on within the first 5 minutes of the final whistle
I'm
going.
Pleased I haven't been used. Yeah, thank you. Anyway.
What I think was one of the really interesting things that's come out of a lot of the post-match interviews is this: how important Kieran Trippier's leadership and communication is for that back four and for Tyrone Mings alongside him. And Gareth Southgate in his interview did say to John, people have to remember this isn't the Kieran Trippier of a few years ago. This is a Kieran Trippier who is playing in La Liga and has won a title with Atletico on top of everything else.
Absolutely, and he's working with one of the best for defensive, tactically minded teams and setups in Simeone. So, all that knowledge and all that sort of astuteness within a game as well, within that scenario that, and it's small dynamics, but for half the game, Tyrone Mings is on the wrong side of the pitch away from his manager, who is also a centre-half. So he won't have that guidance. And Karen's picking up on it during the game with the communication that was going on between Stones and Pickford. Now, those two can have a row all day long because they're both fairly experienced, well-capped guys. But that will unnerve Tyrone Mings as well, who's a confident lad in his own right. But he will be stood there looking at going, blimey, the other two are having a right old tear up between each other. So, I think that with Trippier alongside him, with just that voice and that steadiness there, I think that is priceless at times. And it was one of them games. So you're looking at Tyrone Mings and the form that he's been in recently, and you're thinking, is he going to have one of them moments where he costs us a mistake, makes a mistake in there that costs the side? And in the warm-up games, there was just that one occasion, and today, seemingly flawless.
There might be some people, I suppose, Micah, who would say, well, surely any international footballer is going to be able to communicate and organise if they've reached the very, very top level, and surely Ben Chilwell or Luke Shaw would do that as well, but maybe not every footballer is communicative and has that organisational ability.
Yeah, I think Shaw or Chilwell would have done just as good a job, but we're talking about experience, and sometimes experience pays dividend. It's not, a lot of people be saying, "Oh, well, what about Shaw and Chilwell?" It's just one game. He made a tactical decision for this game, and it worked well. He went with experience, and Southgate in his interview said, he engaged before they could cross, and that's why he played him. It's no. It's not like on the two left backs who have been left out. It's just he made a decision. What people don't understand is Southgate has to make the best decision for the team. And there's going to be, no matter what team he plays, someone's going to be left out and someone's going to be disappointed. But that's the whole point. There's no I in team. It's about team. And today he got his tactics spot on.
I think, Chappers, as well, that on that communication side, that it is something that's dying out of the game. And I think that the fact that they've remarked on it and said it's an important factor today, as Mike is saying, also highlights that actually talkers in international football or in the Premier League is something that is falling away. Guys go out and they play their game, they know what to do, but the talkers amongst the team have valued that bit more.
The bickering and the hoo-ha, Karen, between Pickford and Stones was all over Stones wanting Pickford to play the ball short and for England to keep the ball just to take the sting out of it in the heat, and Pickford launching it.
Yeah, and I can see both sides of it, because Stones is out there running around and he wants to keep the ball because it's hot and he doesn't want to keep defending. But Pickford's job is to obviously manage pressure and sense it and feel it, and he's going, I can feel we're getting, we're feeling the pressure, I need to relieve it, let's go long. So there was obviously confusion and disagreement in between both management, because England at that point for about a 15-minute period weren't pretty much in the game. They were feeling pressure, and it's about them two figuring it out, and they were on very different pages, but credit to those around him, they let them get on with it, and it didn't really alter anyone else in that kind of kerfuffle, I would say. But yeah, thankfully nothing came from it, and they figured it out in the end.
I mean, is that all part and parcel of it, Rob, or would you prefer that not to be happening?
Oh, I'd bicker all day long with my centre-halves. Yeah, no, it was.
Yeah, I know you would.
It was no. I think it was interesting. I was watching, and I think after that surge where you'd say we were on top in those opening stages, Croatia just adjusted slightly, and it was just their front two just changed their positions when we got the ball and stopped the ball getting into the defensive midfielder, which was more often than not Declan Rice. And I think part of the conversation was with Karen, as you're saying there, was that they couldn't find a way to get him on the ball. And Jordan Pickford was turning around to John Sayers, well, I'm going to give it to you, but you're just going to give it back to me because we're getting pressed, and I'm going to boot it anyway, so why don't I just take that pass out the equation and just boot it? So I think that was in there as well, and you need to work these things out within a game, and you need to talk about it, and you need that communication with that defensive midfielder to turn around and say, look, you clear off for a couple of minutes, you run away and let someone else come in and create the space and something different. And that's what international football and top-end football is about. You come across these problems, you've got to communicate and work them out on the pitch. And strangely enough, Calvin Phillips makes a forward run into a space, and we score the goal from it. So along the way, you come across these hurdles, you need to communicate and sort it out on the pitch.
Do you know what as well, Rob? I think when they were having the argument as well, it was a bit of a time-wasting kind of situation as well, that the referee was letting them do it. And as they're having that argument, it really was slowing the game down. And I thought it was another little bit, yes, they're having that discussion, but it was quite smart. Again, I don't know whether it was a little thing they've spoken about. It really did slow the game down, and the referee wasn't doing anything about it. And it took quite a bit of edge off of it, I think.
And at the end of all of this, Jack, as a final point, we haven't really mentioned Harry Kane, have we, in our post-match build-up?
One thing I will add to that as well, Chappers, is I think if we do want to go, well, we will go further in the tournament, but when we get there, I think we do need to improve playing out from the back. We need to come up with some sort of plan. It goes back to what Mika said right at the start of the programme. If you've got the ball, the opposition, they can't score, and You know, when you play against the big nations, France, Germany, Spain, if you don't keep the ball, there could be a spell of 5-6 minutes where you don't see the ball and they'll punish you. So yeah, I think that needs to be addressed going forward. But in regards to Harry Kane, I think it was a difficult game for him. I think you could see he was starting to get a little bit frustrated when he kept dropping a little bit deeper. But he does that really well as well. You know, he drops in and he links up the play, and it's down to then like Sterling, who was doing it really good, running in behind and getting in the box like he did for the goal. Kane dropped out and Sterling came into the space. So yeah, I think he'll be disappointed that he didn't score, but he'll be happy with the result, and there's definitely more to come from him.
Great to have you with us, Jack. Thanks for being with us.
No, thanks
Talk
for having
to you
us.
soon.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been great having you. Jack Wilshere on 5 Live Sport. Micah, a final one, actually, just on that point. You know, I reckon Kane's position will be the subject of quite a lot of articles and debate over the coming days. But if he hadn't vacated that space, it wouldn't have been there for Sterling to run into.
Exactly, you know, and everyone would be heavily criticised or critical of Kane because he had a quiet game, but he's an intelligent forward who creates the space, and without that space, there's no goal. And sometimes you have to have that sacrifice for the team and come a bit deeper for the runners to go in behind. We mentioned before the game that Sterling probably started because of, you know, he's running in behind, and it paid dividend for today. It's the first game, a lot of nerves. We'll see a better Harry Kane going forward in the competition.
Good stuff, Micah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, and thank you to Karen and to Chris Waddle and John Murray as well. I've just been told that if I don't hand to Ian Dennis around now, the line from Wembley will drop. So you get actually a little bit extra Ian Dennis this afternoon because of the technology here at Wembley. So I could cut out any minute, Ian, so it's all yours.
Is that an excuse that you've just come up with so you can slide off 10 minutes early?
No, I've genuinely just been told that, but I'm going to start using it in handovers with Colin in an evening. that the line's going to go down and he can't keep me past 10:30.
Well, yes, we'll have a safe trip back home. Thoroughly enjoyed the coverage.
All your.
Oh, is the line gone now? All your.
No, I was just
that,
messing.
or was your Norman Collier impression? Anyway, England 1, Croatia 0, and now it's for the game that you've all been waiting for. Austria against North Macedonia in Bucharest, the start of Group C. That was just the appetizer, that at Wembley.
This is the footballing fiesta we've come for.
Well, the atmosphere inside Bucharest and the stadium is. This is a big moment for North Macedonia. They are one of the 2 debutants in the European Championship finals. Finland, of course, were the other one yesterday, beating Denmark by 1-0, but a match that was overshadowed, of course, with the distressing incident that happened with Christian Eriksen. And in fact, if you missed the news earlier on today, the team doctor of the Danish FA, Martin Boersen, when asked how close it was to losing him, he said he was gone. We did cardiac resuscitation. It was a cardiac arrest. We got him back after 1 defib. And in fact, in the National Stadium in Bucharest, on the giant screen, there was a message as well. Best wishes, Christian. So certainly everybody is still feeling the effects of and so many good wishes to Christian Eriksen and the Danish FA as they come to terms with that traumatic experience yesterday. So the football, another game, is coming up very, very soon on 5 Live and on Sports Extra. It's the men's final of the French Open, and Russell Fuller has the very latest.
Novak Djokovic is getting back into the match. Stefanos Tsitsipas in his first Grand Slam final, winning the first 2 sets against the 18-time Grand Slam champion, 7-6, 6-2. Djokovic, though, with a break in the 4th game, has won the 3rd set by 6-3. He still looks low on energy, though, but to complicate matters further for Tsitsipas, he's now receiving treatment on possibly a hip problem out on the Philippe Chatrier court. A medical timeout has been called, but he still does have the advantage over Djokovic by 2-1.